the inception of online education. So the whole scenario has changed. But I think with the passage of time, we are gradually coming towards normalization, partly obviously with having vaccination and opening of borders, and it's a blended learning face to face plus a bit of online. So these kind of things are happening. But yeah, there is a huge interest in Pakistan going abroad for further education, for higher education, and I think approximately more than 35 to 40,000 students annually go abroad to like more than maybe 10, 15 different study destinations from Pakistan, mainly UK, Australia, US, Canada, Germany. These are big study destinations which most of the Pakistani students go for courses. Before I end, just want to share the subject, the trends. I mean, in terms of, I mean, what subject students are taking from Pakistan. Uh, Obviously, it has been business and management. I mean, in business management, obviously, is a lot of courses in which student they go for their subjects, and then business and management is one big area. Besides that, engineering and IT. In IT, data science, for example, business analytics, cybersecurity, data mining. So these are very sort of not new trends, but in the last 2, 3 years, we have seen increase in number of students going for these courses. And then obviously law, economics, some of the social sciences subjects. So this is a trend we see from Pakistan going abroad, taking their further education. That's all from my side, Gaurav. Over to you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Hassan. There's a question from Amir Usman, and the question is it a good time in COVID to go abroad for studies? And how would you look at it in the future perspective? When do you think which intake should students focus, especially when they want to study on campus, not the online learning? So please respond to the question.
Yeah, I think every student is thinking on the same lines. I mean, especially those who did not go last year in 2020. But at the same time, we saw the trend that, I mean, UK was open, so there was a huge, there was a good trend of like students going to UK, but unfortunately, in the UK for lockdown for a couple of months and all that. But this year, again, UK is open. They never closed their borders. I mean, as we all know. So the numbers are increasing. I mean, we have seen a huge trend, not only from Pakistan, but I think all over the world towards UK universities. Why? They are open. They want students to come to UK. Vaccination has been done to larger part of their population. They are open from mid-July and July. They open, they open all the sectors. So I think this year, I mean, if somebody has applied or those who are going, I'm sure this is the right year, I would say, if not the previous year. But I think in the next year as well, 2022, I think those who are in the process of making decisions. So I think next year, I think they should plan. And in my point of view, I think more destination will open their border, and it will be like easy for them to go for, if not 100% face to face, but there would be maybe a mix of maybe 60-70% face to face and maybe 20-30% of online learning.
Thank you, Hassan. I have another question, Hassan, and that is basically how would you, because you deal with universities abroad, specifically for the art and design students, if people try to learn on their own, we're talking about experiential learning here. So what do you think they should be focusing more on? The digital side of it, you talked about the portfolio. So in a generic way, what do you think should be the required competencies that students should be following before they actually leave Pakistan? So what should they learn on their own, or through informal ways, or through working, or whatever ways? So which competencies would you suggest them to focus more before they leave Pakistan for studying abroad?
Yeah, I think those are very good question, and I think I'm sure you have come across like similar kind of like in students. I mean, coming 8 years, and whenever I was processing or we were processing application for art and design, fashion, or like photography, unfortunately, why they were not accepted by the university, especially on the postgrad level. I mean, obviously, student with A levels, I mean, they don't have much experience. They just finished their A levels, and they would have maybe a small, a little experience of having made their portfolio. But especially students, those who are thinking of going for the postgrad courses, I think rightly said by you. I mean, the focus should be on the experience, the learning, and I think the how to improve their portfolio, how best they can make their portfolio. Whether it's a photography, we have recently we have a student, and she's studying I think in Ukraine, and now she's going to UK, a university near London. So and she gave an interview. She had a fantastic portfolio, and university helped them how to improve the portfolio. So I would encourage students to get in touch with the supervisor, with the tutor, and there's a guideline given on the website as well. But I think maybe 6 to 7 months before they plan to apply, I think they should get in touch with the university, with the tutor, and they're really helpful in terms of giving feedback. And so I think in the couple of months or weeks time, they can improve their portfolio, because besides their academics, I think the weightage is given onto their experience and portfolio.
Brilliant. Hassan, we have a couple of other questions, but I just want to have a very quick question again, because we're talking about portfolios. My experience is that students, especially in our part of the world, they try to put everything in portfolio. The feeling is that the hefty it is, the more they put in it, probably, the thinking is that they'll be more valued. What do you suggest about a portfolio, specifically for a graduate student who's done a bachelor's, undergraduate in design, any area, textile or fashion or graphic or interior? So how many I know it's a question which is probably not relevant here, but what do you think, what do you suggest to be included in the portfolio, and how much of work should be there in a portfolio, specifically when we talk about the academic purpose, for the universities to have evaluate that?
Yeah, I think again, like you said, I think we I mean, I, for example, I'm not a specialist, I mean, right? So I might not able to like answer this properly. But again, based on the experience and based on looking at the portfolio, again, for me, any portfolio would be super, because I mean, I don't have maybe the understanding of that particular portfolio, maybe in the photography side or maybe in the fashion design or something like that. But I think what is encouraged or what is told to a student, even by the faculty, I mean, try to be concise and precise. Obviously, give your best. I mean, let's say if you're talking about, I mean, I can give you, I mean, the latest example. I'm just like gave in the previous answer as well. I mean, the girl has applied for photography and she's accepted. She had an interview, obviously, and she worked on her portfolio, and she improved it after getting the feedback. So maybe 10, 15 good photos or photographs. Now they have to actually put on some link, and we have to forward that link. The time has gone for sending the discs and the USBs, so they have to upload their portfolio, the best of the best they have. Again, I think the feedback or improvement they can bring, obviously, by consulting with their seniors and peers and faculty from Pakistan, obviously. And like I said, discussing with the university, and then they are very open in terms of providing feedback to how to improve it.
Great, thank you, Hassan. There's another one, which again you will have to be very smart in answering the question. It says, in the pandemic situation, what do you think, which country is best for students for studies as well as for professionals to pursue their professional careers abroad? Mirza Mudassar asked this question. So now you have to pick up one country. You have to be a judge now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe the best country. I think UK has been my favorite destination. I mean, from day one, maybe from the, having stamped by the British Council, maybe. But I think in the last 2 year particularly, I think when since the COVID, um, and obviously UK has started giving the post-study work visa. That is another a big advantage. Now all 4 or 5 big countries, the English-speaking countries, they are at par. They're equal in terms of the benefit we are looking at. For example, so UK is now, it's 1 year of master, so you're saving time and cost and money. And end of the day, you are getting the post-study work visa, whether you're going on the masters or undergrad. PhD, yes, they are getting 3 year post-study work visa, but undergrad and postgrad, they're getting 1 year post-study work visa, and they can switch during their post-study work visa. They can switch to skilled immigration as well. You can't extend or extend the post-study work visa, but within that 2 year 24 months time, you can apply to skilled immigration, and the whole list of skills mentioned on the home office website, the salary package, and everything is given over there. So UK is open. I mean, if you talk about or ask me just one country, so I think for now, so it's time for UK, I guess.
All right. Okay. So you're taking everybody to UK, Hassan. That's wonderful. We have a couple of other questions, but I guess they're more of conversations, and I'm glad people are discussing that with each other as well. Now, there is one which is, you already answered that basically about the portfolio. Should we go after A levels or after our undergraduate? Again, that's the choice that you've got to make. Hana Rana asked a question. So what are the key essentials? What key essentials are required in portfolio for applying abroad? I think you've answered that as well. You've mentioned even the number of images, or, I mean, obviously it varies from university to university. Now, there's a philosophical question, which is Mr. Muhammad Basil has asked, is it a blessing for us while learning and working in the pandemic situation? So do you think it's a blessing, Hassan?
Yeah, it's truly a philosophical question. Yeah, I think I think whenever I think we see that, I mean, there is some issues with not getting a job or something with the career, and you are maybe stagnant in terms of not getting the growth maybe. So I think, I mean, maybe pandemic is probably one thing. It has affected the whole life cycle, I think, in every field. Like I said, um, our business, I mean, if we talk about, I mean, the whole international education scenario, it all changed, it affected a lot, obviously, but I think it's getting the momentum at the same time. So yeah, I mean, the suggestion is, yeah, I think at this particular time, I think you should go for maybe improving yourself and getting the professional development thing, and maybe after a year or so, you would be a different person, and totally different Hassan, maybe. I mean, if I'm going for a master's MBA, or maybe for any diploma in terms of that. So, and in my point of view, yes, I think it's a good time to go. And the good thing is, I think you're getting some university showing some flexibility as well. So it would go in favor of the student as well. I mean, this is what we have seen. The example is, if Pakistan is in red list at the moment, so we are hoping that Pakistan will come out very soon. Unfortunately, we didn't in the last meeting, but universities have started providing or covering the cost for quarantine, which is 1750. Unfortunately, it has increased or going to increase from 12th of August, but universities are giving full cost to the students, right? So this is one big gesture by the university to taking care of that 1750. I mean, it's a big amount, obviously, for Pakistani student. It's around four and a
Yeah.
half lakh rupees. So universities are taking care of that, and like I said, I mean, it's good time to go. Good in terms of getting yourself upgraded, and flexibility on the side of the university as well.
Very rightly said. Thank you, Hassan. And I would just want to add one thing here to the question that Basil has asked. As Hassan has mentioned as well, this is good time for students to develop their skills, and experiential learning is all about the same thing. You have loads of opportunities now to study on your own, to learn skills on your own, and online teaching has its own domain, altogether different areas. So you have a lot to learn. Thank you so much, Hassan. It was a great, always a pleasure talking to you. And we have, like your area, your mashallah consultant and expert area of your area. We will be in touch with you with other questions as well.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the fifth presenter we have today with us is Ms. Tanzila Khan. Tanzila Khan is the founder of the award-winning girlything.pk, through which she delivers sanitary napkins and other products, and also urgent menstrual kits to women anywhere in public across Pakistan, catering to women in small cities and villages along with metropolitan cities. She wrote her first book, A Story of Mexico, when she was 16, and then went on to publish her second book, The Perfect Situation. She has sold her books to fund community projects in the fields of disability, women empowerment, education, and environment. Her NGO is Creative Ally that trains and empowers the community through events and projects. She launched her company, I Wish, to create sustainable solutions to achieve the SDGs. Tanzila will speak today on learning through sensitization on disability. Uh, Brilliant topic. And I think Tanzila is already with us. Welcome, Tanzila. Assalamu alaikum. Over to you now. Please unmute yourself, Tanzila.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bahar. I hope I'm audible now.
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'll just put off my video since now everyone knows this is what I look like. So just to get better connection, I'm actually on the road traveling. So I'm going to
Yes,
do everything to make sure that my connection is good.
Perfect.
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I completely resonate with all my speakers right before me. I was listening. It was a very interesting discussion. And even today as a student, I was learning so much. Diving into the subject, I am a person with disability. I was born in Pakistan and I grew up going to a regular school, got a very regular experiences, but my disability definitely made me learn some things that I will be sharing with all of you today. What I do currently to pay my bills, I am a corporate trainer. I do a lot of soft skills trainings. I love to write books and read them, of course. And I'm also an entrepreneur, so my work in terms of girly things got peaked up. So other than that, these are my contact details. If you have any questions or queries, please do reach out to me. So in terms of disability, there types of disabilities. One is the physical weak, it's an impairment. Youth, that is a communicative disability. The fourth one is an intellectual disability that includes that. I feel that disability barrier in your life. It could be physical, it could be identities that one has, even minorities. And for me, let's just keep the
Tanzila, I'm sorry to interrupt here, but we can't
definition
hear you
really broad.
properly if
Other than that,
we're
it
getting
will help
messages.
you understand what kind of
I'm sorry, Tanzila, can you hear me?
design
Tanzila is actually traveling,
everything around
so
us is design.
probably there's.
Everything that you see, from buildings to
Tanzila, I'm sorry, can you hear us? Can you hear me? Okay, guys, we're trying to connect to Tanzila and to share with her to join back because there's definitely problems with her internet connectivity since she was traveling from Lahore to Islamabad. Probably she will join us back in a minute and will resume her part.
So, as I was saying, the values in life actually help us understand and growth in life. So, disability is very stepping stone to evolution. And that's exactly how we should take it as a destination. And as designers, we should be coming up with solutions. In my life, I became a designer very early on in life because I had to redesign my life to make sure that because of my skill change, I'm still able to do anything. For example, I can design a lot of games and have specific people that are very common childhood ways like all of ways. So all my foreign friends over here are like this, but probably you have a different version of the culture. But since I could not walk, I had to modify the way and make sure that I could also do. So here's a picture of the memes and everything from those times with the people with disabilities and empowering them with different ideas. But strong realization that people with disabilities are already exposed in their domain. But they know what it is. We had to target the 99% of the world that was curious about disability and could not understand or comprehend it because they were not trained to. Before we move forward, let me share that disability is broader than these things. Words like value, discrimination, performance, gender, religion, culture, identity, all of these things are like the stepping stones of your life, but you have to make them into stepping stones of your life. And all of these things submit in your life to experience. For example, when you go play
Tanzila, I'm sorry. Can you speak a little louder, please? I've put it near the computer, but you've got to speak a little louder, please.
Okay, am I loud enough now?
Yeah, that's perfect now.
Okay, wonderful. So like I was saying, can you please move to the fourth slide, please?
Yes, we're on the fourth slide now.
Okay, thank you. So I'm saying that words like value, inclusion, performance, culture, all of these things could be categorized as a disability in some people, but it's forms of someone. So I just like in a broader way, definitely how teacher trying to make this word is more.
I'm in communication with Tanzila and she's trying to reconnect. I apologize for the inconvenience. She'll be with us in a minute.
Gahar, are you with me?
Yes, Tanzila, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for accommodating me. I know that technology can be a little challenge, but no way we're letting it beat us today. So coming to my fifth slide, please.
There we are.
So growing up, when I started my career, it was very difficult to find a job or, get the right education in Pakistan because of the infrastructure. And that was mainly because half of the world doesn't really understand what living with a disability is like. Then how can they come up with good solutions? So here, these are some of my initiatives where we make people experience disability. This is an activity in a park where people are made, visually impaired for a little while, and they have to do activities, and these are the future leaders, these are the young people. This workshop I conducted back in 2009 or 10, I believe, and they all are doing something amazing, and this is one snapshot of what kind of activities we have. So I think the basics of understanding disability is to experience disability in some way. Only then we'll be able to automatically come up with better ideas. Next slide, please.
G, we're on the
Are
next
you with
slide
me?
now. Yes, we're on the next slide now. Teaching inclusion on design level.
Okay. Yes, please. So broadly, I realized that it's not about disability. It's actually about developing an inclusive mind. So what happens is that when you teach inclusion on design level, that is the basic level. A young person's design level is their school. That is where we're designing their, personality. We're helping them craft their own pathway. So we started conducting these workshops on school level. And how important it is for making a difference. And I think this is what we are doing here. I think this much madness we all should be having. Next slide, please. Okay, so according to me, the most appropriate example of inclusion in Pakistan would be biryani. Imagine you're in the kitchen and you have to prepare food for your guests, and you prepare just mutton with roti. But if you prepare biryani, anybody who's a non-veg can have the chicken pieces, and anybody who's not can have just the rice. So basically, this is something that caters to different kinds of palates. And I think this helps us understand how important it is to cater to diversity and respect it, and make sure that we have different ideas available to cater to these kind of different abilities also. Next slide, please. One important element is that disability is always at the bottom of the pyramid, but that is not the case. Here, I am a woman with disability, but I'm in the power position. I'm leading this workshop of completely able bodied women. They travel from their cities that come to Lahore. For me, this image is really powerful because I'm trying to help them understand a concept. I'm training them with something. It's very important to share power with people who we assumed to be minorities, because their perspective, their leadership could actually trickle down to something more impactful. And that's exactly how you create a more inclusive world. When you have people from different identities share the power, be in the position of taking a decision. And since I was in the power position here, I was making sure everybody is participating, everyone is included. So my concept of my disability was coming in really handy over here. Next slide, please. But all in all, it's not just about a certain body type that we have to focus on. There are multiple stakeholders of disability, such as parents, teachers, caregivers, friends. And if we start, making a list, it covers the entire world. Everyone is somewhere affected by people who have bodily impairment, or they're facing some sort of disability. So once we start talking about it, we don't target people with disabilities, we target almost everybody. Here is a lady, she had two children who were they were intellectually disabled. This is Shameen Alam, and she is phenomenal with her leadership, and she made her two children become leaders. So every time we do advocacy, we ensure to include different stakeholders of disabilities as well. Next slide, please. But the story doesn't end just in terms of designing. I think a very powerful medium that really influences everybody is media. And penetrating the idea of inclusion very slowly, subtly, is also very important. So here is a project of mine. It's called Fruit Chart. It's a comedy film on disability that won the Z5 award also. It's available on YouTube. Please go ahead and watch it. And it talks about the importance and the problems that people face in Pakistan when they have a disability, but with humor. And because it was with humor, it reached many hearts, and we got a lot of calls, and we were able to change the mindset of many people in power positions also across the world. So I think this is how you penetrate an idea that will reach the heart. If we would have shown disability in a very dark way or in a tragic way, I doubt it's only gonna get people to give more charity, and that's not what we want. We want like a more respectful, dignified way of moving ahead in the society. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the penetration of disability in fashion. This is one of my projects with a fashion brand. It's called Fatma Rajput, and they were fantastic with their ideas of making everyday women wear their dresses. And in this particular photo, they ensured that they show me as an independent person who can go to the park. She can always get off her wheelchair, sit down on the bench, and have a good time, and then always leave. And she can look good, she can look pretty. We don't have mannequins that represent disability, but what is the fashion industry saying? That people with disabilities don't wear clothes, they don't wear makeup, we're as much as market as anyone else. So with this picture, they're actually targeting the disabled community, that you're also welcome to be part of these kind of trends. Next slide, please. Okay, and the last project that I did, one of my favorites is disability in theater. And here I'm doing everything that I'm not supposed to do. I mean, I'm on the wheelchair, I'm supposed to be static, but I'm dancing, and I'm holding my partner. I'm balancing my partner, so I'm giving my partner the support. The girl behind me is Sarah Mumtaz. She's also taking support from my wheelchair. So here we're projecting disability in a more empowered, artistic way. This is a project with Wow, where we had to write poetry. We wrote poetry. It's called More Than My Gender, and we performed a 9-minute dance routine. It was spectacular. In that routine, I had to get down on my wheelchair, get up on my wheelchair, all in one take, and we had to rehearse for a while. And my dress is like it's like a doll. I've given my attire as a doll, so it's like like a puppet. So with these ideas, you actually trigger the mind and you make people think in a different direction. If we all have an inclusive mind, next slide, please. If we all have an inclusive mind on design level, um, automatically we'll have solutions and ideas that caters to people, and that's what good leadership is. So do not focus on just being good designers or artists, focus on being good leaders. And every time you come up with an idea, question yourself, does it cater to multiple people? If it does not, ask around, talk to people with disabilities or minorities, and inshallah you'll not just be making money or being creative, you'll actually be changing the world. And that is my prayer for all of you. Thank you so much, Gohar, for having me, and I'm open to any questions, and I'm also open to be contacted later on.
Thank you so very much, Tanzila. It was, although we had problems with technology, but the PowerPoint was so powerful, I must say. The images you've shown are just brilliant, especially the one that you showed with the theater, and also the dress one. I think these are the inspirations that our young people must get. And you've been a source of inspiration for many people I know personally as well. You're doing a great job. And not only for yourself, but I think you are opening up windows for a lot of other people in Pakistan as well. People who believe that having any disadvantage or any disability could just put a full stop to your career. You have negated them wrong, and you've proved them wrong, actually. I just love the way you are dealing with the whole idea, and you're, mashallah, a versatile person with multi-talented, multiple talents. Just one thing I would want to know your opinion on is when you talk about the different experience, because you yourself have exhibited so many experiences in so many fields. What do you think is the most challenging thing for teachers or for educationists to look into when we are dealing with students with special abilities? Would you suggest anything to them? Being an educationist, what do we need to focus on?
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed just last bit of your question. Can you just repeat your last line?
Yeah, very quickly. I was saying that from the educationist perspective, what do you think, if you want to give any suggestion or advice to teachers who deal with students, and if there is any student with any special ability, how do you want to relate that with, how would you want to the teachers to know and focus?
I have one thing to say. That's actually, I'm like every other student. I remember my parents would go to my teachers and say, punish Tanzila if she does not study, smack her if you have to. And I would be like, what kind of parents are you? I mean, don't I get any leverage for having a disability? But my parents ensured I was treated in the same way. I would encourage teachers to not get intimidated by disability at all. Please treat your students in the right way, prepare them for the real world. But at the same time, please understand, if there's something that is extremely impossible for the person to do, then they can't do it. But otherwise, the challenge has to be as much for them as for any other student. And trust me, you'll be creating very strong individuals. And I'm very proud of the teachers in my Pakistan, in my country. Wow, what's wrong with you?
Brilliant. Tanzila, you're a very positive person with a very positive vibe and a source of inspiration, I must say. We have a few comments which people are appreciating and praising the work that you're doing. There's a comment from Ms. Rubina saying that this issue needs to be further explored, which is totally true. Adaptive clothing is the segment which needs to be explored in Pakistan, which is wonderful. There is another question from Abida who says that, is it always obvious if someone has a disability? A very, I would say, again, a next level question, because usually we consider disability to be something that is visible or shown. So probably she's trying to ask that, what if people don't recognize and realize? There could be emotional, there could be, mental things as well. So would you like to just give a comment on that?
I think let's create a world and space that is safe for everybody to openly express and share if they have a disability. In today's world, I do recognize depression and anxiety as a disability as well, because it cripples you from having a day-to-day life. So I think
True.
it is not obvious that everybody should have a physical disability. Sometimes people are going through their childhood traumas, and that acts as a disability. I would encourage
Right.
everyone to look at disability in a very broader way. Anything that cripples a person, it could be a thought, becomes a disability. But we need to mitigate the effects of disability. We need to not glamorize it, but we also need to mitigate it. It's not a very good thing to have, but if you have it, let's just make the best of what you have.
Brilliant. Wonderful answer, Tanzila. Once again, Tanzila is, by the way, a very strong motivational speaker as well. And we would someday want you to have in campus as well, Tanzila. People are appreciating that. We have a comment from Nadia Khan saying, great work, Tanzila, keep it up. Very inspirational. And there's another comment from Sarvat saying, extremely refreshing to see someone finally taking an initiative. So thumbs up to you, Tanzila. Keep the good work up and keep connected with us as well. Thank you so much, Tanzila. We really appreciate, because you were traveling and you
I will.
made
Thank
an
you so much,
effort.
Gaurav. I love this platform.
Thanks a lot. You're
No,
very,
you're
very
most
welcome.
welcome. Most welcome. Take care. Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz. Thank you so much once again to Tanzila. We have the next presenter from Romania, which is again a beautiful place. Mr. Mihai Bonta. Mihai Bonta comes from the beautiful Romania. He has a diversified experience in multiple environments and career roles, including executive search agencies and corporate world. He spent 9 years working with Microsoft. Um, he's currently working as international recruiter and leadership development consultant with KM Trust. Few words that describe his area of practice and interests are executive search, leadership consulting, executive coaching, psychotherapist, startup enthusiast. Today, he is going to speak on starting your leadership journey. So, over to you, Mihai.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. It's a real honor. I listened to the previous speakers, and I was impressed. And now I understand even better the substance of this conference. So I would say that congratulations, it's huge to learn. I think the experience starts with this day. Yes, so I'll move to my intention for today. I was aware that it's only 15 minutes. I had in mind to bring to bring everything I had in my mind, but then I cooled down and I said it should be 15 minutes. What I started from with my thinking during my time as a, let's say, as a human resources professional, as a recruiter, as a leadership development, whatever I did, people ask me, hey, how do I get from not being a manager to being a manager? how do I get from being a support engineer in a company like Microsoft, for example, or in an IBM or in IBM or some other companies, you know, to be a manager? A lot of people are kind of getting at some point unhappy or frustrated. They say, hey, I tried, I applied. And one exercise that I found it useful was to get a bit into what's about, how maybe HR people look into this, because sometimes I know people associate management with a bit of mystery, vocation. You've been born as a manager, or you developed, you did MBAs, or you didn't. So it's a lot. I don't have an easy answer. Don't expect this, please. But I can take you through the journey I went through as a professional, and the journey I kind of discovered myself working with a number of companies, and sometimes maybe I contributed as well with my perspective, trying to get from theory, imagination, to kind of the reality of the interview. Because at the end of the day, there's the moment, right, when we meet the reality, when we do interview for a role. So I'll take you through a bit of presentation. Just please give me a few seconds, and please feel free to ask anything or to disagree. Let's say usually when it's about assessing, evaluating a candidate for a leadership role, for a managerial role, let's call it generally a managerial role, usually look for core, for professional, and for management competencies. You look for more things. Of course, you look for values, for mindset, for experiences. But what's most important, because it's about now, and what do you want to test more than anything? Because usually a CV is a CV. You want to test if the person in front of you is actively able to perform, to have the behaviors. So I'm going through how it looks, let's say, to assess someone for managerial roles. What I'm sharing with you are few competencies that I found to be the base, to be core for, let's say, complex environments, multinational environments, organizations that usually are spread in many areas. So it looks to me so far that would be fair to call this as core for many organizations. Some of them are called differently, but at the end of the day, this is something in many companies that is needed, either if you are, I don't know, doing an individual contributor role, whatever it would be, from HR to marketing, sales, engineering, or if you are a CEO or GM or director of something. This is the start point. You look for the core, right? You don't start with I don't know, complex things. You look for the core, because this core means you would be able to perform there, right? And considering the challenges and the market, the dynamic, the world we know, as we know, when we're experiencing all of us. So this would be the core. Let's say, again, it's a result of work and let's say what I found during the time has been common as core. Usually after you look for the core, you look for the profession specific. Of course, you look for the profession specific, because if you are a software engineer, you really need to be able to perform that. Or if you are a manager of sales, you need to have sales specific competencies, right? And then you look for managerial specific. Again, these are some examples that, in my view, would reflect what a lot of the companies in multinational environment would see as the first you look for, like develop and attract talent, deliver results through teamwork, and of course, being a role model for the company's values. But today we'll go back to the core one, and what would make me happy if at the end of this short presentation, kind of you'll be able to reflect on what you're currently doing well, and you could do in a way that would be closer to a real manager life, right? And understand a bit that what you're doing, it's already maybe part of the future manager role if this is your journey. So let's go through. Adaptability, just give a bit of context, a bit of anchor of why this is a core competency in my view. It's about curiosity and actively looking for options. It's about responding efficiently to changing demands and circumstances. It's about dealing with ambiguity. I think we have a lot. And very important, it's about maintaining a constructive attitude in time of stress. Again, please have in mind, these are work-life specific. These are behaviors that would be, let's say, appropriate and will define adaptability in a work life, right? How would an individual contributor do this? How do you recognize that the person that is not a manager is doing? Pretty much starts with this, right? Exhibits curiosity, seeks opportunities to learn new methods, procedure, techniques. As I mentioned earlier, it would be nice if you look at this as something that, if you try to see if you're doing this already. I'm sure that most of you already do this. Let's get a bit to the managerial part, to how we look as executive recruiters to a leader and check if they have the adaptability or not. Maybe a bit of what would be the difference, right? So a leader, let's call it in general, would scan the environment to help to anticipate changes that could affect the project, that could affect the team, that could affect the work. And something that is not theoretical and aspirational, please have this in mind that I'm not coming from a very theoretical background, I'm coming from very pragmatical and applied. Demonstrates deep curiosity and professional insight, learn continuously. When I look for a leader for an organization, I check this. If these are not there, then is a question if that person could perform well. One thing that I would like you to maybe have as an image, that between the individual contributor and the leader, it's a line, right? It's a continuum. You can be anywhere there. It's not like left or right, black or white, or whatever, leader or non-leader. No, it's a continuum. I invite you actually to reflect, if you have in your mind to develop yourself as a leader, on each of these competencies, how much of the time you are in a individual contributor position, how much you did a bit more, and use your imagination, and why not Google searches to see what it takes to do to develop your adaptability muscle, because I would guess it's pretty much like a muscle. You need to put intention, right? And to actually reward yourself when you see that you did something that would be specific to a manager, right? And as well, use the mentoring, use the feedback, and in this way you'll know to navigate better on developing this competency. I'll move to the next one. I love this, to be honest. I think it's a key. Collaboration, we all heard of it. If you are a student, if you are I don't know, if you are in primary education, collaboration is needed. If you are an employee, collaboration is needed. If you are a manager, collaboration is needed. Let's see a bit what it means in a workplace, right? Apart from the nice collaboration. So it would be about driving alignment, teamwork within a team, department, or across organizational boundaries, right? That would be, let's say, the key reflection. Let's see how we collaborate when we are not a manager. Pretty much we respond to collaboration, right? So if someone is knocking on our door, on our desk, is calling us, we respond effectively to their request. And one thing that I'm sure we do since we are kids. We share ideas and we accept ideas, right? This is something that is valued in a workplace. And this is something that is valued towards a managerial role. So just, I'm getting back with my invitation to reflect on what you already do as a manager, right? Either if you want to be a leader in the future or not, you're already doing things, right? And of course, when you have time, and I'm sure even today, to reflect on what's a manager role is about. Good, let's check how a leader is collaborating. What's about collaboration as competency, as core competency for a leader, if it's a manager or a VP or a GM? Seek and leverage different perspectives to bring together creative and relevant solutions that drive business impact. Beyond the definition, it reflects a real need, the real life of the team, and things that cannot be excluded from the business. Right? And one thing that actually I think that stays in the intention of a leader when it's about collaboration, and could stay from today in your intention, to create conditions for successful collaboration at organization level. And of course, it's about results, because we talk about working environment. But to create conditions, having this intention, this initiative, this aspiration, this is not something that is connected to a certain environment or another. You can already starting doing this. And of course, if today you put a bit of self-awareness, a bit of light, a bit of why I'm doing this, and a bit of what I'm doing is at this level, I think you already are in the journey, and you already own your journey towards a managerial leadership role. Customer focus, I think it's a buzzword. Everybody cares about customers. Let's not forget, customers are internal and external. Organizations are looking carefully. We live in a world where I think more and more everything that is sold becomes commodity. So if people are not coming necessarily to you as an organization, they can go to others. You definitely need to have customer focus. And this is something you can live and develop wherever you are in an organization. If you like to do HR, you need this. If you like to do engineering, marketing, legal, you have to, even legal, you have to have customer focus. What it is about anticipating customer needs, proactively meeting and exceeding customer expectations. I think we all know what's about to be a customer, internal or external. So this is a core competency, I would say, for a lot or most of the large companies. What's about at individual level? How we do exhibit this? Pretty much is about SLA, service level agreement. If we do that, that means for most of the organization and the roles that we met the expectation. We have that competency actively. We behave in line with that competency. What does the leader see? Again, have in mind that continuum is not individual or leader. I didn't put the line. I was thinking that it should be less information, but please have in mind it's a journey. And sometimes you can get back left or can go right. Sometimes the level of competency becomes more complex depending if you are a GM, general manager in a country, if you are a vice president at the headquarters, or if you are a team manager. So there are nuances, right? And things that are about understanding, experimenting, and experiencing what you have to do, what's needed. So let's see, in this case, a leader would focus on gathering customer impressions of products, services, integrating this into feedback and decision. A leader would be seeking to understand future markets and customer needs. Why not an individual contributor could do the same and practice the core competency that would be probably relevant in many organizations and environments. Okay, even a student organization could be somewhere where you could be looking for this. Good. Let's go to another one. Drive for results. Drive for results. Of course, I'm sure you recognize this. It's about delivering on commitments and seeking increasingly challenging work. How does an individual contributor do this or exhibit that has this? Works with confidence, energy, and drive, accept feedback about his or her own performance. How a leader is doing is about focusing resources, thinking, putting things together in a way, not just for the moment, but for the future as well. Right? And removing obstacles. Many times being a leader is not about doing things. It's about creating the environment for the others to do things, like removing obstacles. Develop and communicates realistic performance goals and standards. If I remember from my university time, I think I was much better at that moment than later on, because I think that there was much more passion for clarity. So I'm sure that again, some of the competencies that are rather at the leadership level, you're experiencing today as not necessarily a leader or a manager. Another one, influencing for impact. It might sound like influencing, but it's, in my view, is definitely a great competency to master, because in an environment that is very competitive, even inside of an organization, it's always a competition, it's always about deadline, it's always about priorities. So being able to influence pretty much is about connecting your objectives with the others, influencing others so you'll have impact. When you work in an international environment, influencing for impact is probably one of the top keys, because I can say from my experience, saying that you are a director many times is not enough for people to speed up, to be creative, to go extra mile. They might do their job, but if you want to have impact, you need to have the influencing for impact ability. Let's see what's this about. As an individual contributor, is approaching communications with others in a respectful manner, adapts presentation or discussion to appeal to the interest of others. I'm sure that you are all good influencers for impact in what you do. It's important again to put the line and to keep growing intentionally. If you want to, of course, to get to a certain level where you can say that, hey, I'm practicing and I developed that managerial relevant level. What's a leader doing here? He's creating enthusiasm and engagement with people at all levels of the organization, all levels, not just director to director. Acts as a trusted research and advisor to a wide network of colleagues with diverse personalities. Pretty much influencing for impact is, in a way, ability to connect with the others better. Judgment. Another competency that I think is intense and relevant, the ability to effectively scope problems, in a way to recognize, to have your own opinion where it's coming from, and to have a professional reaction, a perspective, yes, at individual level as well as leadership level. So let's see what an individual contributor does. Accurately identifies problems, generate multiple reasonable options. I think we all do. Sometimes we expect others to do, or sometimes we say that we would be doing this when we would be in a managerial role. Please look at this as something that doesn't start with management, doesn't start with leadership. Starts with your part, your role. What's a leader doing? Let's see a little bit of difference. Leads others in scoping problems by identifying key issues, input, stakeholders, and outcomes. Pretty much is helping the guy in the left of the window to do his or her judgment, to practice his or her judgment competency. that would be in summary. I selected only the core competencies, pretty much as an invitation for you to start reflecting on the leadership capabilities and leadership competencies. You're already practicing, you're already probably mastering. And in case you decide or you are on the path on a leadership, maybe to start growing towards that and recognizing yourself as a leader, because that's important. Because at recruitment moment, when someone that had no leadership experience is coming, you're not going for the managerial specific, because you acknowledge that the person maybe had no chance to practice that. Although there will be another discussion if you'd have or not through volunteering and different activities. But you want to see if that person already placed a bet on herself or himself, if that person already moved towards that. And that's probably the best place to start with the core competencies practiced at a level that is rather closer to leadership. And if the person placed a bet on himself or herself, usually there will be other people that will place a bet. Maybe not immediately, but in time they will recognize and they will say, hey, let's start the journey. Let's continue the journey together.
Brilliant.
Thank you. If you have questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was a wonderful talk that you've given, and all the issues that you've mentioned are extremely important, starting from communication to customer focus, and then result orientation. You talked about adaptability and judgment. All these competencies are extremely required, essentially required, I must say, by the youth, and which is very, very appreciated. This PowerPoint reminded me of the 21st century learning skills as well, where we say that the 4 C's, including communication, critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration, are all very important. And that aroused questions as well. I would, because of time limitation, I would just want to ask you one question, which Mirza Mudassir has said. He says that if someone has a different field, I think he's trying to say that if you're coming up from a different background, from one particular area, most probably, and you're dealing with people with different competencies, you're dealing with different teams with different skills, how are you going to exercise your leadership skills then? Because you're controlling people with different backgrounds, with different subject areas. So how do you feel that, you know, one should be able to manage a situation like that?
The question is very good. It's a bit more complex than the scope. Today, I invited you to look into the core competencies. I would say that to answer to this question, I would look at specific managerial competencies. I will look at values, right? I will look at mindset, and I would insist a bit on the values because people let's say join companies, join teams, not just because they have a job or they have a project they like. It's because they resonate, because it's about the purpose. So sometimes the diversity of the backgrounds of personality is actually the advantage for doing things. Again, it's not an easy answer, and the topic, I think, is very relevant for leadership discussion. And I hope you'll find the answer. Again, I don't think
yes, definitely,
leading a people, it's easy answer. I don't think. It's always
very right. I agree with you, and as you said yourself as well, the topic is so detailed. If we go in the you covered very smartly covered and very efficiently covered the core competencies, which are obviously which serve the purpose. What time is it in Romania at the moment?
It's a 11:45. So
okay,
is known. Yeah.
All right. Okay. We are extremely grateful, Mihai, for your time and for taking time out on a weekday, obviously, and talking to us. Thank you so much once again, and we will want to have you in future as well.
Thank you very much. Anytime, with pleasure. Appreciate your work.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
We
Thank
have
you.
a
Bye-bye.
comment from Abida saying that what are the core competencies? I think we've already discussed that. Moving on, we have the next presenter with us, Ms. Sarwat Riaz Heed. Sarwat is the traineeship consultant. She's working on self-employed basis, an educational professional with over 28 years of experience working as a personal success coach, education project manager, adult employability and English ESO lecturer. In her private life and employment spanning over 27 years, she has supported countless people to get them a voice and a respectable place in society. She has acted on their behalf, working extensively with departments such as the police, Home Office, social services, and solicitors in the UK, to name a few. In her previous role, she received the Star Award for providing life-changing pastoral services for approximately 700 plus ESOL students every year. The topic on which Sarwat will be speaking today is experiential learning and mental health, something which is very relevant and very important currently. Assalamu alaikum, Sarwat. I hope you can hear us. We can all see you, so you're good to go.
Walaikum assalam. Good morning, good afternoon, evening, wherever anybody's listening. It's lovely to be here. Gohar and I go back probably more than 2 decades now. And every now and then he kicks me into action, into doing something. God, thank you very much for having me here. It's an absolute delight and pleasure. I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm mindful of the time. I think I've come in about 10 minutes late. I'll keep it very short and sweet. I don't want people to start yawning. I'm going to be talking about, when Gohar said 28 years of experience, I feel ancient, but I started working at a very young age. I'm not told. I'll be talking more about experiential learning in regards with mental health and the stigma attached with it. As I remember myself coming from Pakistan, growing up in a culture where, and I'm hoping that things are changing now. I doubt it very much now because I'm based in the UK at the moment. I have been here for about 19 and a half years now. And there's still a huge stigma attached with mental health. As soon as somebody discloses their mental health, they suddenly start losing friendships. According to one survey here, these stats are a couple of years old, that about 73% of the people who disclose a mental health issue end up losing friendships with people. And I can understand both sides of it. It is difficult to deal with somebody who has got ongoing mental health issues. They need more attention, more time, and maybe sometimes people don't know how to deal with them. But just because there is stigma attached doesn't mean we can't talk about it. It means just the opposite. We must talk about it. Because you can't live with a broken arm. You can't be expected to work if you've got a broken bone in your arm or a leg. How can you be expected or expect yourself to carry on working normally, whatever the definition of normal is, if you've got a broken mind or a broken heart? It doesn't work like that. So I think it's about high time that we challenge that stigma. Gohar, is it possible for me to share my PowerPoint here now?
Yes, please do that. If you go to the share screen green button there,
Yeah.
it will open up the window.
Mm-hmm.
You have to open the PowerPoint first. Yeah, I think it's opening.
Can you see
There
it
we
now?
are. Yes, we can.
I first had the worst, what do you call it, the bitter experience of experiential learning when I was new in the UK. I came here and one day I just filled a paper form, an application form of some sort of survey on the internet. And in the evening, I got a phone call from America saying, you won a free holiday. So I got really excited. And obviously there's a reason why people have PhDs in marketing. This person got me so excited in a 15-minute phone call. At the end of the session, they said, can I have your credit card details? And I very happily, without thinking, gave it away. In a week's time, I got my credit card bill. They had charged me £500. At the time, on my salary back then, it took me the following 7 to 8 years approximately to pay off those £500 for the free holiday, which I never took because I didn't have the visa to the US. I wasn't going to get leave for 45 days. And I wasted £500, paid a lot of money in interest over a period of 7 to 8 years. That was the first worst experiential learning I had. And that experience taught me things that none of the books had ever taught me. Despite the fact that we grew up being told, don't trust strangers, don't give your personal information out. But here I was, somebody at the age of 29, got fooled just like that. So I thought, no, why don't they teach us at school the things we really need to learn? So I've been working with people from different backgrounds, mainly with students from, adult learners at post 16. And I've had the opportunity, I wouldn't say it's a nice opportunity, it's a very painful opportunity to go to hear people's personal experiences of extremely traumatic things that have happened in their lives. Now, going back to mental health, of course, it happens to everybody. You're born with your mind. And of course, a pregnant woman's state of mind would affect how the child is born. It sometimes has lifelong effects on the child after they're born, of how the mother was feeling during their pregnancy. When COVID-19 happened, we didn't have a choice but to look at it. Now, the stats that you can see on the screen, most of them are from the UK. Actually, a lot of them are most of them, yeah, are from the UK. The first one is related to COVID-19, where we were told that in the UK, we've experienced the same level of mental health issues that we had at World War II. So just trying to give you an idea of the magnitude of the problem. There was a very sharp increase in alcohol consumption. It just shot up. And obviously when alcohol goes up, a lot of other problems come with it. The UK has recorded the highest drug-related death percentage this year during COVID. Alcohol consumption then also led to the highest recorded domestic abuse cases. It's worthy to note that in the UK, every week, 2 women die from domestic abuse-related injuries in the UK. Every week, 2 women die. 1 in 4 people, according to UK stats, in 1 year's time would go through some sort of mental health issues in the span of 1 year. This was especially something that's quite close to my heart, is because I've seen some in my personal circle, a couple of very young males took their lives, one at the age of 44, one at the age of 24. And that's something you can't ignore it. You've got to talk about it. You've got to look at it and see what can be done about it. In the Project 84 is a project that we started in the UK, not we, other people did. So this was named after the 84 men a week that take their lives in the UK alone. 84 men a week. That is 1 man every 2 hours. Considering all of these stats in your mind, keeping these in your mind, when COVID happened, we saw a sharp decline in student engagement, despite the fact that there was a government initiative where we provided students with laptops. We provided them with dongles, the internet dongles. So if they didn't have internet at home, we paid for their internet. Staff members, I remember myself and other staff members, we cooked food and took to people who were either homeless or didn't have a home to stay in, or were very, very poor, could not afford food. We printed resources, educational resources, and delivered it at their houses. We also did risk assessments on a lot of our students. So I was talking about 700 students in my department, the ones that I was personally responsible for, and those that we knew of, all the teachers knew of that had severe mental health case issues or domestic abuse issues. We conducted risk assessments on them every week, and we made sure that we gave them at least 1 to 2 phone calls per week. Despite all of that, mental health issues shot up and student engagement went right down. Now, before I move any further, I'd like you to know that the kind of learners that we deal with. In my department alone, we've got 3 different kinds of learners, ESOL department. The first one are European migrants who come from parts of Europe for better employment opportunities to the UK. Excuse me. The second category is spouses from outside the UK who've married a British citizen and then moved to the UK. These spouses are usually, not always, but most of the times are from extremely deprived areas of Pakistan and come to the UK with either very little or no education at all. And they are, in a lot of cases, subjected to extremely high levels of domestic abuse, constantly being threatened with being deported. We've helped women who were locked up in their houses for a couple of years. There are several cases of rape, being raped at other family members, by other family members other than the husband. We've had men. People think that domestic abuse happens only to women. That is a huge misconception. We've had men who were physically burnt by their mothers-in-law for taking 20 pounds out of their own wage. I mean, the issues that these people face, our students face, are incredibly inhumane. It is heartbreaking. Asylum seekers and refugees, most asylum seekers, by the time they reach us, and they could be as young as 16 when they reach us, would have faced more trauma than a normal person would face in their entire life. And these are children who have probably left home at the age of 9 or 10. That's those who make the journey and reach us alive in one piece. And the minimum issues we are looking at are trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder, lost family members. Some have had their entire family members stand in front of them and shot in their heads. They've seen rape in front of their eyes, their own mothers and sisters and daughters. So the trauma that they deal with, they bring to us, is just unimaginable. Suicide is a very, very common thing. And I mean, again, a large number of these asylum seekers and refugees are single young male. As probably you can see on the screen, forced labor, that's because they don't know the language, or they know very little of it, they don't know the system. And then you put them after having such a traumatic experience, after traveling for about 4,000 to 5,000 miles on foot, or by water, or by swimming, that's how they reach here, or hanging by the wheels of a plane. By the time they come here, they're extremely broken and shattered. And to expect such an individual under those circumstances to be able to learn, I think is a bit of a kind of abuse. So if we don't look at mental health issues and the stigma that's attached with it, and why people do not report it, learning cannot happen. Although they're experiencing all of this mental health issues, where sometimes they're just completely blank. A student would come to class and you're talking to them and you know they're mentally not there. You just know. Sometimes one of them would just completely walk out of the class without any reason, and you know it's a flashback. So we had to accommodate these students, we had to take out all the resources from our courses, which had anything to do with war, blood, abuse. We would give them a warning before we deliver a lesson to say that these have got images that may upset some people. But without actually speaking and going deep inside a person's mind, you can't really fully support them. While this individual is experiencing all of this nightmare on their own. And please note here that the houses in the UK, and the weather is extremely cold. Lack of sunlight causes more depression. The houses are very, very small. Go over, tell you how some of the double bedrooms are basically just a shoebox. You put a single bed in there and you've barely got the space to walk. So under those living circumstances, you don't have your family with you. You've suffered abuse. You've suffered extreme problems in your life. Then you come here, second language, you're racially being abused. People don't understand what you're going through. Learning is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So during this COVID, what happened was, one of the questions we had to ask was, why do people not disclose what's happening? They're experiencing it. Why don't they disclose it? And some of the reasons, I've put Prince Harry's photo there, and I'll come to that in a second of why I've put his photo there. Some of the reasons is that the stigma. The main reason is stigma, because people would start calling you a mental case, not case. I know in Pakistan, and I'm sure this is the case in many other countries, when I was there, you would become ineligible for marriage. Heaven forbid that you're a woman, you're born with the wrong gender, so your place in society has already been determined, and then you disclose to someone that you've got depression. Nobody wants to marry you now. Promotions at work, never mind promotions, people would start calling you, oh, she or he is a bit of a nutcase. Oh, stay away. They're always talking about their problems. They're never happy. The last one is toxic masculinity, which is something I want to talk, that's really close to my heart. Being the mother of a son, that's very, very important. We raise our sons by telling them from the age of 2 or 3, don't cry like a girl, man up. What does being man up even mean? And what do you have to do to be a man? Do you have to become a stone? Do you have to have a heart of stone? I keep telling my students, especially boys, especially men, as old as 60 or 50 or whatever, that it's okay, perfectly okay to cry. It's perfect. God has made your eyes exactly the same for men and both men and women. Yes, there are biological differences between males and females. Even the root of your hair is different. The size of a male and a female heart is different, but then the size of their bodies are different. But the tear ducts are common in both of us. And God's put that there as a means of catharsis, that when your heart and your mind is broken, take it out. Stop telling your boys to man up. It does not mean anything. All we are doing is shutting the doors of communication. And behind that closed door, the problem is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Hence Harry's photograph there. I believe he was 12, 13 when Princess Diana passed away. And at this age, this poor little child who's just had an explosion in his life, and he doesn't know what to do with it, What did the royal family do? Put him in public on a world stage where the whole world was watching him, walking behind his mother's hearse. How do you think this little child has grown up with all of that sort of trauma? No wonder at this age now, after penting up all of that pain and poison in his mind, he's finally rebelled against the royal family. And I'm not taking sides here. I respect people's opinions about Meghan Markle or Prince Harry or the royal family. But the thing is, he's a classic example, a very good example of toxic masculinity. He's a man, he's a celebrity, he's not allowed to show emotion. Why not? Now look what's happened. The two brothers, the thing that hurts me the most is the two brothers are not talking to each other now. Over what? This could have been sorted a long, long time ago. And I think most of us can resonate with that example. How many of us, family members, break up because tiny issues then turn into big issues because we don't talk, especially to men. I mean, we women are almost expected to cry at everything. If you see a spider, people think they're going to cry. If you see a cockroach, people think they're going to cry. Why don't we give the same stage to our boys as well? Give them that open stage to talk. And this is what happened when COVID happened. It left no choice but to talk. And we thought, we have been delivering training on mental health. Why aren't these people coming and talking to us? Because I personally knew that some of my male students were on the verge of taking their own lives. Why weren't they coming forward? Pandemic, in a way, and I don't mean to sound disrespectful to anybody, pandemic has changed our lives for the better in some ways. The things that we never looked at before are now at the forefront, and we are talking about them. Bart Simpson, we made our learners, we started doing therapy homework. I don't know if people are aware of that or not. Therapy homework is when you're suffering from mental health issues, be it phobia or trauma or whatever, could be just self-confidence. Your therapist would give you certain exercises to work at home. It could be just making a list of what's good in your life, what's bad in your life. That's therapy homework, and think and engage with that mindfully. That's what we started doing with our male students and female students. And a lot of the things then started coming out. So people who were experiencing all of those mental health issues and trauma and whatnot had now started learning about it. We gave them the tools and the words and the vocabulary and the stage, most importantly, a platform, a safe place to come and talk, to get help. And the first step in solving any of these problems is to actually accept that there is a problem. We question their prejudices. If you're a man, why shouldn't you cry? Why shouldn't you? What does it mean to be a strong man? Or what does it mean to be a man? Or what does it mean to grow up? Or what do you have to do to grow up? And here, another interesting thing was noted that both genders, male and females, were educated. Men were educated about their masculinity. They were taught to be that it's okay not to be okay. You can cry if you're a man. It doesn't make you any less of a man. And women were told to then accept that man, instead of being constantly judgmental about, oh, look at him, he's crying like a woman. No, he's crying like a man. Let's just zip up and let's change our vocabulary, the way we deal with these things, because we are all experiencing it. Why not learn about it and learn and deal with it? A better outcome would come out. I've put Bart Simpson over there because in Homer Simpson, I know that this is a very dry and probably a stressful subject. Bart Simpson, I mean, Homer Simpson, if you saw him, I think a lot of people can relate to that. Never actually had much to do with bringing his children up other than earning. But every single time Bart did something, he would just go there and you little. And that was a typical role model at the time. I think going back then, the fathers were just there to earn and be this horrible person in the house that everybody was scared of. And then the man himself, the father himself, also expected to maintain that. The mothers would threaten their children saying, let your father come home. Wait till I tell your father about this. Let's break those stereotypes. Let's break those stereotypes. There's absolutely no need for that. I mean, I, for one, have never told my son, he's 8.5 at the moment, to stop crying like a girl. And by God, he is a little teenager in the body of an 8.5-year-old. He can cry. So I hope that by doing this, by teaching our students about their experience of mental health, we are now seeing, I mean, there's still a lot of work to do. We are now seeing male students, as well as women, of course, as I said, that women are far more forthcoming with their issues, that men are now coming and opening up about their mental health issues very openly. And hopefully, I expect actually that the society would change its attitudes and we expect to live in a better place. And hopefully that rate of suicide, male suicide all over the world I wholeheartedly pray and hope that would soon come down. Long way to go. Thank you very much for having me. Have I taken my 15 minutes?
Thank you so much, Sarvat. We wanted to listen more from you. Actually, you were saying things which are very relevant to, I mean, Pakistan as well as obviously your part of the world. The topic that we were talking was extremely important, because I think at the moment we are facing the same issue. Over here, it's the stigma associated with any sort of ailment or disease to do with mental things. And people don't really recognize that at the first place. I have a question for you. Ms. Iram Sayed is asking, how do I deal with someone telling me what to do and how to deal with mental issues? Now, that's one part of the question. I want to ask another part as well. This is for people who tell others that they're facing some sort of mental issues. We have over here a lot of people, a majority of people, that's my assessment, are those who actually don't even accept it at the first place. So how do we deal with a situation like that? What do you suggest on that?
Very good question. First of all, there's a training that we've been delivering here in the UK, which is called mental health first aid. We all know what first aid is. When somebody's physically injured, you go and help them. Right? You don't treat the issue, but you help them in the meantime while professional help arrives. There is something called mental health first aid, and I'll very briefly tell you what it is. It is that a lot of us don't have understanding of how to deal with a mental health problem, right? If somebody comes to you, or if you have a mental health issue, you don't know. Let's say if somebody's come to you and they tell you that they're feeling really rough, the first thing to do is zip up, listen. And listen to understand. Do not listen to respond. That's the mistake most of the listeners make, is that we listen and very quickly give them judgment. For example, I know growing back in my time in Pakistan, one of the things we were told was, brave people don't cry. Or just put a smile and face it, deal with it. Everybody, look at the world around you. People have got much bigger problems. Yes, they do. But I have a problem as well, which is stopping me from moving on in my life. The first thing we need to do is listen without being judgmental. Right? Be there. And I know it can be time consuming. I know it can be emotionally grating for the person who's listening. First of all, listen to them, right? And then slowly say, okay, there is a problem. I'm glad that you've disclosed it. Let's do something about it. Now that's the next question. What do you do about it? I know there's a huge stigma attached still in Pakistan. If you go to see a mental health support worker, it's going to be, people are going to laugh at you. Don't listen to them. Trust me. It's easier said than done, but don't listen to them. Anybody who's not there in time of your difficulty is not worth being there in time of your happiness. If they're not there, and people who are laughing at you, who are calling you names, it is more reflective of their mindset instead of yours. Those people need to be educated. Those people need to be educated. And unfortunately, obviously, where in societies where basic survival is an issue, people talking about mental health is going to be right at the bottom of their priorities. But that's not an excuse any longer acceptable now. I don't think we can keep accepting. We need to educate. Like this platform today, wonderful, brilliant. And I'll be very happy to deliver further training if need be. I'll be very happy to share my resources. I'll be very happy to come and talk to you. Once that you've listened without being judgmental, then go and educate yourself. I mean, there are websites, wonderful websites, and the one's called Mind. Here, the one with the use in the UK, very, very informative. Teaches you about mental health, different mental health issues in a very simple manner. You need to, don't self-diagnose, because that's a problem a lot of people do. We go and Google our
we're doctors, you know, we do everything in our
and then it turns out hypochondria turns out and says, oh my god, I've got 20 illnesses. No, just because you've cried for a week doesn't mean you've got depression, right? Just because you haven't eaten today doesn't mean you've got an eating disorder. Go to an expert, play your role as being a non-judgmental listener, educate yourself and educate others. It's not going to happen overnight. It's a long thing. Even here in the UK and Europe and America, there is still a huge stigma attached. Huge. The thing is, unless we educate ourselves, zip up, listen, understand, take it in, things are not going to change. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so very much, Sarvat. It was so enlightening and very timely, I must say. Your talk also reminded me on the fact that we need training on effective parenting as well. I mean, we have a lot to learn from mothers like you who are trying to give the message that, you know, regardless of gender, you need to make sure that people grow up with with normal human instincts, which is really appreciated. Thank you so much once again. So,
Pleasure.
you know, I'm
Pleasure.
a big fan of yours. All of you
Bless
know
you.
that.
Thank you. Ditto. Thank you
Thanks
very
a
much.
lot,
Have a
Sagar.
great day. Great work, guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And with that, with a very enlightening quote from Samat, I would just read the words of Edward James, who said, "Education is the vaccine for violence." So since we are talking about vaccines these days for COVID, education remains the vaccine for violence as well. We have the next presenter, Dr. Atifah Usmani. Dr. Atifah Usmani is a well-known name in the field of education. She is an associate professor at the University of Home Economics. She is a PhD holder in an interesting domain. Her doctorate was themed on political cartooning. And during her 22 years of experience, she wore many hats, like the hat of a teacher, a curriculum designer, researcher, and much more. She's also a member of the AGC Curriculum Committee for her subject of home economics. She is also a freelance newspaper contributor, and her areas of interest for writing are social and cultural issues, art and visual culture, and shared societal constructs. The topic on which Dr. Usmani is going to speak today is understanding art, history, and visual culture through experiential learning. Let's cordially welcome Dr. Atifah Usmani. Dr. Usmani, if you're there, can you please unmute yourself? And there you go. Thank you for joining us, by the way.
Introduction. And hello, everyone. I hope all of you can listen to me. The audio is audible, right?
Dr. Usmani, sorry, I'm interrupting. Yes, we can listen to you, but if you could speak a little louder, that'll be very helpful.
Okay, sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Just let me know if I'm good. Can you hear me now?
It's definitely better now. It's better.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So again, hello, everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. It's a wonderful forum we are at. I have learned so much till now and almost forgetting what I was to say here. Okay. So as a student and a teacher of art and design, I am convinced that art is not a discipline. It's a way of life, actually. And it is so deeply enmeshed and so embedded in any given culture, in the fabric of any given culture, owing to the makers of art, the creative human endeavors, the creative human ventures, that the element of creativity and inventiveness and innovation and ingenuity, imagination, they all lie at the very heart of any artistic endeavor. So being able to, conceive an idea and then being able to manifest that idea into a palpable, perceptible, tangible form is akin to an act of divine creation, albeit metaphorically, yeah. But that is how the visual culture down the centuries has been created and evolved and developed. And that is how we decode and decipher the art history that is around us, that we have seen, down the centuries. When we open our art history books, whenever we are onto watching a documentary, whenever we are at a museum, it's like a time traveling experience. So being an art history teacher and a teacher of design and cultural studies, simultaneously, I believe that a student-teacher relationship in a classroom environment is a very reciprocal one. It's a very synergistic one. It's collaborative learning, basically. So the challenge that I face while teaching art history is that the threadbare, cliched style of teaching any history thing, if not particularly the art history, but when we are talking about history, you cannot just make the students just sit there and open their books and, just go on chronologically speaking and learn what this and that era produced and this and that artist produced in those times. It doesn't work that way. There is a whole lot of context that is involved, the hows, the whys, the whats, the whens. They needed to be answered. But when the students are there in your class and they are there with, you know, the new age students, the children, the young minds who are very highly energetic, just to make them sit there and, you know, start telling them that this happened then and that happened then, they are like, you know, why are we even reading that? They are like, you know, what is the need of learning all that? Why can't I get down to doing my own art? Why can't I get down to doing my own thing, which I do, which I do best? Now, here is the challenge. You know, here is where the experiential learning thing comes, that you have to make them understand all those hows and whys and whens in a better way. You know, you just cannot tell them, as for example, if you are telling them about Paleolithic cave paintings or Neolithic rock shelter paintings or the hieroglyphs or the cuneiforms or the Egyptian pyramids or the Greek orders or, you know, the early Christian mosaics, Byzantine mosaics and Gothic architecture and the philosophies of Neoplatonism and humanism that inspired Renaissance and, you know, the grandiosity and dynamism of Baroque and sublime and awe of Romanticism and so on and so forth, coming down to the ensuing modern art movements. So you just cannot keep on telling them, you know, just download all of that in your system and, you know, you are good to go. No, but simultaneously, they need to also learn that it doesn't happen like that, that you can create your art in isolation, because no art is divorced from its cultural context. You know, it is created in something. There's a whole lot of things going on. And when we are talking about the visual culture, you know, whatever is visible, whatever appears, whatever is there to be seen has so phenomenally affected, impacted us as audience, as the ones who are experiencing it all the time. You know, this digital revolution in itself is such a paradigm shift of astronomical scales, actually. So when you are there, there is so much help now. You know, few decades earlier, you were good to go only with the books and the images there, and maybe you can go to museums and stuff like that. And in our part of the world, even that is like, you know, very limited. So now you have the help. You can tell the person. When I am in my class, I always make the students and say, okay, just let's watch 10,000 BC. Let's watch, you know, Neolithic. Let's watch the Medici. Let's watch the Impressionists from the BBC. So, you know, all these things make you relate this media of film. I know that's fiction, right? But then that's art as well. So, you know, you get the whole context more clearly. You get to understand that how they used to dress up, what was the socioeconomic condition back then, how people lived back then, what were the challenges back then, the whole religious, social, psychological, economic conditions of those times, you know, they come alive when we are experiencing through that medium of film. But then we are going to go further with this idea of experiential learning, how we can, you know, go further there. I will be sharing my presentation now.
Atifah, are you able to share the PowerPoint?
Wait up, I lost the screen somewhere, I don't know. Can I get back? Yeah, wait, sorry. All right, here I am. Okay, I hope it's visible now, and I'll be going.
It is visible, yes. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that's my topic, we know all that. So there are different approaches for that, like discussions, peer tutoring, internships, field trips, mentorship programs, active history projects for museums, and student employment opportunities. Some of you have discussed and will be discussing all that. I'm going to talk about my own roadmap since we are like short of time. So exposure to the subject would go on to ideation and conceptualization, and then hands-on experience that would lead to experimentation and execution, and then the creative learning. And, the circle goes on. So how do I go about in my class is that when the student learns this very idea that art is embedded in culture, and whatever they want to create has to be a part of the whole process. I mean, the whole art that has been created till date brought it to this level. So you cannot think that whatever you are going to be creating is going to be something exceptionally innovative or new. It will be, yes, innovative. It will be original, yes. But you would have learned the whole process by now and how things work in relevance with where you are at that specific point in time. So while you do that, you learn to create something new, you learn to create something viable, you learn to create something innovative and interesting. But from here comes the other interesting step, that you tell them, you give them a problem, you tell them, okay, all right, let's work on this movement. This is your problem, work on this movement and bring an art project, an innovative art project from here. And, and you just tell them to make their own judgments and their own informed opinion if they were, being able to tap into that collective consciousness and be transported to that time period and be with those people, like with the Impressionists, as for example, and think how would they be creating their art. And then you tell them to create something out of it. Then they would dig in deep and they would learn and they would create, and that would make them learn better again, so it's one thing leading to the other, to the other, to the other, and back to the main first step. So I am going to be sharing 2 examples from the works of the student of art and design. This is a regular kind of drill. All art people must be knowing it, that you give them certain problems or they bring their inspirations and they create designs out of that. And that is how they would be learning about, like the first one, this one is about love and this one is about carnival. So, you can go on creating a design from a construct or from a real thing in your available in your visual culture. And that is how the projects are then made. Any student is free to make anything that he or she wants. And, if you are creating something like this, which is a storage box with the theme of Vanity Fair, and you can see all the things it's been printed upon with multiple mixed media techniques. So here is how we, or I, teach my class. I, as for example, had given them this problem of surrealism and asked them to, make it with the techniques that they are working in. So they came up and I asked them to, go and tap into their own subconscious mind and think and dream about it and bring something surreal that they can also relate with. You do not have to emulate, or replicate the artwork of others, but you have to learn from them, take inspiration, and then, just make something which is as surreal to you. So that is how projects like these were created. Like this one is in fiber art, and it's a 3D project. This one was like textile art and papier-mâché, and this is fiber art and paper 3D project. Here, there is textile art. This is also a 3D project. Here, it's a panel, and you can see the fantasy coming alive of the girl with the brands and everything. So this is how she created her artwork in mixed media, textile and fiber art. Okay, this is an interesting piece. It is done in terracotta and ceramics. You can see this surreal piece of art. It is a 3D sculpture, basically, done by one of my students. And here she thought of the aggression, the pent-up aggression and energy that she has in her own self. And what if she thought that what if she was a man, and how would she be looking at the world from her mind? That is how she, created this whole thing. A lot of that, obviously, the artist could explain. Here again, it's terracotta and 3D ceramics. Again, something surreal coming on here. You can see the, movability in this very static piece. Here, another girl who would love to, fly like a butterfly. She has created this whole thing with different ideas in her mind. This is textile and fiber art, and this is also a 3D project that she made. All right, then obviously it's not about just studying, the Western art and all. We have a lot to offer. Every culture has a lot to offer. So when we are doing the cultural studies, we have so many different things when we ask them to, orient themselves with the things that are present around us in our own visual culture. This is Lahore railway station. It's a place of artistic legacy and the colonial. We have inherited it from the British Raj actually when they made it after 1857. And it's a place that is a place where stories are woven, people reunite and people, leave. And that is how the girl was asked to, or all the students were asked to, for the project of city orientation, that they would go and do and find something of their interest, which they can relate to and which they can, bring with them and just reproduce them with how they have perceived those things. So here you can see that junction, that platform, more paintings from the same student. Here you can see that this old man is here. So it's not just an old man who is a passenger. You can see that idea of hope that he's going to be reunited with his family maybe, and the idea of so many years that are written on his face, and the duffel bags that he is carrying and everything. And then the other painting in which you can see the passing train and the idea of the movement that the girl has very successfully captured with the porters standing there. And then the passengers, speaks for itself. The rough and the downtrodden look of the carriage, and the people passengers, of course, suggesting the third class carriage, which she captured, and speaks a lot about the culture as well, where the ladies are veiled and one of them is like looking away and stuff like that. Such things make a very viable part of our visual culture. Then the coolies or the porters, just standing and waiting that somebody would, be generous enough to call for them and hand over them their luggage so that they could save a few bucks, they could make a few bucks. Then another piece in terracotta, and here, this is also city orientation. You can see the idea of houses and mosques and stuff like that. And then it is whole patterned stuff, whole patterning of the old and the new. Then for the same kind of problem, here is the region of Cholistan. It's collage and mixed media here. Here also, she has used mixed media techniques here to portray this musician from that region of Cholistan. Then this is the art of Multan. Inspiration is coming from the blue pottery. That is how she created her basic palettes. And then she created this, decorative window, and it is direct printing, not painting. It is printing on wood with different techniques like stenciling and stuff. And then she has made these furniture pieces and storage pieces. And then with Village Life of Punjab, here she has made a kiosk like the vendors have, and it is, if you see all the tiles, these are all techniques in fabric. This is all fabric art, all textile here, all being printed. So all the kiosk is made that way. And this hookah is also a fabric sculpture, basically. This is how she is, learning to how the students are learning to tap into, get aligned with our own culture and bring it to light in an artistic manner. Then the same student has worked with the weaves of, the hem, the charpai that is very, we are very familiar with that sort of a bed. And here are the weaves. And this is how she has made it in terracotta tiles and all these pots and everything. And she has made this heart kind of a thing. And, you know, these are like her imagination coming to life. And so I would be, with the end of my presentation, I would just be suggesting that it is about time that we move on to, you know, more if whenever we are teaching art history and cultural studies, it is always better to go on for experiential learning, because the tried, cliched, you know, manner of classroom learning is no more viable for the students. That is not how they are going to be learning much. We need to, you know, go for active experiences and ask the students to indulge in that, and only then they'll be able to create something of worth, something of vitality. And I would also like to say that creativity is everybody's own teacher. It's we as educators, we as teachers can only, you know, be mentors to our students who can, you know, help them navigate through the waters of creativity, no matter how shallow, how deep, how calm, how tumultuous. They have to find their way, because creating art is a journey of self-exploration, essentially. That would be my summing up line. Thank you so much. I'm open to questions.
That is just awesome, Dr. Atifah. Thank you so much for the presentation and showing us the work as well. That was a real good demonstration of experiential learning that you are, mashallah, doing it so very well. I am very delighted to see the work of the students, the inspiration that they and the themes, wonderful themes, especially the terracotta work was just brilliant. We have time limitation, but I just request you to answer this one question, which is how experiential learning will have impact on the religious art. I don't know if we are doing any religious art in home economics college, or I mean, I'm not an expert to answer that. How would you respond to this comment, please?
Okay, all right. By the term religious art, I would understand we are talking about manuscript illuminations or book illustrations, because that is all. If we are talking about only our own religious art, if
yes,
in our Pakistani context we are talking. So when we are talking about religious art, it's like architecture there, it's like architectural inscriptions, calligraphy, manuscript illuminations and stuff like that. We don't have figurative much here, you know. So when we are talking about that in experiential learning, it's a very interesting and, you know, easy to do thing. You can make yourself an apprentice with someone who we have so many people here who are not associated with, you know, colleges and universities, but they have that beautiful art in them, and they have been teaching since ages. And they have been actually making these calligraphies on the buildings, on, you know, billboards, on different things. One can always go and learn from them. You know, it's not always has to be an art institute. You won't be getting much from there if we are strictly talking about religious art. So one has to be, you know, out in the field, and there are lots of. I have been attending so many workshops on calligraphy myself, and there are awesome teachers out there. And they can, you know, teach so much. If you have to, you know, orientate yourself with specifically religious art in Pakistan, then of course this is the way you can, you know, learn as much as you want and be a part of a team. You know, we have these heritage projects going on all the time, our Lok Virsa projects going on all the time. Go and volunteer yourself and be the one who brings the change, and be the one who experiences through learning, and, you know, come up with something new. You can bring at least the abstract into the religious art. That
absolutely,
I think.
Absolutely, very well answered. Once again, thank you so very much, Dr. Atifah Usmani. It was a pleasure listening to you, and I'm sure you've actually given a lot of inspiration to our students as well who are watching you, and the work of the student was brilliant, I must say that. Once again, we appreciate your time, Dr. Saiba. I will use the words by John Keats, and then we'll move on to the next presenter. Give the students something to do, not something to learn. And the doing is of such a nature as to demand thinking. Learning naturally results. So now again, I think this was practically demonstrated by the presenter, by Dr. Usmani. We move on to the next presenter, who is Mr. Shahnawaz Chugtai. Mr. Shahnawaz Chugtai is the CEO of Guddu Shani and BTech Digital Incorporation and a co-founder of Propel, an institute for the workforce with an innovative mindset and advanced skills. Currently, they are operating the website www.btechdigital.com as an innovation lab from Pakistan and the USA, building different ventures, offering to consult for frameworks of a structured approach, innovation as service, brand experience design, and data-driven creativity. Mr. Shahnawaz Chugtai, we know him as Shani, is going to speak today on importance of design thinking for innovation economy. So, Shani, over to you now. Assalamu alaikum and thank you so much. So, I'm personally very delighted that you are with us today.
Thank you very much, Dor. Thank you very much. So I will share my screen so that we can start our presentation. Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can very well see it. Thank you.
Okay, perfect, perfect. Okay, so I have specifically chosen this topic, importance of design thinking for innovation economy, which will actually cover the whole part of experiential learning and why it is important for the future of our country. So I have divided my presentation into two parts. I will talk about what is design thinking for the students, of course. I'm sure that the panelists over here are well aware of this concept, but I will like to introduce the concept to the students so that they can also be a beneficiary of this thing. And then I will connect the whole process of design thinking and experiential learning with the innovation economy, that how it can contribute a lot for development to trigger innovation economy in the country. So my name is Shani. You have already introduced me very well. I will not go in much detail. So I will start with the simplest definition of design thinking. The simplest definition of design thinking is that just thinking like creative people or like designers who develop solutions through a systematic process. So when I say that thinking like designers, design students can relate to it, that there is a certain systematic process to develop a design, from their brief to final design and then the execution of that design. So there's a systematic process, but even simpler than the design process is just like thinking like a creative person. So as a core, design thinking focuses on understanding people's needs and finding the best solution to meet those needs through innovation. It actually is the name of solving a problem through better ways. So when I say that is the process of understanding people's needs, that means it can be your customers, it can be your students, it can be your population. So this concept is applicable to almost everyone. It is applicable to the governments, it is applicable to the institute, it is applicable to the stakeholders of education designers, it's applicable to the commercial organizations, because everything has to be centered around the humans. In other words, we call it human-centered approach, where we place the humans in as a nucleus of our thoughts and our strategic plan or our tactical moves. So design thinking at a core is the name of focusing and understanding people's needs. And then when you understand the people's needs, then you focus on developing solutions around the needs rather than developing solutions or suggesting something out of your own perception. So it is used to design. This is a technique, this is a tool, this is a methodology. You can name it in different ways, you can use it in different ways, but generally it is used to design new projects. It is designed to it is used to design new products, new services, and to create new economic activities. It is also used to optimize the current activities. So there are in other words, you can think you can understand it like if you have a certain process or a certain cost of doing for any activity, if you think like a creative person, you can resolve it in a cheaper cost through a cheaper cost solution. But if you think like a mathematician or a scientist who would say that, okay, 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, then you will be boxed into a certain ideology. But if you try to find the solution of the similar problem, the same problem, from the perspective of a creative person who might think that 2 plus 2 is equal to 22, or why not 24, then you are actually thinking out of the box. And whenever you think out of the box, you can get better solutions. So this kind of solutions can be used to optimize your current processes or to create new ideas and new economic activities. In general, by default, Allah has created all of us as innovation machines, and we have new needs and problems constantly, and we address those needs constantly. And there is no survival of human beings without resolving their problems. Just imagine how many problems do you have in one day, one single day? Whatever is the number of the problems, smaller or bigger, you constantly resolve them. You have to go to college, you need a commune system, you would call a cab or get a bike or whatever mean that you use. So there is a problem, you resolve it through a solution. And then there are certain problems that you think about them and you think about parallel ways of resolving those problems. So anything, any problem that comes in every hour or every day or every year, human beings are designed to resolve those problems instantly or creatively. That is by default in our nature. For example, the caveman started firing the light through stone. With the evolution of human beings, we thought that we should improvise the process, and we invented matchboxes, and later we invented lighters. Similarly, from traveling on camels in caravans to the first car, and now the electronic car revolution in the world. So what's happening? There is a problem that you have to travel on camels, which takes too many days to reach to your destination. You invented a car which was operating through diesel or petroleum. But in recent years, the humanity understood the problems coming connected with the petroleum industry, or the problems connected with this conventional vehicle. So someone thought of the idea and resolved this huge problem, which has caused too many wars in this century just because out of the petroleum demand and the petroleum ownerships. So someone came with an idea of electronic car and resolved the whole big problem. So this is one really good example of design thinking. Then a recent decade, and the coming decades are called the century of innovation, the technology, and the innovation economy. So there are different parameters. Those are actually building this innovation economy. For example, resolving problems through technology. In recent years, you have seen the evolution of platforms like Uber and Cream, who have resolved such a big problem of your commune. Just imagine, we all have experienced this in our families and in our personal lives, that just 3 to 4 years back, our women used to travel on this type of cluttered buses, or they were pretty much dependent on their families, their brothers, their fathers to drop them to universities, just an example, or their workplaces. But did anyone imagine to traveling our women with strange drivers, with strangers? So over here now in 2021, we can see that our women confidently can travel with strangers, but the whole problem and all the problems, all the tiny problems connected to this big issue is resolved through design thinking, through technology. So we can, many people ask me that, like, we understand design thinking, but like, who can take advantage of that design thinking thing? So my answer is very simple, and I say that everyone: students, teachers, industry, working professionals, doctors, carpenters, electricians, even homemaker women, couples, friends, and from the lowest tier of workers in your industry to the C-level, from families to businesses. So design thinking is actually applicable everywhere. So as I mentioned earlier, that this enables you to think out of box. Naturally, everyone is creative and can resolve problems creatively. For years and years, creative people and designers had been manipulating creativity and has been connecting this creativity, the feature of creativity, with themselves. That's absolutely false. I am also a creative person, and I have spent 16 years in creative industry. But today I claim that we all had been playing a bit false, because creativity is not ownership of a designer or a certain creative person graduated from a certain art school. This is one feature that Allah Ta'ala has injected in everyone as a DNA. So we see a lot of creativity happening around us, a lot of people resolving their human problems through creativity. For example, these are a couple of examples. You might find it funny, and actually, while researching on all these things, I was shocked, not shocked actually, but I was surprised that on over internet, every such thing is like projected as something funny. But for me, as a creative person or as a design thinker, this is not funny. This is huge, big problem solutions by humans and for humans. So just imagine that all we use the word jugaad. This is like common in our society. We resolve our problem through some sort of jugaad in a way or other. So just imagine about this type of the bike. Just imagine about this kind of bicycle. Why did this guy created this bike with a solar panel and two fans? Such a brilliant solution. So there was a problem. He picked that problem. He tried to resolve it creatively. Was he a graduate of some art student? No. The inventor of this type of bicycle, I call these guys inventors because they are real inventors. Look at this rickshaw with a room cooler and a backup water and a whole mechanism to operate a fan and keep him cool. And this on the right hand, very, very basic problem resolving thing. So the purpose of showing all these things is that this is design thinking. This is just unintentional design thinking. This is just unintentional creative process of a common person. On the other hand, if we adopt a systematic process, just like designers do, then you can actually excel a lot. You can achieve a lot more if we just adopt a process. I will not go in details of the process, but just to highlight that the step number one is always researching about the humans, researching about your target audience, be it students or your consumers. Then define the problems, because when you start hunting the problem, there is a bigger problem that you find a lot of problems. So you have to prioritize, you have to list down, and you have to mark the biggest problems, and then ideate. then think about the solutions of those problems, that how can you resolve it? Sit with people, sit with your peers, sit with your class fellows, your friends, talk about the problem and ask their ideas. So this is sort of a crowd thinking process where you involve too many people to ideate a concept, rather than you're using your own perception that, okay, I have a great idea and I will do this and I will do that. Rather than doing that, ideation is a crowd thinking process over here in design thinking. Then you come up with a solution. And then rather than developing that solution as a product and launching it in the market, you develop a prototype. You test it with the right target audience, and then you can actually repeat this process until you get a minimum viable product. You can jump to any process, any step. There is no order, there is no hardcore order for this design thinking process, because you, as I explained, that you do it every day. A lot of people, a lot of Pakistanis, a lot of Indians, and a lot of humans around the world, they use jugars to resolve their problems, which is not different than design thinking. As a designer, as an educated people, we can just follow a process which can help us to do better than a common person. It's the benefit of this whole process is that it's a human-centered pathway to innovation. There are a lot of innovators who do invent, but most of the innovations happening around the world are not human-centered. So design thinking makes sure that whatever you're trying to innovate or whatever you want to create, even if you want to create a education system, if you want to create an experiential learning education system, then it has to be human-centered. And in education, humans are our students. So I have highlighted a couple of things that how can design thinking for education system be beneficial. We can design a new student-centered learning experience. So now just imagine that whatever we, as from the academia side or from the industry side, whatever we think is all our own perception. Students are very important stakeholders of this whole system. So we have to involve them into the process of developing this experiential learning system for them, because this has to be designed for them. They can understand their own problems much better than the teachers or much better than the experts of the academia. So gone are the days when we could use our own perception. We can overcome the obsolete curriculum and methodology of teachers through student-teacher collaborations. The modern terminology of teaching is it said that teaching in the future is all about learning. It's no more teaching. The teacher has to collaborate with the student to learn how to teach them, rather than this is my way and I just come in the class and you have to sit there and it is a one-way communication window as you just start listening to me and that's it. That's absolutely obsolete now. So we can develop a new generation of workforce with an innovative mindset, because when the experienced people, experienced teacher, mentor new generation in a collaboration, then definitely the whole new generation, whole new workforce will have a preset experienced mind borrowed from their teachers with their own innovative mindset. So the fusion is the future of the country and the education system. It can be used for developing optimistic and action-oriented humans. We can train students for critical thinking. We can receive feedback and adapt the method. This is the most important part. Once we design an education system, which we can easily say experience-based learning, we need to constantly learn about the feedback. We need to constantly measure the KPIs of design system, and then keep on adapting new methodology and keep on improvising it. Because believe me, in this decade and in the coming decades, there is not going to be one conventional education system. You need to constantly improvise it as per every new generation, as per every new year, the students of every new year. There will be a time, because this generation is genetically genius. You can't cheat them. You can't think about developing something for them by your own. So those are the challenges that I'm sure that all the parents over here are already faced with their own kids. So students are not different. Then how can design thinking for students help them build their future? It can be really helpful to future proof themselves, because an innovative mindset will soon be the only hiring choice for organizations compared to conventional degrees and skills. Google, Apple, and 16 other the largest organization of US have already announced that they're not going to take degrees anymore. So they will be accepting certain type of certifications, those trigger innovation. Then this may convert all student life assignments into a portfolio of innovation or successful ventures of the future, rather than just working on vague ideas and creating just like vague assignments. You can build your human-centered, customer-centered projects. Those can actually lead to like big projects in your future. Those can be capitalized as ventures in the future. And then if you adapt this ideology, this is the way the whole world is moving forward. So you will be a huge contribution to the country. This is the whole landscape, how innovation economy works. On the right hand, you can see knowledge economy, and on the left hand, you can see innovation economy. So the process is very similar, that the industry and the government invest in youth through knowledge economy, and then they produce innovative and disruptive ideas which actually create innovation economy. So now the point is learning experience. How can we plug a modern learning experience into this whole ecosystem that can trigger innovation economy in our country? So if we look at the right hand side, which is knowledge economy, and where I say industry and government, the industry and government both are very important stakeholders of the academia. So we can easily say that collectively, together with academia, they have to create a certain type of learning experience in our country that should trigger innovation economy through their certain type of teaching, through their workshop-based environment, through their bootcamp-based environment, because believe me, Pakistan has got only 4 to 5 years to overcome all the past mistakes, because more than 40% of young generation is entering into workforce, which is a big opportunity, but it's a big threat as well. So I would request the whole academia over here to start applying this ideology as soon as possible and start co-creating with the students whatever they need for their future, rather than just thinking and sitting in their offices and thinking great about themselves and their systems. Thank you very much. In the end, I would again request everyone, let's build an innovative and more productive Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shani. So very well done. And as expected, you have given really thoughtful ideas. I thoroughly enjoyed the talk that you've given, especially because it was a very good balance between the students and the academia as well. I love the framework that you've mentioned about the innovation economy, and by defining the problem, understanding, defining, ideate, and then making a prototype and testing was a wonderful thought as well. We have a question here, Shani, for you, which is from the student side. And actually, in simple words, they're trying to say, what do you suggest students to develop? How do they develop their out-of-box thinking skills? What do you suggest them to be more innovative, more creative when we're talking about experiential learning?
Okay, it's very simple. It's as simple as that I quoted that 2 plus 2 is equal to conceived as 4. Who has proven it? Like we listen to this formula right from our childhood. But that's definitely right. Someone is trying to manipulate your creativity by saying that it can be only 4. So it's very simple for students that try to think out of box, try to think about second idea, about third idea, and the fourth idea. So I always say that any idea which comes to your mind, which is the first idea, you should always reject that, because that's something which is imposed by this world, which is imposed by the conventional system, and you are trained for that idea. So if you do that idea, then that means that too many people have already done that. You cannot make your mark by doing that idea. So just simply the very basic formula of innovation is always reject first ideas. Try to reject second ideas, and then focus on the third, fourth, and fifth ideas. So the more you reject your own ideas, on your own perception, better results you can produce. So this is very simple.
Wonderful, wonderful. Chani, we want to talk a lot more with you. Hopefully, we'll have you someday.
Anytime.
We'll kidnap you and bring you over.
Thank you very much.
Because we really want our students to learn more from you, and we as academicians, because as I said earlier, for teachers as well, for educationists, your PowerPoint was very strong. It gave a very strong message of getting into student-centric approach, which reminded me of John Dewey's word I would want to quote here. We learn by example and by direct experience, because there are real limits to the adequacy of verbal instruction. Very well done, Chani. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Most welcome. We move on. I want to thank our partner, our collaborative partner, Vonbro College Ireland, for being very supportive with us and for the arrangement of the whole conference. We now move on to the next presentation, which is equally exciting. Mr. Hitendra Solanki from the UK. Hitendra, we call him Hiten. Hiten is a mindfulness and well-being advisor with London South Bank University in the UK. Hiten has been working in the development and humanitarian sector for nearly 20 years and in hunger and health related programs for over 10 years with Action Against Hunger UK. More recently, he led 3 years mindfulness and well-being project as part of the START Network Transforming Surge Capacity Program, funded by DFID under their Disasters and Emergencies Preparedness Program. As part of the well-being work at London South Bank University, over the last few years, he has also led several mindfulness-based stress reduction courses within the university. Additionally, he led a pilot research study on mindfulness-based training for PhD students and supervisors to improve well-being and student-supervisor relationships. With Hiten, we also have Nadia Imtiaz. Both of them will present together. Nadia is a researcher working with London South Bank University as a Research Awards Development Officer. She is an active member of the Crime and Justice Research Group. She is currently studying for her PhD in Human Rights Education at LSPU School of Law and Social Sciences. Her PhD research examines the use of mindfulness-based teaching methodologies for human rights education and its role in promoting interconnectedness among staff and students. Nadia has over 10 years experience delivering right-based education in secondary and further education settings. She's also trained to teach mindfulness in secondary schools using the Mindfulness in Schools projects and curriculum. The topic on which both Nadia and Hiten are going to speak is self-awareness and experiential learning. So welcome to both of you, and go ahead, please.
I want to add something, Hiten. I'm sorry. I forgot to mention my role in STEP altogether.
Yes, I also forgot to mention that I told Nadia has over 10 years experience. She does not have 10 years. She's my age mate, so we have more than 20 years of experience. Yes, Nadia. And
Gohar, she's still 21. She's still 21, Gohar, yeah?
She's still 21.
Yeah, and just to add, STEP is very close to my heart, and like we work together with Gohar.
And we want you back as soon as possible once you're done with your PhD.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to have to fight over her, Gohar. So, all right. Okay, Gohar, thank you very much for that big intro. It makes my head a little bit big, so I'm going to have to try and live up to how you bigged me up a little bit. Okay, before we begin, I am going to invite everyone, including the hosts and panels, well, the hosts and panels really, because we're on a webinar, to please put your cameras on. I would like this to be interactive as best as we can. So people who presented, who are still here listening, please put your cameras on if you are able to. We would very much appreciate that. And also, I'd like to, Sonora, thank you. See, somebody's there. Okay, the other thing is, everybody who is listening, I see that there's 143 participants here. Can you make yourself known on chat? Can you say you're still here, you're still listening, you're still awake, you haven't fallen asleep, you're not making a cup of tea or having dinner? So in the chat, say that you're still here. It'd be great to see if you are still present. That's really great. And Julian, great to see you as well. Thank you for putting your camera on as well. Respect to you, sir. We are listening. Abbas, Gohar, yes, Mohammed, Emmanuel, Abdul, brilliant. Okay, so we're alive and awake. Good. All right, we are going to do something different. You've been listening to a lot of wonderful people tell you about wonderful things, but we're going to shake it up a little bit here for the next 15, 20 minutes. So good, you're listening. Galaxy A02 is listening. Ghulam, brilliant, you're here. Hassan, you're there as well. Manihal, Sharoz, brilliant. Samia, you're there as well. Brilliant. Okay, good, good, good. All right, I am going to put the slides on. So you keep telling me that you're here, and I'm going to put the slides on. And anybody else, if you're able to put your cameras on, I would love if you can put your cameras on. Okay, let's get some interaction going on here. Okay, let's share the screen, and I will share the slides here. Okay, so hopefully you should be able to see the slides here. So give me a thumbs up if you can. Good, brilliant, excellent. All right, so thank you for that intro again, Gohar. And from myself and Nadia, probably no more to say really about our introductions, but just to say that we have done a lot of work on mindful self-awareness, not only in the work that I do in the development humanitarian sector, but also in academic circles as well. So as a lecturer, as an aid worker, as a mindfulness trainer, qualified trainer from the Center of Mindfulness Research and Practice at Bangor, a little bit of work that I've done with the University of Massachusetts Medical School as well, at their Center for Mindfulness. I'm going to bring and share just a taste of some of the work that we're doing. And again, Nadia as well. Nadia, did you want to say just a couple of things about what you can bring in as well, what we're bringing in to this particular session?
I think Gohar and you have covered most of it. So let's get on because we just have over 15 minutes. So
brilliant. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Okay, so interaction. Now, for everybody who's listening and everyone who's here, may I invite everyone to stand up. Just to stand up. We're going to do this slightly differently. So Sanora, I can see you. So yeah, if you can stand up. So we're going to do this particular presentation standing up, but I'm going to sit down again because I've got to operate my laptop. But everybody else, including the people I can't see, the invitation is to stand up. We're going to do this slightly differently. Now, as you're standing up, being careful not to fall down, just for about a minute, we're going to do a little exercise here. I would like you just simply standing up, perhaps keeping a hand on a table or a chair, just to make sure you don't fall down. I'm going to invite you just to simply close your eyes, literally just to close your eyes. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to get you to stand on your head or anything like that. It's all good. So just take a moment, just quietly, just to feel the feet on the ground as you're simply standing up. So for those of you listening who aren't able to share your screens, who are still alive and awake, present, see if you can follow this just simply by closing your eyes as you stand up. Just simply feel the feet on the ground, the weight of your body on the feet as the neck comes to the floor. And just simply allow the arms to drop by the sides. And as you keep the eyes closed, just simply allow the breath to breathe as it is at this moment. So you don't need to control the breath or to change the breath. Just bring your awareness on the breath itself as the breath comes in and out of the body. Just simply allow the breath to be as it is. Just focus on the breath just for a moment or two. just for a few breaths. So just silently, just focusing on your breath, just simply as the breath breathes itself, just like a wave coming onto the shore and going back into the sea in its own rhythm. Just watch the breath come in and out of the body as you're simply standing there. So keeping your eyes closed, maintaining your position standing up, in that quiet space within yourself, I just want you to reflect on what you feel experiential means to you. So when the word experiential is presented to you, what does experiential mean to you? So just take a moment to dwell on that. Not only think about it, feel as well. What does the word bring up for you? How do you feel when you think about the word experiential? What thoughts come to mind? Allow yourself to really just feel and be present. What does experiential mean to you? Okay, so gently then, remaining standing, the invitation now is just to come back to the breath, just for a few more breaths, just a couple of breaths. Open the eyes when you're ready and remain standing. We're going to do this standing up. I'm going to take a pass because I'm going to have to operate my laptop, so I'm sitting down, but as Nadi is, just remain standing just for a few minutes. If you really feel tired, if you have any aches or pains or any injuries, and of course, sit down. But if you're able to stay standing for this presentation, I'll explain all later. Brilliant. So hopefully you can all see the screen, and I'm going to ask you to type in something to the screen. So you may need to just go close to the screen in a moment. So you thought about what experiential means for you. What does experiential actually mean for you? What came to mind as a word or a phrase? So take a moment now just to type that in. So we're not looking for an essay or dissertation, but just maybe a word or a phrase. What does experiential mean to you? So type that into the chat, and then we'll take a look at some of the comments that you've made. Okay. So experiential means growth. Okay, so experiential, not the practice itself. What does the word experiential mean to you? What comes to mind? Thinking, falling and rising again, experiential. Okay, Mohammed, yep, good. Anyone else? Reflecting, Gohar, yeah. What does experiential mean to other people? Well, let's type some in. There's 140 plus of you here. What does experiential mean to you? Reflecting, says Ikra. Okay. Anybody else? Experiential. Unexpected results. Good, Moni. Okay. Experiential means learning from a positive and negative experience and applying that knowledge in your day-to-day life. Okay. Memories, says ST. Gesture and thought, says Mirza. Okay. Any more? Talking to your oro. Okay. I need to understand more about that. Living the moment. Okay. Sadaf says fear. Abbas says exploratory. Imagination, Samir. Okay, good. Okay, brilliant. So some of you are already looking at what experiential means. And this is great because all of us here are, well, generally, most of us here are academics. And often we get caught up in a groove of thinking in a didactic way, in a conceptual, intellectual way when it comes to being experiential. And that can actually be detrimental to thinking outside the box. So as Shanawaz says, the perfect segue into our section here is that how do we look at things creatively outside the box? And what does that actually mean? So past moments and happy times, Ali Hassan is saying, and imaginations as well from Samir. Okay, so let's move on with our presentation. To maintain your standing position, if I can invite you to remain standing. And let's move on. So as you think of the word experiential, I want to put a rhetorical question into your thinking today. As you've covered so many wonderful speakers talking today who really stretched out this word experiential for you to really think in a much more spacious way. So as we think of what experiential means to you, here's a rhetorical question. Are we limiting our experience of what we deem as experiential, especially in the world of academia? So let's hold on to that particular question. We're going to address it again towards the end of the presentation. So as myself and Nadia were preparing for this, we looked through the whole agenda of all the topics that people were talking about, and there were a variety of themes that came up. And these themes touched upon leadership, they touched upon learning, they touched upon mental health, and they touched upon a sensitization, how we use our senses. Now, you've all brilliantly touched upon this, and you have thought outside the box. You've gone beyond just the mere cognitive elements of this. Now, the work that myself and Nadia have done as mindfulness trainers, and the work that we've done in applying mindfulness and mindful self-awareness, because you can cultivate self-awareness through mindfulness, it has many applications both in leadership, in learning, in mental health, and in sensitization. And that was wonderfully touched upon, and I'll move forward a little bit about how we've actually done this. So current thinking about leadership. So one of the aspects that leaders are now looking at is not just to do with cognitive processes and just professionally making decisions, thinking cognitively, intellectually, conceptually in their minds. But one of these things is to return back to emotional intelligence. Are you self-aware about your emotions? Are you aware of how these emotions affect your thinking, how they affect your decision-making? So emotional intelligence is a key aspect, and self-awareness in understanding what's going on within the mind, the emotions, and the body as part of mindful self-awareness allows you to have greater emotional intelligence and to regulate that. Another aspect that leaders are now talking about more and more, Google, LinkedIn, the major organizations, they talk about compassionate organizations. Now, compassionate often sounds as though it's the antithesis of intellectual learning. So what's that heart aspect got to do with my learning in the mind? Well, actually, it has a lot of things to do with your learning. It has meaning. What you learn, why you've taken on board what you're learning, there's probably a story behind that, an emotional story with purpose and meaning. So for example, I work with the humanitarian sector, and when I ask my students and when I ask my colleagues in the humanitarian sector, why are you doing what you're doing? They're not just there to learn about the cognitive didactic processes that they've got to put in place. They're there because they have been affected by humanity and the suffering in humanity. So there's meaning, there's purpose behind it, there's motivation, there's emotions behind it, and there's compassion behind it. So that has to be part of the equation of our experiential process of what we bring, not only to our learning, but how we apply that. And so leadership is now moving towards a much more human approach. In learning, one of the things that I teach at university is research methodology. I'm a research methods teacher. And myself and Nadia, we had a presentation at the VTI conference a couple of years ago of how self-awareness can help you with your research. And all of you, most of you here who are academics, students and teachers alike, know that research methodology for your dissertations, your assignments, your final thesis, your PhDs will have an idea of you separating objectivity and subjectivity. And self-awareness is the key to understanding if you're getting too subjective rather, I should say, and into personal bias. And how can you move and have self-awareness to separate and not get caught up in just the thinking processes? So objectivity through self-awareness is critical. Reflexivity, how you are and behave with your own understanding in yourself, reflects on how the research and the people that you are interviewing, for example, in some research, will behave in that relationship with you. So reflexivity is also impacted by self-awareness. We also look at critical thinking. If your critical thinking is based on bias and it goes down a track of thinking that is influenced by your own particular belief systems, for example, then are you thinking objectively? Are you actually self-aware, or are you just going on a subjective train of thought? So self-awareness in the learning process itself becomes incredibly critical. And, and humility. At the end of the day, humility means knowing that we don't know everything and that we are open to learning from other people, which is a key aspect of learning. And self-awareness means that we have to listen not only to ourselves, but to other people, taking aside our biases to really learn and then be creative as well. Now, we had Sarvet as well talking about mental health. So, you know, kudos to her, and as a mindfulness and wellbeing practitioner and advisor within the humanitarian sector as well, I teach mindfulness-based stress reduction. And the whole idea of self-awareness through mindfulness-based stress reduction is to become aware of your thinking processes, what's going on in the mind, what's going on emotionally for you, your feelings, and how they drive through physical sensations that you experience, how they drive your behaviors and actions. So self-awareness becomes critical in this aspect of leadership, learning, mental health, themes that you have been talking about in the conference so far. And there's also a sensitization aspect, especially with one particular topic on sensitization. I'll learn how to speak properly. Sensitization on disability. And for that, working with people who are disabled, one of the key aspects of what I do working with people with mental health issues is that you've got to be very sensitive, because they're not only talking about what's going on in an operational sense, that my hand hurts, I've got pain here, but what does that emotional aspect of feeling that pain, how does it affect them? How does it affect their behaviors? So our understanding, our learning has to be experiential, not just in the book learning. Just like a doctor who knows everything about a particular illness, if he doesn't have a good bedside manner to be able to speak to a patient, have presence, to understand their emotions, to understand his own emotions or her own emotions, to behave in a way that is kind and compassionate, then all the learning that you have is of no value if it's only conceptual, intellectual, and is operating devoid of a greater sense of awareness and experience within yourself. And this is where self-awareness, mindful self-awareness, can become very important. Now, just to give you an idea, just some quick sort of case studies here. In terms of leadership, one of the things that I've been doing recently is something called the Inner MBA by New York University. And as you can see from that tagline, it says, look within and then go beyond. So self-awareness is a critical aspect of this Inner MBA, because it's about mindfulness. It's about mindful self-awareness and how you can bring that to the business setting. And it's particularly aimed at leaders to bring a much more encapsulated, embodied approach to everything. When we look at learning, for example, Nadia does mindfulness in schools work. So she is qualified as a mindfulness in schools project person. And she can tell you a little bit more about that herself. But also, as part of the work that I've been doing for research methodology in my teaching, we're also bringing this aspect of mindful self-awareness to become a better researcher, to understand that experiential learning, experiential research will make you a much more enhanced researcher and connect with the people that you're researching with. On the mental health issues, so mindfulness-based stress reduction, or MBSR, I've been trained to do that, and that's what I deliver, including mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. And that encapsulates the entire experiential embodied approach of getting people to understand what's going on in their mind, what's going on emotionally, and what's going on physically for them. And in terms of sensitization, well, all of these aspects require self-awareness. For you to be genuinely self-aware of what's going on. So if we look at that self-awareness and we unpack it with a couple of examples, just to give you an example. So firefighters, if they were just focused on cognitively, conceptually understanding how to fight a fire, you can imagine that if they suddenly arrive at a fire, there's people inside who are essentially, their lives are at risk. They don't have time to consciously think of all the different permutations and different aspects of how they're going to fight the fire. They need to understand what's going on very quickly. And this is where self-awareness has been critical. So as part of the work that I've been doing in my decision-making course, was looking at how firefighters use intuition to bring intuition to a situation where there's no time, where there's uncertainty, where you bring it in. And that means mindful self-awareness to know what's going on intuitively and to act upon a gut instinct. to recognize that it's not only the cognitive thoughts that are going on, but there's a subconscious aspect that you need to be aware of as well. And so most firefighters have actually said that they work through gut instinct, and it's something called recognition primed decision making. Another aspect is nursing. So for nursing as well, we've been doing a lot of work with nurses at the university. Nurses also will understand how certain illnesses work, but they also work very intuitively. And there are hundreds of papers on intuition within nursing linked to self-awareness, which I really would suggest that you have a look at as well. In the humanitarian sector, when we're learning, we talk about reflexivity. If you can be present to yourself and have that self-awareness about yourself and your thinking processes, your emotions, how you behave, your ability to then link with other people will become much more enhanced to understand what their needs are. Because when you're talking to people, it's not just what they need in a logical way, but you're dealing with their emotions as well. And of course, when we talked about disability, disability requires a sensitive approach, because people are working not just with the experience of disability, but with their pain, with their suffering. And you need to understand that and also work with that in order to help them as well. So self-awareness is the key. Now, I'm going to come back to that question. Are we limiting our experiences? I know a lot of people in academia who are very intellectual, and they're in their head a lot of the times and are very disconnected from their emotions and their behaviors and how they feel. Now, the great thing is we've had people today that I've heard already speak. You know, Shenavas talked about out-of-the-box creative thinking. We had Atifah talking about sort of, self-exploration. It's more than just our thinking processes. And Sarvat obviously was talking about listening as well. And you talked about psychological first aid. We need to understand those emotional processes. So I'm going to ask you that question to ask yourselves. Are you limiting experiences and your definition of experiential? Now, if you're still standing, well done. I applaud you. Okay, and I'm going to do this rhetorically. Okay, now if you are still standing, good on you, because what you've done is you've got out of the box to look at things in a different perspective today. For those who immediately sat down thinking, I don't need to, you've got into your own habit patterns, into your own ways of thinking. You've already made a judgment that, you know what, I'm just going to sit down because there's nothing really new I'm going to learn here, potentially. But there was a habit operating within you, a conditioned pattern of being operating within you, which is actually the antithesis of self-awareness, which is the antithesis of experiential learning. If you are continually just moving through conditioned habits, conditioned approaches of learning and teaching, then are you actually being experiential? Are you actually being self-aware? And this is a question here. So those who are standing, well done. You've started to see things from a different perspective. And think about the very quality. How is this presentation different from everything else that you've done today? Did you feel that there was a different quality of attention? Did you feel that there was a different quality of learning going on here? How was that as an experience? Was this more experiential than something else? Think about that. Feel that. Let it be something that you actually experience. Okay, so mindful self-awareness. Just to wrap up, mindful self-awareness is developing meta-awareness. What is meta-awareness? Meta-awareness is not only being aware, but it's being aware of your cognition, how you're thinking, the thoughts that are going on. It's also about being aware of your emotions, emotional intelligence. It's also about becoming physically aware of how you're being affected and how that affects your behaviors and actions. And this is critical to actual enhancing situational awareness around what's going on, but it's also about what's going on internally within you. The other aspect of experiential learning is, did you have greater attentional focus? Now, I've seen people here, even while you're listening, looking at their phones, doing other things, talking to other people, laughing on the chat, whatever. Were you really being experiential, or were you just being carried away by your usual way of thinking, etc. When you talk about experiential work, are you genuinely, authentically, bona fide being experiential yourself? Are you self-aware to what you believe experiential is, or is it just another conceptual, intellectual idea that you're touting for everyone? Are you really awake to what experiential is? And that's the question that we're going to pose to you. We also, touching upon the well-being aspect that Sarvit was saying, you know, it allows you to have greater awareness of stress, to deal with that. It will enhance your learning to have greater awareness. And it's an embodied learning experience. Embodied. You're not just in your head, but you're feeling it in your mind, in your emotions, and your body as well. Because there is so much more intuitive, creative aspects within you beyond just the conceptual thinking that needs to be brought to what we deem as experiential. So for those who are still standing, well done, because you have looked upon all of this as an experiential perspective, a different way of looking at things, just by simply standing up. But that was just a metaphor for you to question, are you looking at things from a different perspective through self-awareness? Really question that. And mindful self-awareness can bring an enhanced ability to bring that experiential learning, whatever you're doing, leadership, creative sort of industries, whether it's well-being, learning, teaching, it can bring that experiential aspect to you. So mindful self-awareness and experiential learning, redefine your understanding of experiential learning. Really check what is your definition of experiential learning, and see if you can have a clearer, deeper and self-aware perspective of what's going on within you. Now, we have just signposted, you just had a taste of a mindfulness exercise by standing up. It's really just to give you food for thought for both teachers and students alike. And what we've done, myself and Nadia, is just simple signposting. Just simple signposting to mindful self-awareness to enhance your learning. And through the work that I've done, through the work that Nadia does with children, students, we know that self-awareness, mindfulness leading to self-awareness, can create greater experience, greater experiential learning, and greater embodied aspects of learning as a result of that. So we've just signposted it. Anyone who's interested in this, if you're still standing, absolutely, well done to you all. If you sat down, don't worry, it's okay. We love you too. But we want to signpost you to something. If you're really interested, please make your way to this particular website. It's called beinginside.com. You can also email myself and Nadia. The email address is there. And if you do go to the website, beinginside.com, I run a weekly mindfulness practice. It's free. Just sign up there, join in. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, UK time. And I'm happy to explain more of how you can actually start this journey of self-awareness and to build a more experiential way of learning. So thank you very much from myself and from Nadia. Nadia, if you have anything else to add, but otherwise, thank you very much for your time. And I'm happy, along with Nadia, to answer any questions that you have.
Hitan, can people sit down now?
You can all sit down now.
Thank you. We have some questions in the chat. I think if we can touch upon a couple of them, and we can maybe speak about it like others, if they can email.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. How much time do you have?
Now we can quickly cover actually a couple of questions. This one was, I wanted to ask this one myself as well. And a student has written why experiencing new things is a peaceful experience for us. So how would you answer that? Why would people tend to experience new things? And the second question is, how can we practice self-awareness? So,
okay.
And if you would answer that.
Nadi?
Hitan, they have, like, there's another question, how can we understand emotions and how can we change bad habits? There are quite a few very interesting questions, very useful questions.
All right. So very quickly, so how can you practice self-awareness? Come and see us. The next mindfulness session is on a Wednesday morning. So please go to the beinginside.com website, and I'm happy to sit down with you guys and go through that in more detail and potentially do some more work if we need to with Gohar, because we've talked about this, Gohar, as well. In terms of why things are a bit more peaceful, Very simply, the act of training the attention, which is what we were doing by just staying with the breath, and we haven't got time to go into more depth here, but as you train the attention, as we get caught up in thoughts, but we learn to come back to a point of focus, the more we come back to a point of focus through training, allows the brain and the mind to settle down, which brings calmness and peace within the mind, the emotions, and the body. That's a very simple definition. So Nadia, you had a couple of other questions about emotions, working with emotions.
How do you manage
Yeah.
emotions? Pakistan, in Pakistan, we definitely need an answer for that.
Yeah. So again, timing is going to be very difficult, but very, very, very simply, emotions are often related to how we think. And if we are thinking without clarity, if we are not seeing things as they are, our thinking processes can imagine things and they can become fearful thoughts, which then they elicit a lot of fearful emotions, for example, sometimes.
Anxiety.
And sometimes, yeah, and sometimes, you know, we misinterpret things and we base our thinking on how we feel about misinterpreted thinking. So the lack of clarity of what we see, if we don't allow ourselves to see the situation as clearly as we can, we often act upon thoughts which are not true, which then give rise to emotions which are not true. And then we actually have behaviors that are related to emotions which are not true. And this is, you know, very much related to mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. So people who are thinking negatively or anxiously or in depression, for example, and depressive thoughts, are often basing their emotions based on thoughts which are not true. So it allows a clarity of thinking. It allows you to see things clearly. And from that, you can then recognize where you need to behave in a certain way or not. And that can remove a lot of fear or a lot of unnecessary emotional baggage as well. And sometimes we have a lot of thoughts, so how can we be focused? So, okay, so we all have a lot of thoughts, Adaf, yeah? We all have a lot of thoughts, and this is where training the mind is where mindfulness comes in. So mindfulness is about training the mind. It's about training the attention. So for those of you who've not been paying attention, looking at your phones, don't worry, it's a habitual conditioned pattern of being, yeah? It often happens that nothing is happening on your phone, but you still go to it through a force of conditioning, a force of habit. So what we need to do is to learn to train our attention, to train our focus. And this is what mindfulness training is. And remember, mindfulness meditation is thousands of years old. There's nothing new here we're teaching. It's just that nowadays, things like this are the worst possible things for us because they take us away from the present moment. And our mind is split into many thoughts. And so as we learn to train the attention, coming back, training the attention, the thoughts will calm down, the emotions will calm down, the body will calm down, and your ability to pay attention, to focus, and to be calm and present, to be more embodied, will allow you to see clearly what's going on in the thoughts, what's going on in the emotions, what's going on physically for you, to bring more creativity to the process, and not to react through habit, but actually to respond in a much more creative, calm, skillful way. Okay, how's that? We had a question. Yeah, we had a question.
You're very good with words and the way you, answer the questions. We would just want to hear more from you. Time is a limitation over here, but thank you so very much to you and to Nadia for sharing your precious time and for sharing some really genuinely, I'm genuinely saying they were really timely thoughts that you shared with us. And I think mindfulness and practices like that are perhaps more relevant, more essential in societies like ours, where there is a lot of violence and extremism to an extent that exists there. We're once again very grateful to you, Hitan and Nadia. Thank you so much. I've written the web address there on the chat box for people. It's www.beinginside.com. So don't miss out the chance to have a session with Hitan. And we're trying. I'm trying for the last 3 years to bring him to Pakistan. Hopefully next year after COVID we will have him here and we will meet him face to face as well.
I will be very happy to do that. And just to say to everybody here, if you can't make the Wednesday session, there is a resources page, so you can have some guided audio meditations if you want to learn to practice meditation. But just send us a message as well. We're happy to respond to you. So thank you very much. Yeah, everyone, go on. Everyone.
Thanks a lot, Hitan. Thank you, Nadia. And good luck with everything. Thank you. I hope to see you very soon.
Yeah, I wish you well, everyone. Yeah, take care. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Okay, this was a brilliant presentation, made us all active by standing. I think it was a good way. I'm going to experience that. I'm going to use this technique when I'm taking online classes. So this was wonderful. I am now moving on to another very interesting and very inspirational person for me. Before that, I want to use this, I want to quote the words of Buddha, because of what I learned from Hitan and Nadia was, our life is shaped by our mind, for we become what we think. And I think thinking plays a very important role here. Moving on, we have Dr. Muhammad Zahir Asghar, who's very respectable for me. I'm very honored that Dr. Zahir has given us time. Other than his academics, another thing, I am a fan of his traveling adventures all the time. Dr. Zahir Asghar earned his PhD education with specialization in entrepreneurship education in TVAT, which is Technical and Vocational Education and Training, from University of Management and Technology, shared with Aalto University Business School, Helsinki, Finland, and a postdoctorate in e-learning from University of Helsinki, Finland. Dr. Zahir Asghar works as a research fellow at University of Catalonia, Barcelona, Spain, since 2019. He has also served as a doctoral advisor, ICT and technology education at the University of Management and Technology. He served with Punjab TEFTA as well as Secretary Strategic Planning in the year 2013. Dr. Zahir will be talking to us today on the topic, which is pragmatics of TVET failure to promote entrepreneurial pedagogical practices. Again, very relevant to teachers and educationists over here in this forum. Sir, thank you so much once again for taking time out. And Hitan, can you please, Nadia or Hitan, if you could close the PowerPoint, the screen share that you've done, so we can ask Dr. Zahir to please start, sir. Thank you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Gohar, and congratulations for gathering people from around the world on an important topic of experiential learning that is really, really important. And especially post-pandemic, when we have become non-experienced during the online classes, it is very important to make it more experiential. Thank you very much. And my topic, I would like to share the slides. Maybe it will keep me more focused. Otherwise, time is very short, and maybe we will get somewhere. So I have focused on the pragmatics of TVET failure to promote entrepreneurial pedagogical practices. Experiential learning and TVET, which is technical and vocational education, that is highly correlated to each other. And that's why we can say it is more concerned with TVET, the experiential learning, although it is important for every discipline of learning. And our worthy guest, Mr. Slanky, has highlighted the experiential learning, different psychological aspects of experiential learning. I will be a little bit on macro level, I will talk about. There's really depth in this topic from psychological point of view, sociological point of view. But my focus will be on more broader about how to support experiential learning in TVET. How could we have supported the experiential learning? Gohar, can you listen to me? Because I see that there was... my voice is clear to you all?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Maybe you turn on your screen, it will show me that someone is there. Okay. So I have focused on the pragmatics of TVET failure to promote entrepreneurial pedagogical skills, because experiential learning is more concerned with TVET, although it has more concern with other disciplines too. So why I have focused on TVET? Because if we see in the broader context, Pakistani context, Pakistan is blessed with is a country which is blessed with the youngest population in the world. We have around about 64% youth, which is below age of 30, and 29% of them are between 15 to 29 years old. And most interestingly, Pakistan is a country among 14 countries out of 195, those spend the minimum budget on the education. This is what we prioritize, how we prioritize our youth for their education and their training, and how we are providing them the opportunity of experiential learning. This is what we are giving them. God has blessed us with beautiful pyramid, population pyramid, but we don't realize it, that what we have. This is the dilemma of our country. And here it starts the basics of experiential learning, that how we learn from our society, from our priorities. And experiential learning comes later. First of all, look at our education system does not provide opportunities for learning for the students. We have this time alarming situation of 22 million children out of school, and out of which during 2015, 9.45 million children were out of school at primary level. And during this pandemic, we have witnessed the record out of school children in Pakistan. How we can come to the experiential learning when we are not providing the baseline to enter the school? This is the first level. So here, what we have a broader picture. I will talk broader picture. I will not go deep down into the psychology and sociology, that because that's a big topic and people have talked about it. I will talk about how we can provide infrastructure. I will talk more about policy aspects. And so this is my focus. So what happens? We have youth, and if we will not take care of our youth, what will happen? It will become a time bomb, or in other words, they can say demographic bomb. When youth is not provided with education opportunities, they are not provided with the right direction, ultimately, it will mislead them. And this beautiful chunk of our population, it will become a time bomb for us. They are nice chunk for the terrorists, for extremists to pick them up and use them against our society. But there's another chunk of youth which is educated. When they have not gone through the experiential learning and entrepreneurial development of their mindset, because we have a scarcity of jobs. First of all, our TAVET graduate, they are not accepted by the industry because we have provided them low skills. We have just given them a piece of certificate, piece of degree, not skills, because they have not practiced on hands about what they have done, what they have learned. So industry denied to accept them. They have spent their time, they have wasted their money, resources in our so-called TAVET institutions, but they don't have opportunity. And if they have opportunity, they are not ready to accept them. This is a dilemma. Secondly, we don't have so much job opportunities. We have destroyed completely our industry. We are producing so much TAVET graduates, but where will they apply their skills? In this case, we need entrepreneurial mindset. We need, because when we are giving them skills, this is also a good opportunity. We should also give them entrepreneurial mindset. Rather than seeking jobs, they should produce their own jobs. And it will only come with entrepreneurial, innovative, and experiential learning. If our institution, our support system, our TAVET system provide them an environment and ecosystem to develop their mindset for entrepreneurship and skills that can be utilized, this beautiful chunk of our youth, which is the maximum pyramid of our population, we can utilize it at its maximum, at its best. So this is our dilemma. But what is happening behind it? We don't see such outcome that our TAVET is such successful. So I will focus now more in detail, and I will try to remain comprehensive in my discussion because we have less time. So we conducted a need assessment, and we have gone through certain consultative meetings with the stakeholders of TAVET, and we try to find out the reasons why our TAVET, our youth, we cannot produce them with good skills, with quality skills, with entrepreneurial mindset, and we cannot provide them such learning experience in our institutions that they can utilize their skills in the society. So we have, I have some of that report in this presentation. This report moves around 9 themes. I will jump one by one, and then we can sum up this. The first theme was about policy and planning. In the 74 years of Pakistan, we have seen that our TAVET system is always remained hijacked by the donors, in good sense that they were there. For example, 1980s, GTZ came, and their focus was on skill development. But we should also see that era. In that era, there was Soviet war, Afghan war, and we were in need of people. Those can make ammunition, those can be utilized to develop the basic weapons. Our TAVET was used for that. Our TAVET was not meant that we should produce people those have good skills. This is the basic philosophy and policy behind the 1980s TAVET promotion by the GTZ, the donors. Donor does not come with our agendas. They have their own agendas. Although it supported our TAVET system by providing skills. So our youth was utilized at that. That was one time. And then second time came post 2000, when we need soft skills. Then GIZ and other donors again came. They have different agenda. But the question is that, where is our agenda? Where is our target? Where we want to take our youth? That we should give them these skills with these learning attitudes, and it will be our outcome. We did not teach them in our institutions what is our destination. There's a big gap between our destination and our teaching learning. Experiential learning was always meant for some destination. We don't have any destination, unfortunately. We don't have a proper monitoring and evaluation system. We don't have active partnership with the stakeholders. Quality assurance is also weak. Evidence-based policy is also missing. Research is completely missing in TAVET. How you can do experiential learning with research? And this all comes with TAVET leadership. And if we look at the TAVET leadership, if TAVET leadership is not from TAVET, how they can develop policies to enhance teaching learning process in TAVET institutions? If a person has not seen the face of industry, how we can develop policy that what type of experiential learning our students does need? We have TAVET accreditation agencies led by some general, led by some colonel. We have TAVET first technical institute, university led by a general who lead private schools all his life. We don't need his experience. We need TAVET leadership. We need from people from industry. We need people PhD in technical vocational education. Where our TAVET is going on when politicians are appointed their people to compensate them. Okay, this is for you. These TAVET positions are just luxury for them. They are not only wasting the resources of TAVET, our youth, but they are also wasting the time of our country. So what we need to bring the people from ground level with experience, with education, with vision, that can give them a proper TAVET strategy and implementation. This is the biggest missing chunk in our TAVET system. That's why our TAVET is so poor. That's why our students cannot understand what they are going to learn because their leadership does not know. I got opportunity to deliver trainings to many security industries and chief operating officers of TAVET. I was really sad to see even some of them were appointed on the second day and they don't know the meaning of what is the national skills strategy. I can bet most of the TAVET leaders, they don't know the definition of TAVET. They're confused what is TAVTA and TVET and what is VET. They don't know because this was not their field. They were there with political links. They were there by violating merit. This is the first thing that is happening with the youth of our country. The second thing is that the budget allocation is low. And then we cry, our TAVET is not producing result. We have low skill quality teachers, students. We have low quality teachers. If leadership, there's no leadership, there's no organization. There is no skilled manpower. This is the biggest weakness of our system. And it does not lead from top to down till experiential learning if it is missing. So I have spent so much time on this issue because it was very important. Governance and management, if we talk about we have inadequate coverage of TAVET. For example, if it is skill map, there is always skill mapping for launching TAVET institutions around the country. But for example, if in cameraman we need some salt-oriented, the things those are related to the salt handicraft, we have dealt there some electronics and electrical, such type of trades. So it is without skill mapping, there is a coverage of TAVET and not according to the population and the students' needs. Geographical distribution is also not unequal. If we talk about Balochistan, Gilgit-Baltistan, remote areas, there's no accessibility of TAVET institutions. Punjab claims that we have nice and wonderful so-called TAVET institutions. But if it is wonderful, what is in Punjab, Balochistan? Just imagine remote areas. What were we doing with our youth? Disadvantaged groups don't talk about that. How they can do experiential learning when some differently able children is not allowed to enter to a TAVET institution. You don't have curricula for them. You don't have teaching skills for them. How you can teach the experiential learning to them? It's out of question. No one had even thought about them. How should we teach? How should we train our differently able children in TAVET institutions? Show me even a single policy. Maybe they have 1-2 lip service lines. Practically show me even single expert in these TAVET institutions. Those are working for their curricular development, for their material development. No, they're totally ignored. And most importantly, if we talk about the females, gender disparity, Pakistan, we have almost 50-50 ratio of male and female, little bit less or more. But practically, if we see, there is more institution for male. Male enrollment is 4 times more than the female. There are 2 reasons. Either we are not providing them TAVET institutions, or there is no such a way. We have not created awareness among parents that a skillful female can help their family. So due to these 2 reasons, there is also gender disparity. So this is our governance and management totally failed to understand the needs of disadvantaged people with disadvantage and gender disparity, geographical coverage. Most interesting thing that comes in my mind, my visit to Kalasha. We have conducted some research, and it was my opinion that in Kalasha, if we have some TAVET institution, we have wonderful handicraft that world appreciates. We took that handicrafts to Sweden, presented in a small business conference in Sweden. So they really appreciate it. And if we introduce some TAVET institution there and introduce their handicrafts in the world, it will increase their tourism too. Not only the entrepreneurship, not on the skill manpower. There are many things linked with this experience, but we have ignored those experiences. This is our bad luck. Now I will talk little about the other themes and try to wind up the themes. Resource allocation, we don't have sufficient staff. When we don't have sufficient staff, for example, if there is always 30-to-1 ratio for the TAVET institution for experiential learning. But if you see in the TAVET institution, there are more than 30 students in the classes. The labs are not sufficient for them. And curricula compliant equipment needs are very important. Training material development is also important for experiential learning. Either we don't have the training material. If we have, the most interestingly one, I will share one of my experience. Once I was delivering training to some lathe machine teachers about pedagogically how to use lathe machine. And there was a simplest lathe machine, CNC machine. And I said, I am pedagogical, I have expertise in pedagogy. I don't know how to run a lathe because I have to teach all different trades. So please show me how do you run this lathe machine. There were 30 teachers in front of me. Those were all experienced teachers. Most interestingly, no one knows how to drive a lathe machine. That is simplest CNC machine. I was shocked. That what type of teacher are you? You don't know about lathe machine. How will you teach the students what's a lathe machine? How to drive a lathe machine? So this is the level of experiential learning in Pakistan. Then we call a plumber to do something and he do something else. Of course, we are also doing something else with them. So this is the basic dilemma of our TAVET experience. Human resources are very important. if you look at the qualification of the teachers, I cried. Middle class teachers were there. Even those don't know how to write their names. And some of them were appointed as a manager of the institution. This is the worst thing I have ever seen. But the worst thing that I have seen last year when Hafiz Farhat was appointed as a chairman chapter with FA qualification, that was the worst thing that have been done with us. And it is not happening for the first time. During Musharraf era, during PP era, during Nawashif era, during Imran Khan era, everyone is playing with our youth. So if the leadership is with FA, BA, and MA simply, those have nothing to do with technical education, and teachers are coming with middle qualification, it is not astonishing for me. And how they can do experiential learning for the students. The system does not attract trainers with enterprise-based experience. We need people from market. We need people, those are expert. This is demand of our system. There's a big mismatch. Either we have, yes, we have also engineers in our technical institution. I admit this fact, wonderful people. But problem is that there's a big difference between engineers and technicians. We have to produce technologists, technicians, vocational, not engineers. This is a misconception. If it is there, they should have some industry experience. Teachers are not provided with the industry experience. Pay scale of contract employee required to be revised quickly because we can't attract people from market. A person who is earning ₹1 million in market with his skill, why he will come join you to teach? This is the biggest thing. We should revise pay scale. And the funniest thing that happened with Punjab Vocational Training Council I have seen, they hired the employees in bulk, and then they said, okay, after 2 years, we have fired you. Contract is over. And cases are pending in the courts. There is no job security in private institutions, semi-government institutions. They are playing with the teachers. If you will play with the teachers, what will teacher produce to give to you? This is another interesting thing. And there's a need a performance evaluation system to introduce along with the incentive for high achievers. There are also good teachers, and there should be a system of appreciation for them. But what I have seen, a teacher is doing struggle. By the end of the day, I have bitterly seen the humiliation by the managers, general managers of the teachers. They don't know how to respect a teacher. It's the biggest thing. They should realize they are just clerk, not more than of it. If they are provided with some vehicle, they are provided with some nice officers, they are meant to support teachers. They are facilitators. They should respect them. They are not their officers. So this is the biggest myth that I have seen. And by the end of the day, a poor teacher retires, come back home. Instead of giving promotion to the upper level and giving reward to him that he's struggling hard for the children, he has experience, and we should utilize his experience. He knows student by heart and industry. He should be given promotion at policy level, management level, leadership level. So another thing is that employees are given responsibility, those are not relevant to them. You can see in Tablet system, their Tablet system is very complex. Every trade needs specialty. One trade instructor cannot teach other trade. And likewise, the different departments, it needs to be harmonized. And there is also need to develop a human resource information system at country level with the competency of the teachers, what level competencies they have, what trainings they can transfer. I will come back to the second last slide, the student and graduate. First of all, we need to develop the image of Tablet. This is the most important thing. When the students see that there is no importance of Tablet and they are not given respect by the society, so it also discourages them from the learning the technical things, vocational things. It is very important. They experience bad when they have, and there are many reasons behind it. When they are not provided with good experience of the industry, what is going on in industry, and they have only certificate and degree in their hand, of course, they are not welcomed by the industry and the image of Tablet becomes tarnished. So it needs to improve by giving them skills, by giving them, and law is also important because, for example, if we say that there is certain minimum level of daily wages salary for a common daily wager, so law is supporting them. But for technical graduates, there should be also law that at this level, this should be this salary. Needs to improve teaching learning process. In experiential learning, teaching learning is very important. How it can be improved? Teachers should be trained. They should be given opportunity to visit every year in the industry. They should spend some time in industry. Teachers should be taken from the industry. And learning should be more experiential, more practical. Although we have practical based, but it needs to be more innovative. There are many researchers about it, how to enhance experiential learning by developing groups, by collaboration, by interaction, by innovation. I think teachers need to be trained for these type of things, innovative teaching learning process. This is very important. They should come out of old idealistic teaching process way, or they should be more constructive teachers if we really want to see experiential learning in our schools. There's no non-availability of career counseling placement system, although there is available in some institutions, but not most of them. And most importantly, there is hindering one thing, that is inadequate industry-institution linkage. When student it is a learning ecosystem. When student will not see the industry, how he will experience the genuine learning? It is very important. And there is a mutual distrust between tavern system and employer communication need to be removed for population, building a more demand-oriented system. We say our tavern system is supply-oriented. We are supplying, we are not providing demand of the society, demand of the industry. It should be more demand-driven. And in this perspective, my last slide is about training program framework. We need to improve the industry participation. It is said that in TAFTAS, there is on board of governing, there is industry exists, people from industry exist. Curricula is consulted by the industry. If curricula is consulted by the industry man and industrialists are existing on the board of governing, then question arises, why are they denied to accept our graduates? That means there is some missing link. We need to hit that link, and that is experience of learning. We need to see that experience. Where is that experience missing? From both sides. And then the curricular development as per implied desired skills competence. It is very important. That can be done with DACM. The need, first of all, need assessment, what type of experience we should provide to our students, and then we should develop the curricula and the delivery of curricula. This is very important. DACM is there, but only in documents. But when they say, okay, we are going to develop some curricula, it is posh. It is not based on DACM. Again, I will repeat, we should have curricula compliant faculty and curricula compliant labs. Without curricula compliant faculty and compliant labs, experiential learning is not possible. And most importantly, there's a trend of competency-based evaluation and testing system. Although our TAVR system is moving towards competency-based system, but it's not quality. It's not satisfactory yet. We don't have enough trained teachers. We don't have enough continuous process. We need to catalyze this process, because without competency-based evaluation testing system and competency-based curricula, it is not possible to train our students and give them experience of the actual industry. And we also need to develop teaching learning resources. So this is very important experiential learning, that if we want to deliver competency-based curricula compliant labs are there, faculty is there, without daily effort of teacher. Teacher should do effort daily. That what he's going to teach, it should be more practical oriented. And for this, we need teacher learning resources. And that is missing in it is not in the life of our teacher. They don't go for the lesson planning. They say, okay, I know it, I should go it. No, it's not a joke. But we are taking it as a joke, as a nation. And most importantly, this assessment system, that is mostly done by the teachers at DA level and vocational level. And terminal evaluation is done by the textbook technical board. both needs improvement. I think we should have trained, first of all, we should have some good strategy that instead of paper-based testing, we should make it more practical testing and make it more experiential testing, and make it more, there should be no bias testing. Every competency should be clearly measured and tested. It should not be in the hand of teacher, but in the hands of teacher. And then the final testing board, which is also working under the TEFTAs. I don't know what is the unbiased, how it can work under the same umbrella. It will lead to biasness. So there should be impartiality in this whole process and transparency. So when we will done our testing system based on experiential learning, then we can drive experiential learning. But when our testing system is based on something text-based, paper-based, it will not appreciate the experiential learning. So these are the basic things that I wanted to share with you and highlight that experience. We can say easily that teachers should go for experiential learning, but when TAVET support system from top to down and our priorities will not support these things, this mindset from philosophy, from leadership, infrastructure, resources, strategical point of view, practical point of view, we cannot support experiential learning unless our students should be clear, our teachers should be clear, everything support. It works like a vehicle engine, which is not only concerned with steering. It has mirror, it has clutch, it has gear, piston, everything. It's a complete system. Then we can run it. Thank you very much, Gaur, for taking so much time.
Thank you so very much, sir. It was an eye opener, I must say. And since we work in TVET, we know the problem, but you did it so very well. You actually, I should say, a post-mortem, you did the whole post-mortem of the problems that we are having in the TVET sector very realistically. And I must say they are very eye-opening things that you've discussed and issues that you've raised, core issues like the respect of a teacher, or the image building for TVET, or the demand-driven TVET, which is the requirement. And I don't have a choice but to agree with you. You are very right. Unless we do not have those basic infrastructure there, these things seems more irrelevant. Sir, I just have a question, one question. Since we talk to TVET principals and in the public sector, since you, mashallah, have experience of the public sector and international experience as well, and they usually say the same thing. They say that the lab is built for 25 students and we have sometimes more than 50 students. And obviously government and the funding, that it's not there in an active way. So what should we suggest then? They always ask us, what should we do? What do we do? Because they're in public sector, they can't spend money out of their own pockets. So what needs to be done as a first step when number of students is huge and they have lesser resources? So as a teacher, as an expert of the pedagogical methods, or how do they handle that number then? Would you like to please give some suggestion to them?
I will, comprehensively, I will tell you two things. One thing is that in the same principle, most of the principals, they have run their own private institutions. 80% of our TAVET is private sector. Those have experience of government sector. They know the basic documentation and they have developed their own institutions. There they can fulfill their labs. You know what? They pick the equipments from the governments, their colleges, and put there, have done accreditation, and give it back. I have bitterly seen this. Then they can fulfill it. So this is the one thing that they do. But if they have intentions, where there is a will, there is a way. I remember one kind teacher I have seen in Murray. Allah Ta'ala uske darjat buland करे. तो मलिक ज़ुल्फ़िकार साहब थे, तो उनका बड़ा एक इंटरेस्टिंग वे था, मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा। वो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के टीचर थे और वो क्या करते थे, बच्चों को पढ़ाने के साथ साथ मार्केट में वो क्या करते थे, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ले लेते थे बिल्डिंग के वायरिंग वगैरह के, वो अपने बच्चों को भेजते थे। अब मुझे ये बताएं, जब एक आपके सामने पूरा फील्ड मार्केट का पड़ा है, टीचर उससे अटैच है और वो बच्चों को भेज रहा है, तो उसको कोई लैब की जरूरत है? वो खुद जाके वहां पे क्लास से लगा हुआ है कि ऐसे आपने वायरिंग करनी है, ऐसे आपने इसका स्केच बनाना है। मैं बड़ा इंस्पायर हुआ उस टीचर से और उसके लिए आज भी दुआ करता हूँ कि अल्लाह ताला उसके दर्जा बंद करे। उनकी डेथ हो गई, लेकिन उनकी वजह से कई नौजवानों को रोजगार मिला। तो जब एक नीयत होती है ना टीचर की करने की, तो फिर इन चीज़ों की जरूरत नहीं होती। और बड़ी एक पेडागोजी में हम सिंपल एक बात करते रहते हैं, वी टॉक अबाउट मदर इज नॉट सो मच एजुकेटेड, मदर इज अबाउट द नरिशिंग एंड केयरिंग. She is not so much educated about pedagogical skill, but she nourishes us. She teaches us. It's a very good example.
Excellent example and a very good answer, sir. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Gaurav.
Your talk, your thoughts are always inspirational, and I would want to mention here that Dr. Zahir is doing so much for people with special abilities. Only last year, with the university in Spain, he ran this program successfully with hundreds of people getting information. So please keep doing the good work and keep inspiring us. Thank you so very much.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
The very thoughtful words of Dr. Zahir have actually awakened questions for us, whether it's about the policy, whether it's about operationalization, and whether it's for teachers who are actually in the classrooms dealing with DWAP. I remember I would quote the words of Joan Erickson: "Wisdom is not what comes from reading great books. When it comes to understanding life, experiential learning is the only worthwhile kind. Everything else is a hearsay." With that, we move on to the next presenter, who is from Sri Lanka, one of my favorite countries. We have Miss Sonora Rodrigo. I'm sorry if I pronounced the name incorrectly. Miss Sonora Rodrigo graduated from the Northumbria University with a BA in graphic design and is an experienced art director with a demonstrated history of working in the publishing industry. Skilled in art direction, advertising, and creative strategy, her most notable works are published in the Cosmopolitan magazine Sri Lanka, which she led from 2015 to 2017. She founded the Colombo chapter of the LW&D, a platform to foster female creatives in the Sri Lanka, and is an active member of the typographic initiatives called Akoro Collective. When she isn't behind her desk designing and conceptualizing, she is behind the lens of a camera documenting people and places. She is currently working as a freelance art director and creative strategist. Ms. Rodrigo today will speak on the topic that is art direction in post-pandemic world. Very relevant to us and our students. Yes, ma'am, over to you now. I think she's. Can you hear me, Miss?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Great.
Very much. Please
All
go
right.
ahead.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Hello, everyone. Very good day to you. My name is Sonora Rodrigo, and I'm a freelance art director from Colombo, Sri Lanka. So thank you so much for the STEP institution for inviting me here today. I'm very, very glad to be here. So before we move on to the actual topic, I just want to talk about who is an art director. So basically, in my role, I am responsible of an entire creative, overseeing an entire creative project from its conceptual stages until the execution stage. So very much like a conductor in an orchestra, you know, who's responsible for the string instruments, the percussion instruments, you know, bringing together this whole creative vision in the executions, from the concept to the execution stage. So it's a lot of responsibility, I would say. And so in order to look at the future of advertising, I feel like we need to look at the past for a little bit. And the past is a little problematic. As you can see, there is a lot of misinformation back in the 1960s, you know, doctors advocating that cigarettes are healthy. And the first image is, you know, if you see something like that in a print ad today, it's very, very shocking. So similarly, you know, they defined women's roles and it was very, very disturbing. And I'm just looking at the global picture here, but it was happening in Sri Lanka as well. So I went to the archives to dig up some of the old print advertisements that we had. So the first one on the left is, well, pretty much fat shaming, it's very obvious. And my favorite one is on the right. It's a toothpaste ad. And it says that it's a comic. And the mother-in-law, the title on top says, because of the wife that my son is married to, he lost his really good job, but to be honest, it's because he has bad teeth. So this narrative of blaming the woman for everything was there in the past. So as you can see, it was, there was a lot of misinformation and a lot of problems in the, when you look at the advertising of the past. So then how is it in the present? So we hear this a lot, right? I am the #1 brand in the world. I am the best. And often now people respond like this. They don't take you seriously if you say that you're the best in the world, because it's not believable. So advertisers realize that it's less about the me attitude, and it's more about the we attitude, where they realize that people that they can do something for the people too. Otherwise people are not going to care. So this term was coined. It's actually thanks to this book that I borrowed this term from. So it's about advertising for good. It's purpose driven. And this is a quote I borrowed from a movie. Advertising has us chasing cars and clothes, working jobs we hate, so we can buy things we don't need. Now, I sound like the villain here, because essentially my job is to make a consumer or convince a consumer to buy a product or service. And through this message, then this whole good advertising side thinks, okay, since we're convincing you to buy things you don't need, maybe we can do some good on this side, to balance it all out. So these are some of the brands I've identified as, who've done some incredible work in the past. So Dove, I'm sure you all are familiar with. They were one of the first brands to embrace body positivity and inclusivity. So their Real Beauty Sketches campaign won a lot of awards. I've included the link if you want to check the campaign further on YouTube. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but just to give an idea of what good advertising is. And Intermarché is a French supermarket chain that did a campaign to sort of promote a healthy lifestyle because there was a problem where the sugar consumption was a lot high in French consumers. So they came up with a product that promotes sugar detoxing or reducing your sugar intake over a period of time. And Lifebuoy came, this is one of my favorite campaigns, started, it's actually, a brand that manufactures soaps, hand washes, and now sanitizer. So they came up with a campaign to promote the simple gesture of just washing hands, because they found out that in a certain village that children don't live past the age of 5. So there was a high mortality rate, and that's because the parents and caregivers do not really practice the practice of washing their hands properly. So they've literally saved lives from this campaign. So this all sounds excellent, right? I mean, it sounds like we are on the right track. So keeping that in mind, when we look at the future, So the campaigns that I mentioned, they sounded great. They were really great. But amongst this whole good advertising part of it, brands also tend to do something called greenwashing, which means they do something good, you know, but it's only a facade, because when you look at it properly, when you, they could be polluting the environment even more so. And this was very, very evident in the recent scandal of Volkswagen, because they did an entire campaign that promoted clean diesel. You know, they promoted their vehicles as something that is beneficial to the environment, but in fact, it wasn't. It was actually doing a lot of damage. So this is what the term greenwashing essentially means. So taking these things into consideration, I'm not going to go very technical on this, but from my observations, during the pandemic, people just grew tired. You know, they were very much more observant about what was happening in the world. So people are more aware, and people are making demands for positive change. And people have also become more conscious about what they spend their money on, because their spending power is much lower now, right? So one of the other examples of recent history is, I think maybe a few months ago at the 2020 Euro. You know, this clip would have been only about 4 to 5 seconds. And so one thing Cristiano Ronaldo did was he simply took the 2 Coke bottles that were in front of him and pushed it aside. And that simple gesture cost Coca-Cola a lot of money, because Cristiano Ronaldo is someone the people look up to. And that gesture was very, very important because he was advocating against it. So to summarize, making things look cool doesn't cut it anymore. It's not enough. And doing good for the sake of doing good is not doing any good. Consumers are not stupid, and they are more empathetic towards global issues, and we need to respect that. And social media is a powerful tool, so we need to use it wisely. So this brings me to my final point. How do we use all that knowledge and reimagine advertising and design for a post-pandemic world? One thing is collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. When the pandemic hit, people really wanted to connect with people from either their own communities or from a global community. So we saw photographers reaching out to models in, Sri Lankan photographers reaching out to models in France, and we saw all these lot of collaborations between global people. And then moving on to the next point. So this is a brief sort of a breakdown of my execution to current process. So what happens is when I get a creative brief, it's from the client. So the client and the marketing person break it down and give it to a designer or an art director. And that art director has a lot of responsibility because we need to do our own research, we need to problem solve, we need to figure out what's going on, and we need to design and figure everything by ourselves mostly. But there are times that we also reach out to the consumer and get some insights from them. And then the product or the campaign is launched, and that goes to the consumer. But what I would like to propose in the future is that when this brief comes to the art director, that they work with somebody called a sustainability officer and the consumer. So it's a back and forth process, so that that sole responsibility of creating a product and a campaign is not solely with a designer or an art director. And And this sustainability officer could be anybody. It could be a marine biologist, it could be a chemical engineer, because they would have way more knowledge about that subject than I would. So, and this is a practice I would like to suggest for every future campaign or product, because everything has to have a sustainable background, I believe. So I would like to propose a module that encourages student collaborations between design students and students in STEM. You know, could be data scientists, medical students, marine biologists. In my experience as a design student, I did group projects with other design students, which is great. But it'll be awesome if we could, you know, collaborate with somebody from outside of our field. It could also be from a different cultural background, you know, from a different country. So this is something I would like to suggest and I would like to see in the future. So design will need to align with the needs of the world. And what I mean by this is globally, this is according to the UN global issues, we have already so many problems in the world, you know, and if design can even touch on a fragment of this, that'll be life-changing. So, and in a post-pandemic world, you can already see that these suggestions are being made where cities must be redesigned to help combat loneliness and anxiety, because they are identifying loneliness and anxiety as a second pandemic as a result of COVID. So we need design to keep adapting. So if you want to check more, there is actually a really good site called gensler.com, how design responds to a changing world. There are all these fabulous articles, so I'm not going to go into detail. And third point, digital age is here to stay, and with it, nostalgia for the simpler times. And what I mean by that is, even though, yes, digital is great, you know, when the pandemic hit in Sri Lanka, I was honestly worried for my career for a little bit there. But then suddenly, we didn't have a lot of, we had the e-commerce industry just began to boom because retailers were forced to go online to sell their products. So it was great. It was really nice to see that we are embracing digital in this age now. But at the same time, if you're bombarding your consumers with ads on digital, it's at some point, it's going to get stagnated. It's already happening. And people now want to be connected to the real world now more than ever. They're getting a little tired of being on their phones or devices all the time. So my final point is that start with the belief that design has the power to save lives. I think design has always had it's kind of left out because we always promote the STEM subjects, even in our own education systems. I mean, I am someone who studied bio before moving on to the creative field. And I feel like that importance must be given to design and creativity as well. And these need to be included in the syllabus from a young age, because creativity is also about problem solving, like one of the earlier speakers said. And it's imperative that we acknowledge it as a important subject. And also that we, even as creatives, have this belief that, yes, even if it's a simple campaign, maybe it can save a life. So with that, I would also like to encourage the lecturers to, adapt their teaching processes to this changing world. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Sonora. A very interesting PowerPoint, I must say. You've practically demonstrated the design areas as well. So it was enlightening for me, and I'm sure for our students as well, which is evident from the number of comments and the questions we're having. We do have time limitation, but I have a question, very quick one. we call this thing which is creative freedom or creative liberty that designers have. The pandemic, how do you relate the two? Do you think the pandemic has given more creative freedom or more creative liberty to designers or creative people, or has it reduced that creative liberty? How do you comment on that? And I'll club that with another question, which is by Mohini. She said that how advertising can create a difference on people's mind after the pandemic. Probably she's trying to ask if the perceptions of people, how do we manage that? What would be the impact of pandemic from the designer perspective to deal with the market? Please kindly can you answer that? And then we have another question, but if you could please answer these two first.
Okay, for the first question, yes. So I work as a freelance creative, and when the pandemic hit, a lot of people lost their jobs and they started freelancing, and also a lot of clients started approaching freelancers as opposed to targeting agencies, creative agencies. And what this means is that as a freelancer, I have the creative freedom to select the projects that I want. And I think this pandemic has made all of us very, very tired and have helped us prioritize what is important. So yes, I think people will be embracing, especially the younger people, the Gen Z, 100%. They're more confident in their thoughts, in their creative processes. So I think we'll see a boom in how we embrace creative freedom and how we convince clients to embrace it as well. And sorry, the second question is?
The second question was about what difference can a creative person, a designer could make about the mindset of people, after pandemic, how advertising can create a difference on people's mind after pandemic. What sort of ads do you believe are going to work more as in the post-pandemic?
Yes. So one thing, I came across an article that highlighted about 6 or 7, I can remember 2 of them. One was to promote optimism. So one trend I would see is there will be much more color and in design, in advertisements, in products, because it helps people uplift themselves. And the other is, like I said before, the nostalgia factor. I feel like advertisements cannot be static anymore. It needs to remind people about humanity, about where they came from, about connections. And so because of that, this whole thing that I said about like making things look cool or just pretty on the outside would not work. There has to be a greater purpose in every advertisement that they would do, I would feel.
So Nora, just a very quick one. What ethics to be considered while advertising? I think it's important because our students should know that. So very quickly, if you could just very quickly answer that. What do you think, what ethics should be considered while advertising? Moreover, how to create art advertisement that does not stress out public in the pandemic scenario? If you could please kindly give a very quick answer to that as well.
Yes, so ethically, I feel we need to be mindful about the information that we put out. So as you can see, we had a very bad history in advertising where we promoted misinformation, and it's still happening. And we need to absolutely bring in even laws that prohibit false advertising. And ethically, we need to consider what is going on in the world. And, we are in a global pandemic. It's a very sensitive situation. For an example, we shouldn't market it. We shouldn't market people's suffering as a package. I see this happening in terms of advertising here and there. So we need to be very mindful. It's simple. It's really simple. Just be mindful about what you create, what you put out in the world.
Brilliant. Thank you so very much, Sonora Rodrigo, for a wonderful presentation and a practical talk for our students, whether in their media and the graphic design. Especially the point that you made on collaboration is very, very useful. So we're very grateful to you for a very thoughtful presentation. I would again reminded me of John Dewey's, one of my favorite philosophers in education. His words were, learning is experience and everything else is just information. With that, we move on, and these words correctly represent our next presenter, who is very dear to us, very respectful for us, and very supportive of us. I feel grateful with his presence because number one, our collaborative partner, Vonbrook College Ireland, has been always supportive of STEP. It's more than a decade-long partnership and working together experience. We have the dear Dr. Julian with us. Dr. Julian, I don't need to give introduction for him because everybody at STEP, everybody in Pakistan probably in this through this forum knows about him. Dr. Julian has been involved in the education for nearly 30 years, from teaching to program development to accreditation management. His expertise and interest lies in learning methodologies, mindset change, and educational technologies. Is the president-elect of the International Vocational Education and Training Association, and a very good friend of STEP as well, very supportive of us, and always there for helping students and the management of STEP. Today, he's going to speak on the fundamental for teaching and learning science. So, Dr. Julian, there you are. Very, very pleased to see you, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I have to say, I have really enjoyed all the sessions because you've had such a wonderful variety of speakers talking about so many topics. And the good thing about all these topics is that they are interlinked. I don't see them as separate. So I know that you're running late, and thank you to the other speakers for letting me go first. We are unfortunately fortunately starting a new program tomorrow, so I have lots of curriculum development meetings right after this. So I'm going to try and limit my speech to as little to 10 minutes to give you hopefully some time. So as said, I'm going to talk about the fundamentals of teaching and learning success, and really it's a very, very simple topic, nothing major. Why is my screen not moving? Okay, so last year, as we know, a shift happened. We saw the pandemic, and because of
Julian, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. Sorry for interrupting. There is a problem with the voice. Can you? There's some sort of noise coming with you. So if you could kindly check the. This is unplugged, maybe headphone. Yeah.
1 second. Just let me.
Sorry for that, but I think people are saying that distortion there.
Is this better?
Yeah, the voice is a bit louder, but this distortion is still there. But I think you're audible.
Hopefully this is not so bad.
Yeah,
okay.
Please continue. Thank
Excellent. You. So as we know, last year and even now, we're still facing the pandemic, but as a result, we saw distance education flourish. So what happened was technology took center stage. And because of that, we've had tons of webinars, talks, lessons, and a lot of that has been on how to use technology to teach, how to design learning materials, and how to assess. A lot of this was geared at teachers who were scrambling to suddenly address the new challenges faced by the pandemic, and also by students, because a lot of students suddenly had to learn how to learn online or at a distance. Question is, how successful has it been? And how effective has teaching and learning been? So we're going to look at this generally, okay? So for most of you, learning really is about changing your behavior. It's about changing your mindset and changing the paradigm, the way of seeing the world. Basically, it's about breaking a habit. And we know that breaking habits are not easy. It's quite tough to change yourself. So how do you change yourself? Not just to learn something new, but to learn differently. Or if you're a teacher, how do you teach differently? Well, I've come up with some simple acronyms. So to do effective learning, I would suggest that you have something called ACCA, ACCA, which comprises of active learning. So if you're a student, you really want to be actively learning the materials, not just sit there, watch something on the screen or on the PowerPoint and expect to know it. You actively have to learn, which means you have to be creative about the way you learn, and you have to be critical in your thinking. Okay, you can't just take everything at face value. You have to take it in, process it, and make it work for you. So in order to do that, though, you need this third extremely important thing. You need the context, because many of us go into a classroom with a traditional teacher and they say, oh, today we're going to learn about this subject. How does this subject affect you, your industry, and your place in it? If you understand your context of why you're learning this subject, then it changes very considerably. And I'll give you an example later on. But more importantly, after you understand the context, you need to be able to apply the knowledge you have learned in a practical way so that you actually make it work, which is the experiential learning aspect of this conference. So without these four important elements as a learner, you are not going to be as effective as you could be. And teachers, you need to understand this too when you're designing your lessons for your students, right? Are your students going to be encouraged to actively learn the materials in the most creative way possible? But do they then understand why they are learning it? Is it just the subject that they have to pass in order to graduate? Because that's how a lot of students see these things. But actually, every little bit that they learn has been the result of painstaking development, curriculum development. Why was this subject put in there? There was a reason for it, because you took the time as a school to develop this course. And so the students need to understand that very reason. And it makes sense to them in their education why they are learning this particular subject. And then let's go on to the teacher's side. I've got an acronym too, and I just call it SASA, which stands for, it's got to be student-centered. So I'm not repeating anything new because so many speakers before me have talked about this. It's got to be centered around the student in order to make them active and critical learners. Okay, and then it's got to be adaptive, but from your perspective as a teacher, because when you walk into a classroom, you face a myriad of realities, right? Your students come from everywhere. Perhaps they speak different languages, they have different backgrounds, different educational levels. So you, as a teacher, need to be an expert in adapting yourself to your students' needs. So if you see that in a class of 10 students, 3 students are struggling, 2 students are too far ahead, and then the other students are average, you've got to be able to adapt yourself to cater to this whole range of differences to ensure that A, boredom doesn't set in, nor does confusion, nor does frustration because they feel they are being left behind. And you need to make sure that what you're teaching is supportive of them, that you are scaffolding their learning step by step. Everything is a progression to a higher level, and that they don't feel suddenly thrown into the deep end. You can actually throw students into the deep end as long as you come back and rescue them and then take them through the steps of how they can survive if this were to happen to them in the future. And the last A is what I call assessive. Now, this is a very strange verb or I suppose adjective, but really assessive refers to you constantly checking that the students have not only memorized the work or got it right, but that they have actually been able to understand the work comprehensively and to apply it to an actual outcome. So, are they effective? Can they do A, B, C, D, E? How effectively did they do that? How quickly did they solve the problem that you've given them? So the key thing here is about problem solving, which is actually one of the key skills that is really needed in our new world order as defined by the World Economic Forum. So then, how does effective learning happen? Well, you've got the student and then the lesson that the student is immersed in. But then the lesson has to be based on the context that you're teaching. And finally, the proof of the pudding is in how the student actually carries out the application of the knowledge that they have gained in order to solve a real world problem. So if you put that together with Aka and Sasa, that's what you've got, the student-centered work, which is adapted all around their abilities and the context, and you support them throughout, and then you check that they are able to perform. So here's a quick example. Teaching bookkeeping to artists or art students. Now, a lot of art students will say, well, why the devil do we need to learn bookkeeping? It's got nothing to do with artistic or creative things. Well, here's your very wonderful artistic student. Then here's your lesson about bookkeeping, right? How does she fit into this lesson of bookkeeping? And why does it affect her? Now, if you just say to this student, oh, listen, from Monday, you're going to be learning bookkeeping, your student is going to go, why? Why am I learning bookkeeping? What's it got to do with me? And level of interest dropping down, right? Engagement dropping down, active learning dropping down. So what do you have to do? You have to put it in context for the student. This is the industry. This is what happens. Now, if you go and work for a big company, for example, as a designer, as our last speaker is an arts director, she will tell you exactly the same thing. You will be working according to budgets because there is no such thing as unlimited money. So you will have a budget. You need to budget yourself. Bookkeeping. Okay, let's say you decide you don't want to work for a big organization. You want to have your own business. Well, you got to budget your own business too. Otherwise, you'll be bankrupt before you know it. And therefore, you give them the context. And then you link the lesson to the real world context. You give them real world lessons that they can solve, and they can see immediately how this affects them, and then you will have an actively engaged student who can look at this very critically. And just to give you another example, when I teach business to my students, I don't ever start off with companies like Microsoft and Google making billions and saying, oh, now let's do a profit and loss statement, because a student will find it very hard to identify with $5 billion. Right? But if you bring it down and say, okay, let's set up a little corner shop selling, I don't know, some food or something that they can identify with, or you're selling your little dresses that you make, something that they can relate to. And instead of talking of millions of dollars, bring it down and say, okay, well, you only have $200 in your bank. How are you going to handle that? Now that becomes a real problem that they can identify with, and you work them through that while teaching them the fundamentals of bookkeeping. So therefore, you have the two aspects that I have been mentioning. So the key thing to remember in all of this, in terms of teaching and learning, the most important thing about paradigm change is psychology. If you can get people to be on the same wavelength as you, to agree with you, and to feel the same as you, you will be able to enact change. Otherwise, you will have boredom, indifference, or active fighting against wanting to change. Because remember, it's a habit you're trying to overcome. So to have effective learning and teaching, remember the magic phrase, not abracadabra, but akasasa. Thank you very much. Shukriya. Am I in time, Goha?
Yes, you're very much in time as always, Dr. Julian. And thank you so very much for a wonderful presentation. Very thought-provoking, I must say, not only for students, but for teachers as well. I love the framework that you've suggested, and I'm going to make sure that we follow that and we implement that at STEP as well. Both things. I love the way you said ACCA for the student side, and for teachers SASA, which is being student-centered, adaptive, supportive, and assessive. Wonderfully done as always, Dr. Julian. And we are very, very grateful because I know you were in the middle of a very, very hectic routine and you took time out, but we needed you and you were there like always. Thank you so very much. I won't bother you with questions because I know you've got to leave, but in case we have, and I'm sure we have, like always, we'll have questions and we'll get back to you.
No problem.
Thank you so much. So
Thank
very
you.
nice. Thanks
Take
a lot.
care.
Thank you so much. With that, we finish another very thought-provoking presentation. Ideas, I must say, and it's always very good with ideas. We learn with pleasure, we never forget. That was the words of Alfred Mercier. And before we go on to the next presentation, which is equally exciting, especially for the fashion students, textile students, because we have a presenter from University of Arts, London. There's a poll that needs to be done. So we're sharing the poll for you. And if you can kindly go to the button again in the poll, you will see a question there with some options there as well. The question is, what do you think is the most influential source of inspiration for executing experiential learning and design? And you have choices there. This could be the field of study. It could be the role of the college or a university. It could be formal training or teaching that is being given, or informally, it could be counseling, it could be mentoring, role models that people could have, and the success stories that they have in mind, or the social media. I think we have other options as well. Yes, background and self experiences of people, or it could be any other form. So I'm repeating the question. It says, what is yours? What do you think is going to be your source of inspiration if you want to implement the experiential learning and design? So you have the options. Please select one option which you believe applies to you. The poll is open for next a few minutes, and then we'll come to the results of it after the presentation. Let me introduce you to the next presenter. Just give me a second, please. Right, so moving on. The next presentation is from Dr. Hina Ali. Dr. Hina Ali is a senior lecturer, associate professor, service design and innovation at London College of Communication, University of Arts, London. She is a UK-based designer, researcher, academic, innovator, and journal reviewer. Additionally, she is postgraduate dissertation supervisor at the Institute of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Loughborough University, London, and a fellow of Higher Education Academy and the Royal Society of Arts, London. She holds a practice-led PhD in graphic communication design for sustainable social innovation from Central St. Martin's. Dr. Hina Ali is also the principal innovation consultant at InfoBridge Global Limited, a UK-based design, innovation, and training tech organization with local and international clientele. We're very honored to have Dr. Hina Ali with us, speaking on the topic participatory design for sustainability. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us, and it's your stage now. Please.
Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here. Such a wonderful panel. I've been listening to all the talks in the morning, and it's been an absolute pleasure. Without much further ado, I'm going to kick off the session because I know I need to be mindful of the time. I'm going to be sharing my screen, and then I'll just very quickly walk you through my presentation. And let me just very quickly share my screen. Oh, I think it's not allowing me to share my screen.
Can you please try that now?
Okay. it's not giving me the option to share my screen. Let me just...
Do you want us to run the presentation for you, Dr. Hina?
Could you please? Let me just give it one more. Let me just give it one more minute because because I think for me, I'd rather share my screen because then I can run it according to the way I want to.
If you can click on the share screen button once again, because this is allowed.
Okay. One more. No, it's not allowing me. Okay, so I think we should not be losing any more time. So let's, if someone could share my presentation, I'll go with that.
Yes, please. Yeah, it's there. Can you see that, Dr. Hina?
Could you please put this in a full screen mode? Screen show, PowerPoint show. Thank you. Thank you very much. So today I'm going to be talking about participatory design practice, but I think since morning I've been listening to all the talks and we've been talking about co-designing, cooperation in design. We've been talking about design through participation. We'll also be talking about experiential learning. So what I would like you all to think about as I go through my talk is to understand what you do individually. This is for the panel and anyone else who's looking at this talk, is think of what you do as an experience. And I'm going to talk a little bit about sustainability as well, but for me, sustainability in this space is not about climate change because there's another meaning that's attached to it, but it's primarily about making something work, whatever you're designing, whatever you're working on, be it a policy, be it architecture, be it graphic design, be it any other field that you work on, how do you make it sustainable? How do you make it effective? So participatory design, think about it as an experience that is inclusive, comfortable, exciting, hence sustainable. It kind of engages the people you're designing for by understanding the user needs, to gain design insights, to understand what really needs to be designed in, what is the problem, what are we solving, and how can we engage people more. Can you please go to the next slide? And within participatory design, can we go back to the third slide, please? Yes. So with sorry. No, the last one. Yes. So and within this presentation, I'm also going to talk a little bit more about the key ingredient within participatory design practice, which is human-centered design and human-centered design methods. Sometimes these terms are used interchangeably, where people talk about participatory design and human-centered design synonymously, but these are two different spaces that we work on. Next slide, please. So participatory design, first of all, what is it designed? What is it defined as? Participatory design focuses on creative, collaborative, and human-centered methods, which can include the using of design ethnography, co-discovery, co-design methods, tools, and for prototyping and functional outcomes. Next slide, please. So it's an approach, mainly, just to put it very simply, it's an approach to design by actively involving all stakeholders, for example, employees, partners, customers, citizens, whoever is the design for in the design process to help ensure that the results meets their needs. So the key word over here is understanding needs of the people you're designing for, and it is usable, hence sustainable. So people engage with it more, people are comfortable with it, people enjoy it, depending on what you're designing. So rather than design for the target user, the designers design with the target user, involving them in the design process. Next slide, please. Hence, participatory design is primarily a human-centered approach, or methods, we can also call it, which is focused on processes and procedures of design. It helps ensure the design meets user needs, hence is sustainable in the long term. It can be, and the basic model is co-planning with the people you're designing for, co-designing, taking consultations, involving them, using different tools in the design process, co-evaluation, producing the design delivering the design, and then evaluating with the people at each stage of the design process. Next slide, please. So one example, this is my favorite example. I always give the example of a ketchup bottle. Which one, think about this, which one will you use? And it's about by the same company, but the very difference is only the product container. One is user-friendly and the other one is not that user-friendly. So we always opt to go for the user-friendly option. That's based on designing using the experience of whoever it's designed for. So human-centered design is premised on empathy. Empathy meaning understanding what people feel, how will people engage with a certain piece of design, and why will they do it? And on the idea that people you're designing for are your roadmap to innovative solutions. All you have to do is empathize, understand them, and bring them along with you in the design process through co-design methods. Next slide, please. So again, coming back to human-centered design, the founder of human-centered design, Don Norman, said it's a mindset that overlays each design stage in the process to ensure that the design outcomes, be it service, products, systems, we've been talking about policy in the morning, communications, etc., are actually relevant and beneficial in the long run for the people they're intended to serve. Next slide, please. So who's Don Norman? Don Norman is a professor in university, design professor at the University of San Diego. And he says that I invented the term because I thought human interface and usability were too narrow. I wanted to cover all aspects of the person's experience with the system, including industrial design, graphics, the interface, the physical interaction, and the manual, the whole experience of engaging with the design and how will it enforce what it's trying to do. So how does human-centered design really work? Why is it important? I'm going to show you a very short video with a very simple example to make you understand why it's important to engage users in the design process for effective design, which is also sustainable. Yes, we can click the video now. Thank you. Is it going to work?
Can you see the video?
I can't see the video, sorry.
Just bear with us for a second. I think it's working now.
Yes, it's working now. So while we look at the video, can you pause the video for a second to start it from the beginning? Yes, we need to hear the sound as well. But while we're looking at the video, just one thing for everyone, can you all think about a bad door? You'll understand more when you look at the video, but I would like all of you to think about a bad door in your life. I'm sure everyone has one, okay? Thank you. We can start the video now. Can we make it full screen? Is it possible? Thank you. We can't hear the sound. There's a sound option there. I'm not sure if
Floor of the Vox Media office that I hate so much. Damn it. You ever get this door wrong? Pretty regularly. Have you seen people misuse it? Oh, me too, Kelsey. But here's the thing. As soon as you start looking for confusing doors, they are everywhere. It's push. Why? I feel like Roman Mars would know about this.
This is 99% invisible. And those doors you made are called Norman doors.
What's a Norman door?
Don Norman wrote the essential book about design. He is the Norman of the Norman door.
All right, and where is this guy?
You must go to San Diego.
Okay. Hi, Joe. Hey, I'm Don Norman. Gee, you know, it's hard to describe what I am.
Well, he's been a professor of psychology, professor of cognitive science, professor of computer science, a vice president of advanced technology at Apple. But for our purposes,
I was spending a year in England. I got so frustrated with my inability to use the light switches and the water taps and the doors even, that I wrote this book. If I continually get a door, no. In fact, if you continually get it wrong, it's a good thing. But if other people continually get it wrong, good sign that's a really bad door.
a Norman door is one where the design tells you to do the opposite of what you're actually supposed to do, or gives the wrong signal and needs a sign to correct it.
Why does it need an instruction manual? That is, why do you have to have a sign that says push or pull? Why not make it obvious?
It can be obvious if it's designed right.
There are a couple of really simple, basic principles of design, and one of them I'll call discoverability. Look at something, I should be able to discover what operations I can do.
The principle applies to a whole lot more than doors.
And it's amazing with many of our computer systems today. You look at it, there's no way of knowing what's possible. Should I tap it once, twice, or even triple tap? Discoverability, when it's not there, well, you don't know how to use something.
Another is feedback.
So many times there's no feedback. You have no idea what happened. Why it happened.
And these principles form the basis of how designers and engineers work today, commonly known as user or human-centered design.
I decided at one point the word user was a bit degrading. Why not call people people? And it's amazingly simple and amazingly seldom practiced. We call it iterative, because it goes around in a circle. We go out and we observe what is happening today. We observe people doing the task. And from that, we say, oh, we have some ideas. Here's what we should perhaps propose to do.
Then you prototype your solution and test it.
Quite often these are wrong at first, but each time we go around the circle, we do a better job of making the device until the point we're actually making something that really works.
And this process has spread all over the world.
And it turns out it's improving lives.
From better everyday things like the ones that Don wrote about,
to using the same process to solve huge problems in public health in developing countries.
Water,
sanitation,
farming,
lots more. So would it be a better human-centered door?
An ideal door is one that as I walk up to it and walk through it, I'm not even aware that I had opened the door and shut it. So if you had a door which had a flat plate, what could you do? Nothing. The only thing you can do is push. So see, you wouldn't need a sign. A flat plate, you push.
this kind of push bar with the piece sticking out on one side works well too. So you can see what side you're supposed to push on.
Vertical bars could go either way. A simple little hand thing, though, sort of indicates hold.
But we still have terrible, terrible doors in the world. So many of them.
There are lots of things in life that are fairly standardized, and therefore, whether I buy this house or not is not a function of whether it has good doors in it. So, except for safety reasons, doors tend not to be improved.
But the tyranny of bad doors must end.
I think that it's a really shitty design. In fact, they put a pull handle when it's a push. It should be a flat panel right here. And not a
That's how I feel about this experience.
You're right, Becky. You're goddamn right. And if we all thought like you, well, we might just design a better world together.
It won't open because it's a security door.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's enough. Can we get back to the PowerPoint, please?
Hey, so as you can see, since I started making this video, they've since changed the door a little bit.
We can stop the video now. Thank you. Can we get back to the PowerPoint, please? In the meantime, I'm just I can ask you all to in the chat write down if you have a bad door in your life and which door is it. It can be your front door to the house. It can be a door in a shopping center. It can be a toilet door. So if you have a bad door in your life, you're very lucky if you don't. So can we get back to the recap slide, please? The next one. One after this one. So again, I've kept it short and simple because it was the example that I showed was about a door. But the point I was trying to make was that when that door was designed, if that consulted with the people who were using that door, it would have been easier for those people to use that door. And hence, people would use that door more, hence the design would be sustainable. So human-centered design is the outcome of participatory design. Human-centered design is premised on the idea that people you're designing for are your roadmap to innovative, effective, sustainable solutions. All you have to do is empathize, understand them, bring them along with you in the design process through core design methods. These are a set of methods that we train people with, and that could be for another talk. Next slide, please. Yes, and design education by promoting engaging participatory design practice can help mold the present and the future. As a discipline, design can help foster current systems to work better. We complain about systems not working. It's because it's designed for people without involving those people in the process. So we make decisions sitting in a room where we don't understand what people really need, and hence when those policies or when designs are put out in the market or that people are asked to engage with them, people don't because they don't relate to it. So it is also the future to be co-created, for challenges to be, for example, be it climate change, for privacy and security, and maybe even in life and space. So participatory design methods can be excellent for the present, to change the present state, but also to predict and design for the future. Next slide, please. So these are a list whenever I give a talk, I also share my favorite books on the subject. So these are a list of books I would love for all of you to read if you've not already read them, which will tell you a little bit more about human-centered design practice, participatory design practice, and also how this practice is useful for your own individual work, be it in arts and design, be it in social science, be it in science. It's applicable everywhere because it's primarily there to shape experiences, positive learning experiences, positive engaging experiences, and also making design sustainable. Thank you very much. I think I finished on time. I think.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Hena, for a wonderful, very thought-provoking, and you're actually leveling up our understanding and knowledge of the topic, which I'm very glad about.
It's a brilliant panel. It's a brilliant panel to be part of.
I'm getting excellent remarks from the Facebook ID. I was just looking at that, and students thoroughly enjoyed your thoughts and the ideas. We have a couple of questions, although we have the time limitation, but I want quickly, if you can please kindly answer this one. This one is from Mohini. She says, if you could elaborate the difference between design thinking and human-centered design. By the way, the term human-centered design was the key word. Very well elaborated, I must say. So kindly, if you could speak a little about the difference between design thinking and human-centered design, please.
Okay. So the design thinking is a process. Design thinking is a process. We start from understanding design. We start from research, and then we start from research. It's like the double diamond design model, We start from discovery, then we go into definition of the design problem, then we go into the development of understanding the design project, how it goes forward, and then we go into the delivery of the design process. But I also kind of add, and then at a later stage, we go into design evaluation. Human-centered design practice is when within each stage of the design thinking process, we put the user, we put the participation of the user in the design process of discovery. So for example, when we're doing our research not using only desktop research, but also primary research. We're talking to the people we're designing for to understand what their needs are. Then we go into the definition of the problem. This is a problem. Very quickly, I'm going to go through it. And then at that point, we then go back to the people and say, okay, so we've identified this problem. Are we right? Are we wrong? What more changes we need to do? Then we go into the development stage of the design process. And then we kind of, at the development, we're doing ideation. So we've got different ideas. Like, so for example, if we've got a class of 30 students, or we've got a team of 5 designers, we've got different ideas. We take those ideas back to the people we're designing for and ask them to identify what do they feel is the best idea and why. And then we work on that to develop that further. And then even at the delivery stage, we're identifying channels, we're identifying process, we're identifying media. So we go back to the people and we ask them, what are the channels they use the most? What's the media they use the most? And then we bring that back into the development of design. And that's when the design will be sustainable with this set of people you're designing for. So that's the difference between human-centered design and design thinking. It's related, it's correlated, but we just need people at the center at each stage.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think it was very, very timely. The concept is just amazing. I love the concept. Thank you so much, Dr. Hina.
Thank you very much.
Once again,
pleasure.
Honored to have you on our panel, and it was very, very thoughtful, very full of learning.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Moving on to the next one, but before that, if you could see the results of the polls, we were actually getting a little late with the timing. I apologize to our very respectable panelists here. The question was asked, what do you think is the most influential source of inspiration for executing the experiential learning and design? And the answers are, I hope you can all see the answers on your screens. It says the highest one is the field of study. People believe that it's the area in which they're studying is mostly responsible for that. And then you can see remaining results as well. The second in the list is mentoring or counseling is also required, and very close to it is the third one, which is training and teaching. So as teachers, as educationists, as mentors and counselors, we need to remember that in our mind. The next presenter we have is again somebody we all look up to for her contribution, for the brilliant work she's doing. Miss Samina, Dr. Samina Naseem is going to be the next presenter. She did her PhD in fine arts in 2009 with major subject was art history of Islamic architecture. Currently, she is the chairperson in the Department of Fine Arts, College of Art and Design, University of Punjab. Her professional experience as academician is 22 years, and she's published more than 9 research papers in international and national HEC approved research journals. She's also practicing artist and displayed 10 solo shows internationally and nationally. In 2017, her artwork was selected for permanent display in the Museum of Habib Nomal University, Shijiazhuang Heng. I hope I pronounced this properly, which is in China. I have displayed, she has displayed more than 60 group shows nationally and internationally. And we're very, very pleased to have Dr. Samina Naseem with us because she recently visited the college as well on one of the, I think it was the exhibition display of students' work. Thank you so much, Dr. Samina Naseem, and my apologies for the time disruption here we have. Please, here you go. We can't hear you, Dr. Samina. You might have to see if your audio things are properly working. You're not mute, but we can't hear you. What does she do now? Does she leave and join back?
Not audio. Not audio.
Dr. Samina, we still can't hear. If you can kindly connect the audio, do you know how to connect the audio here? Dr. Samina, I think if you leave the meeting and then join back again, maybe sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. Since we're talking about experiential learning, so we are experiencing all the technical things and difficulties. I think she's left already, so she might comes back and then she'll start again. Right after Dr. Samina, we have Dr. Jamal Heath, who is waiting, and I apologize, Dr. Jamal. And then we have the remaining panelists in the list, as is there in the list. I think Dr. Samina is joined back again.
Jamal had a new problem. As a resident automation champion, he'd become a bit of a star, but
Mobile. Dr. Samina, we're just calling you. My colleague is calling you. So. Dr. Jamal, are you there? We're trying to fix the things up with the audio. And if Dr. Jamal, if you're there, kindly can you take the first turn?
Would you like me to step in and do my talk now?
Yes, please. Yes, please. If you could do it first, because in the meanwhile, we'll just fix up the things with Dr. Samina.
Okay. That's
and
no problem
before you
at all.
start, just give me a second, Dr. Jamal, please.
I'm awaiting instruction.
Okay, give me a second, please. All right, next we have is Dr. Jamal Heath from the University of Wales, Trinity St. David's. As an oral surgeon, a successful regional politician, parliamentary advisor, a public speaker, honorary university lecturer, and radio and television interviewee. He has experienced several hats, and today he's going to speak on different approaches to stress and high pressure learning and its effects on the motivation. A very timely subject and very, very relevant to all of us. Thank you so much, Dr. Jamal, and please go ahead.
Hello there. Right, let me just get this up and running. Do slideshow from beginning. Let's see if this works.
Yeah, we can see the PowerPoint.
Have you got that?
Yes, we have.
You've got the slide. Brilliant. Okay. Well, a bit of an introduction. So you've got an introduction about me there. I'm currently at the University of Wales, Trinity St. David, in the Department of Islamic Studies. So that's another career to add into everything. This presentation, I'm pleased to say, is a bit of a hybrid because yes, there'll be a little bit about leadership training there, a bit about science, but from my personal experiences, I'm going to bring in some of my reflections of how high pressure environments have impacted me, and from colleagues as well, professional reflections on some of the pitfalls of this type of learning. Now, in the modern world, there's no doubt that the world of business is getting faster and faster paced, because we've got new products, new methods of delivery, new technologies, new markets all the time, and businesses have to keep ahead of the competition. Okay, and they're looking for emerging leaders that have 2020 vision, foresight, and literacy with these new products and new technologies, and they can cope with the challenges. Right. Unlike a generation ago or a couple of generations ago, they can't wait for these business leaders to develop organically, and so business schools are turning increasingly to high pressure experiential learning to develop leaders who can handle this new stressful world of business. Okay, emotionally arousing events. Bear with me a second. Emotionally arousing events have been proven to have an effect on recall. So, extremely stressful, traumatic events often are related to vivid memories. So we see this in things like PTSD, yeah, where severe stress can actually boost memory formation. Yeah, and this is especially with emotional rather than neutral events. So if we look at my slide here, the first point is clearly we're moving away in training from the classroom. We're moving away from rote learning, though it still fulfills a function. But we know that we have to have experiential learning with a long-lasting impact, and experiential learning has to be emotionally charged. Yeah? And that stressful experiences can help in impactful learning. And there are a number of papers that support this, but there are also papers that seem to indicate the contrary. Okay, so we're then going to, excellent. We're then going to move on to the science behind stress and high pressure experiential learning. So when an individual is challenged by an event that they regard subconsciously, maybe even as threatening, it sets off a whole cascade of activity in the body, in the brain and in the body. And there are neurotransmitters released, especially things like adrenaline, noradrenaline. And if the individual assesses this at an almost subconscious level as a response that they can handle, this is taken as a challenge response, and as a result of this fight or flight, we see measurable physiological activity. We see blood flow to the brain is increased. We see increased neurotransmitter activity, right? And we see physiological responses and actual responses of improved decision-making and learning, okay? If the individual feels that they are insufficiently resourced, and again, this is a split-second decision, yeah, this can be manifested as a threat response. The same fight or flight mechanisms then can channel blood away from the brain towards the limbs, and cognitive function is impaired. And this has been shown in a number of papers as well. There's a very delicate balancing act that has to be approached in using stress as a learning activity. Now, all of this is nothing new, because if you look at the armed forces, they've been doing this sort of thing for generations. In 10 weeks, you can take a raw recruit and turn them into an individual who has the skills and the pathways to handle themselves in that most hostile of environments, which is a battlefield. They can make split-second decisions because they're using stressful, high-pressure learning in a very controlled environment. So here we see the two side by side. Somebody who sees a challenge compared to somebody who may see something as a threat. So What's the difference? Well, what it boils down to is three basic factors, and I have really boiled these down. One of which is genetic. Some people simply do not have the genetic makeup to be very threat tolerant. Yeah? It can be overcome, but with very intensive training. There's the developmental side of it as well. Some people who have a good genetic background, maybe in their development, in their background, in their life experiences, they've become almost a slightly little bit pessimistic, that they don't perceive themselves as having the resources to tackle the challenge in front of them. Yeah, and then of course there's the environmental impact. Does the environment provide you with the resources? So there are three factors. So those with genetic or developmental issues here, I think it would almost verge on the level of abuse to subject them to high pressure experiential learning, right? But even for individuals who have the right makeup, right, if the environment is not suitably supportive, if they for some reason do not believe that they have the resources within or in the environment to tackle the challenge, they too will see it as a threat. So my first takeaway point, and it's a really important one, I actually want to read this through, is that to maximize learning potential, leaders need to be stretched, challenged, and stressed, but in a supportive environment that stops them tipping over into cognitive shutdown. Right? Now, the techniques that we are discussing are still not fully understood, and they must be employed with caution. And I'm hoping that what I've said up to now reinforces that. Yeah. But if you can hardwire in these leadership pathways, yeah, and you get to practice them and to reuse them, you can, to borrow a term from professional sport, you can build up muscle memory, which is a reflexive, unconscious preparedness to tackle challenge, so that the individual, the lead in a leadership situation, can handle stress and can probably even increasingly handle more levels of stress, but again, where they see the environment is supportive. Yeah. So in a business school or in a learning environment, this environment is often controlled. The business school has a duty of care to its students, right? But the world, the real world, the world of work and the world of business are by their nature uncontrolled, unbalanced, yes, and do not show a duty of care to the individual. Right, so, right. I'm now going to bring in a personal take on all of this, right? Because I can draw on some of my experiences and some of my, that seems to have got a smile out of you, Gohar, right? Bringing some of my experiences and experiences of some colleagues. I've been blessed to hold a handful of really important roles in my life, and I've no shame about putting the first one first, because, and I should have degendered this. I should have said a parent, a spouse, a partner. Undoubtedly, that is your core role in life. If that role is suffering, then all these other roles are subordinate, right? If that role is suffering, then that is the major sign that you are not handling your environment correctly, or your environment is not handling you correctly. So let me then move on. The other thing I wanted to say about that is that in all these other areas of life, we tend to approach these very professionally, drawing on psychological or scientific preparation for them or training. And ironically, that most important of roles, that of parent and partner, we seem to just charge into without much preparation at all. But let's look at the surgeon. At medical school, learning is still very much for the first 2 years by rote, yeah, classroom based. And it's necessary. You have to learn anatomy, biochemistry, physiology, pathology, pharmacology, as many ologies as you want to throw at the thing, okay? And only after the second year do you then go on to a limited amount of handheld experiential learning. And you'll be familiar with this from TV and films about, you know, medical schools or the lives of doctors. You're allowed to make micro decisions, hawkishly watched over by your superiors. Now, unlike most degrees I can think of, a medical degree is simply a certification that the individual is relatively safe and competent and unlikely to do harm. After you qualify, you then start your real experiential learning. Unfortunately, in an atmosphere of self-responsibility, where if you make a mistake, you have to carry the responsibility yourself. Yeah. And here it's important to bring in the environment, because in the Western healthcare environment, it can hardly be said to be supportive, right? We were taught at medical school that the medical profession has some of the highest levels of suicide, alcoholism, and drug abuse. The suicide rate in medical professions, male doctors, is 2.5 times higher than the base level in society. In female doctors, it's 4 times higher, right? If we look at risk factors for that, they include the common ones, which are complaints from legally literate patients, yeah, lack of support from colleagues, investigation by professional bodies, governing authorities, ever legislating government and the Department of Health, yeah, and these often lead to a toxic and unsupportive environment, yeah. So alcoholism, research has shown that 10% of UK medics abuse drugs, and it's the highest professional group, higher than lawyers and police, for example, yeah. A 2012 study of American surgeons showed that 15.4% abused alcohol, 25% of all female surgeons, and 14% of all male surgeons. So these are symptoms of handling a very toxic and unsupporting environment. So I wanted to bring in some of my my own points here, because this has brought home to me my first ever professional position. I stayed overnight in a on-call room, and the last person to use that on-call room had committed suicide by poisoning. And in my last but one job, I was drafted in as an emergency to replace a colleague who had hung himself in his garage. So I'm afraid to say these are not rare events. Yeah. So it's important that we have to reflect on the impact of the stressful incidents in our life. Yeah. Of course, there are positive elements, but we have to look at the negative elements as well. How are they affecting us? How are they affecting our decision-making process, our life views? Yeah, we have to reflect on how it impacts our mental well-being. Work with a group of medics in a mentoring position at the moment. I've got a meeting on Friday, helping them to tackle some of these issues themselves. Yeah, this is the really difficult one. It's discussing your thoughts, because in some areas, it's very, very difficult to let down your guard, to let down your self-image and your outer image. Yeah, you have to find somebody you trust. Now, it can be a spouse, but you'd have to be lucky if that spouse happens to be in the same profession as yourself. So it's often good to find a fellow professional whom you can trust greatly to almost expose yourself, to be professionally naked to. Yeah, because sometimes in many walks of life, this is where I wanted to bring in the politics side of things. You can say, well, yeah, I really made a mess of that, or that one didn't go as planned. But of course, in medicine, surgery, nursing, midwifery, you have professional standards, and it takes a lot to be able to. This is something that's come out increasingly in the West, that it takes a lot for doctors to be able to say, I didn't do that one particularly well. And we've got to be able to handle that. Yeah. Am I doing okay for time, Goran? Doing okay?
That's fine. Please continue. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was going to compare that to my political background, which is very different, because there experiential learning is seen as 95, 99% of the learning, where the environment is very forgiving, where colleagues will overlook a great deal. I mean, I've even at times voted against the leadership in committees and so on, and been forgiven. Politics isn't as, there's a lot more support even across the chamber. And looking back on these things reflectively, I see my experiential learning there as not being negative, but something positive, a feeling of growth and a feeling of enjoyment. And dare I even say it from time to time, it's been very enjoyable. So that's enabled me to have different views of how very different views on how the environment is fundamentally important. And now I'm pleased to say at this stage of my life, I've stepped out of the stressful environment altogether. And as here you can see, I'm actually helping some of my students recover from stress by one of my lectures. It's nice to be able to have this global view of how stress works in my life. So I hope that was all right for you, Gohar. It was a bit of a hybrid lecture, bringing in bits and pieces from everywhere. And I hope everybody enjoyed that.
It was very good, Dr. Jamal. Thank you so very much. Again, something that we all enjoyed, learned, because we all are one way or the other, we suffer from stress. There's a comment there in the chat box that I would want to read it for you. It's a question. How can we increase our performance in high pressure? And how can we find new ways for effectively working? Probably. Right. And he's written the second part of it is, how experiential learning works with a designer. I think you better answer the first part first, because that's second bit confusing. So in high pressure, how do we get effective results, efficient results?
Well, I would always stress, and I hope that it came across in this talk a lot, that for me, the important point is putting your mental health first. If you do not handle your stress effectively, your entire decision-making process will deteriorate. And that's where you actually do need to, in my view, to find a confidant, somebody who can almost personally one-to-one mentor you, to act as a reflection, to make sure that you are not falling into a sort of a stress rut. In fact, I would say putting your mental health first. There's such programs as mental health first aid that we can fall back on, because these are the things. I have been in a high stress situation where it's had a detrimental effect on my day-to-day decision-making ability. Unfortunately, through having good colleagues, they were able to highlight that to me. So I was able to step back before a mistake could be made. So I think for me, my golden thing is to take away is to actually have close colleagues, have that trust relationship with people, right? Because you're very poor at watching yourself. That's my takeaway from all of this.
Yeah, perfect. Just one little query, Dr. Jamal. You mentioned the term PTSD. Can you tell us what's that, PTSD?
Oh, post-traumatic stress disorder.
All right.
You'll have seen it in films where somebody comes back from war and they wake up at night with nightmares and so on. But it's not just that extreme level. There are people who have PTSD throughout normal life as well. Life is not controlled, it's not balanced. And we are going to make mistakes. We are going to be presented in normal life with stressful events.
That's right.
And in normal life, we can all experience some level of PTSD. There's a good book called The Body Keeps the Score, and the body definitely keeps the score of trauma.
Brilliant. Thank you so very much, Dr. Jamal. You're, mashallah, a very learned person, and we have a lot to learn from you. We will keep requesting you in future as well. I'm very glad that you mentioned things which are very relevant to us, for us and our students. Once again, we're very, very grateful. And with that, we will try again and going to Miss Dr. Samina.
Hear me?
Oh, yes, ma'am. We
Oh,
can hear
thank
you
you.
finally.
Finally,
And after
thank you.
Dr. Samina, we'll have Miss Nadia Khan coming up after Dr. Samina. It's because I see the impatient looks on Nadia's face. Dr. Samina, please share the PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you, Gohar, for inviting me. Today the topic of my presentation is decorative elements of contemporary architecture of Lahore and experiential learning for new generation. So I'm going to share my screen here. And okay, is this visible?
G, this is visible, Dr. Sabha. Please continue.
Okay. The paper presents an experiential learning of architectural design in built form and on surface of the contemporary building of Lahore, Pakistan. Comparative analysis between traditional historical aesthetics and its impact on later built contemporary construction of the region. The aim and objective of the study is to investigate investigate that which kind of regional and foreign influences were adopted for the construction of historical monuments and continued for the later construction to meet the requirement of contemporary architecture by using experience from past, which further contributes the emerging trends in visual arts. After reviewing the literature, it is observed that several writers, authors, and critics have commented on historical architecture of the region in general, but no one shed light on the detailed study of architectural elements, aesthetics, and buildings, and their impact on later built contemporary architecture of Lahore. The study provides detailed knowledge of decorative elements used for the construction of the Mughal and colonial buildings and their influences on later built construction of Lahore, Pakistan. At first, I would like to share the introduction of the paper. Through the ages, South Asia has been witnessed because of its rich perspective of art and architecture in various areas in this region. After Sultanate, Mughal, and Sikh period, British rulers came in power with full swings. After independence, architects of the region introduced later designs by using experience from historical elements and by eliminating extra details in element and traditional techniques of surface decoration. Lahore through the ages has its own importance because of its rich heritage through historical buildings. Though historical buildings are witness about the glory of diverse cultures, heritage, and speak the stories of the time. The region has rich heritage in the form of historical buildings built by Mughals. These monuments are direct source of contemporary architectural elements, decorative techniques used for surface embellishment. Afterwards, these elements, techniques, and designs became a source of experiential learning for contemporary architectural design elements by eliminating unnecessary details, having stylized appearance, and using new materials according to the demand of client and need of the time. Now I'm going to discuss about the comparative analysis between the historical and complex modern building of Lahore. On our right side, there is the monument, Mughal monument, which is called Sheesh Mahal in the building of Lahore Fort, and the other one is simplified contemporary building of Lahore. In historical monuments, Tudor foil and Gothic arches were preferred, but in modern construction, abstract forms and triangular stylized arches are preferred. In comparison of the Mughal monuments, contemporary buildings of Lahore reflect modernity through stylized cuts. With innovative ideas, the design focuses on the needs and demands of the client with classical inspiration as a part of architectural decoration. The use of geometrical shapes with circular, square, triangular, and rectangular structures in one composition depict learning towards experiential and experimentations. In overall design of the Expo Center, Lahore, built by Nayyar Ali Dada, a strong composition is created with the different geometrical shapes and simplification of brackets in stylized form, eco-Mughal inspiration. The fusion of modernism and traditionalism in a number of decorative effects in design have great aesthetics values. Lattice work is also a part of decorative techniques used by Mughals. Contemporary lattice work with variety of designs, patterns, and diverse material, eco-Mughals, terracotta jalis, enhance aesthetics of the buildings. Traditional elements and techniques are still alive in the form of jharokas, brackets, lattice work, plinth, and painted ceiling are also the part of the building of contemporary architecture. Balconies, we can also have an experience with balconies. So the post-colonial exterior also has been ornamented with inbuilt form structure of balconies, but these balconies are not exact copy of traditional forms. In modern era, these are redesigned with some creative lines by following the traditional layout, but addition of new forms and shapes make them unusual and unique. Such kind of expressive means of expression reflects the fusion of stylization and simplification in built form and surface decoration. The research highlights the stylization of traditional elements in a modern architecture of Pakistan. The Mughals and colonial buildings in country are unique due to grandiose structures, designs, and decorations. New trends and style of construction after independence shows the efforts of modern architects in the country. In colonial period, architects promoted Gothic and new classical styles and developed their styles with intermingling Hindu and elements and created harmony among the architectural elements of two diverse cultures. Basically, their main purpose was to merge European architectural forms with native architectural elements. They built
Dr. Sabina, your voice is again, yeah, please try now.
Okay.
Is it fine now? It is fine now. Please continue.
Okay, and various magnificent and complex monuments and focused on religious, educational, official, and public buildings such as market, museums, general post office, and historical buildings such as railway stations were built. So, with the arrival of British Raj, new trends spoke the language of European architectural elements in built form and amalgamation of South Asian traditional decorative techniques and materials. Most facades of the buildings portrayed unusual designs, composition directly influenced with Western features, which were never considered before. And like other areas of subcontinent, new concepts and ideas were introduced having vision to maintain cultural heritage with amalgamation of European architectural elements in built form, especially for facades and exterior of the buildings of Lahore. With the merger of Western building style, the Eastern decorative motifs, techniques and materials, a new hybrid style was developed. These buildings speak loud and explain various aspects, influences, and fusion of different cultures. These all are colonial buildings which were built during British Raj. Traditional architectural heritage. On the basis of experiential learning, traditional architectural heritage became the main source of the contemporary architecture of Lahore. Architectural elements in built forms such as brackets, mukarnas, projecting balconies, nave, eave, board, chhatris, and surface decoration with traditional techniques like frescoes, stucco, lattice work, woodwork, marble carving, wooden ornamentation on ceiling with geometrical designs all played vital role for the monumental presentation of traditional values. Side by side, introduction of European elements like altered forms of domical structure, Gothic arches, pendentives, pediments, entablature, frieze, columns, gable top, pitched roofs, clear story, brass finials, balustrades, all were the part of the brick surface of the structure. After partition, subcontinent went through a change and highlighted various aspects in architectural design. Post-colonial architecture opened new dimensions with adoption of indigenous and British designs, elements with merger of innovative ideas having simplification and stylization. Development for functionality rather than rich traditional surface ornamentation. That was a time when architects understood modern designs, design philosophies and new structures, structural cuts, and with the fusion of indigenous elements were formed. In result, innovative hybrid architecture of Pakistan was developed. The fusion of traditional techniques, indigenous and British architectural elements had its own importance, which made history and opened new chapter in architectural style. And now we are going to do comparative analysis between historical and modern architecture of Lahore, which will show how experiential learning works. Comparative analysis of historical, architectural, and traditional and contemporary architecture element. On the left side, we can see the building of Aitchison College built during the colonial period. And on the right side, there is the building built in contemporary time after 20th century. We can see the brick veneer in post-colonial architecture. Architects achieved the expression by intermingling traditional colonial and modern elements. Colonial and traditional elements have been merged in modern polygonal and curvilinear lines, and stylized formation of the buildings followed simplicity with sharp and soft contours. For the sake of change or versatility, Gutta brick change and color, especially in turquoise and blue shades of ceramic glaze styles of post-colonial period replaced the red brick of colonial veneer. Traditional architecture leave an impact on later built monument, and maximum use of exposed brick, burnt brick surface was handled tactfully to enhance aesthetics, forms, and designs of the building. Bahria Town Mosque, Lahore, burnt brick house in Defense Housing Society, Lahore, are the best examples of the burnt brick construction of contemporary buildings. Pitch roof and gable point with clear story was also the part of the construction of colonial period. Pitch roof with gable point is preferably used for modern houses. British introduced it on flat plain area of the region without thinking that it is an element of northern areas where snow is in abundance. It is continued for contemporary construction of the town, and clear story of west was converted into dormer windows or flat openings in clear glass with design for versatility. Columns, pediment, frieze, and entablature, other architectural elements in built form, which was constructed during colonial buildings, colonial period, and the Bawa Dinda Singh the Mall Road, Lahore, and the Qaid-e-Azam Library, Lahore, show typical Greco-Roman architectural style of front elevation of the buildings, entablature, Doric, Ionic, Corinthian, and Tuscan, flat and fluted shafts constructed for vertical supports of the buildings. Later on, these two styles were formed in pseudo-Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian orders because exact proportion, forms, and details are not followed for the original one. And our youth, and especially young architects, learn more with historical buildings and generate new and innovative designs. Conclusion. Architecture communicates the strength and aspects of the nation and rules of the time. It talks about the creative ideas of architect according to the availability of the material and its utilization according to the geological and climatic factor of the region. Architects of the contemporary period played vital role to maintain coherence and coordination between local material, traditional techniques, and Western influences, which made building valuable to achieve impressive expression of the architecture of Lahore. It is concluded that architectural elements used for historical buildings provide solid foundation to the contemporary architecture of Lahore and help modern architects to maintain legacy of the region with mixing Western forms in stylized manner. For the construction of House of Kamil Khan Mumtaz, Bahria Town Mosque, Lahore, and House in Defense Housing Society, and Garrison Banquet Hall built in Lahore, Kent, are the live examples of contemporary building having visible influences of traditional elements. Shows reflection of experiential learning to maintain the legacy of tradition with stylized and innovative designs. After a comprehensive research, it is observed that the structural elements and simplified rectilinear and floral decorative patterns have their own importance, which not only show the great contribution towards modern architecture of Pakistan, but also open new dimensions for young architects. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samina. Thank you so much for such a elaborative research work. I wanted to ask you if it's a published paper, and if it's so, is it okay for you to share us the link? We would definitely want to, I would at least want to read that because it talks about Lahore. It's very close to us.
Okay, I must share here that basically it is my research paper, which is specifically prepared for your conference. And after presenting here, I will definitely send it in any HEC approved journals for its publication, because I think we need such kind of research for our young people. Because in this research paper, I do a comparative analysis between historical structures which were built in our region, and which kind of architectural decoration and architectural elements our youth is following and learning with their experiential.
That is wonderful, Dr. Samina. I must say you've done a great job. Hats off to you. Amazing work done, and we definitely appreciate the researchers like you, because in art and design we don't have enough people to do this extensive level of research. Highly appreciated, and we wish you all the best with the publication of the paper. There is one question, if you could kindly quickly answer that. The question is from Iram Syed. She says, what has post-colonial theory transformed in Lahore aesthetically? So she's trying to ask, yeah, please.
Specifically in colonial and Mughal architecture, we have so many decorative elements in detail. And so after such kind of detail and elaborative and full of decorative techniques, I think a new generation need a break from tradition. So they learn from tradition, and by by simplified and stylization, with the help of stylization, with the lines, elements, and principle of, by using the principle of arts, our youth is doing great job and elaborating stylized and innovative design. You know, and if you visit Faisal Mosque, you can see the climax of post-colonial architectural design, and in these design we are following and learning from traditional such kind of techniques, calligraphy, architectural designs, because in Faisal Mosque, you know, you can see architectural elements in abstract form, which and such kind of architecture
Right.
you never have seen. So we are learning from our tradition.
Brilliant.
And we are following our tradition, but with the introduction and with the implementation of innovative ideas, and no doubt with stylization and simplification.
Very relevant. And this last comment of yours take us back to the whole idea of experiential learning and experiential designing. I'm once again extremely grateful to you, Dr. Samina, because that was a great research that you've presented. And I'm equally thankful on behalf of my students of interior and architect design. And we would request you any other time of your convenience to personally visit us as well, and you know, share this specific research paper with them, because this was very, very enriched information. Thank you so much, Doctor. So nice of you.
Thank you, Mr. Gauhar. Inshallah, I will visit your institute.
So kind of you, ma'am. Thank you so very much. And with that, we quickly move on to our next presenter, who is Miss Nadia Khan. Miss Nadia Khan has she's from the UK. And she has a BA honors in business information system. However, recently she's done a qualification, a professional qualification in beauty therapy, and another one in counseling. And why we definitely wanted Nadia on the panel is the fact that we do have students from Melange Institute and Beauty Lounge, which who would be equally benefiting. She's further applying to do another advanced counseling course to move towards becoming a counselor. She has a lot of experience working with people of all ages. Much of the roles she has worked in are admin and customer services, helping people solve problems and answer queries. She has worked for NHS in the UK, worked for Hewlett Packard, and worked for insurance companies as well. Her expertise are in helping people. She's changed her profession towards health and beauty, as this has been the area she always was interested in. Nadia, thank you so much, Ms. Nadia, and please go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Just want to say I'm really sorry if I sound a bit heavy. I'm just recovering from a throat infection. Yesterday I lost my voice for a while, so I wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to come today. So I'm here. That's the start.
Please do that.
Brilliant, great, thank you. The conference has been great. There's been some very interesting talks, actually, very helpful to me, actually, as well, which has been really good. I'm actually just going to be talking a little bit about online teaching and learning, and how it's just changed tremendously over the years, and how it's changing people's lives also. Most importantly, I'll be talking a little bit about my experiences and how I changed my direction from business information systems to completely, you know, something completely different, which is into mental health and beauty. Nobody actually knew in the next sort of like over the next 2 years that this pandemic would find a new and innovative way for us to learn. The world has pushed its boundaries on the way we actually learn. I myself indulged into this by taking this major change of learning. During this pandemic, I actually completed 2 courses completely online. You know, one being a counseling course and one actually being a beauty therapy course. Online learning has actually allowed me to pursue these opportunities. If it wasn't for online learning and the flexibility that it actually gives, I wouldn't have been able to actually even pursue any of these opportunities. So I've just been quite grateful for having online learning. Online education has actually grown very fast in the last 2 to 3 years, mainly due to the COVID. There's been a variety of courses that are available, from the norm courses you would normally find on online coursing to courses from calligraphy, even the health and beauty course that I've done, for example. You wouldn't expect anybody to be doing those courses online. However, there's been a huge increase on the type of courses that they do online. As someone who's relatively over the age of 30, I found that there's been a huge increase in percentage-wise for the amount of people above the age of 30 who actually prefer to do online learning. Part of the reason is, as you become older, you don't necessarily want to be traveling much, leave the comfort of your own couch. Online learning's made that so much more easier for you. It fits around with your lifestyle, it fits around with any other job commitments you might have, any family commitments you might have. It's just made life a lot more easier. My teenage son actually gave his entire O-levels online learning with teachers that were in different time zones. So all his teachers were actually in Pakistan. We lived in UK, and he managed to do, you know, all his major subjects via online learning, and actually set some exam papers via online also. When speaking to certain teachers about how they have found teaching online, it's been quite interesting to actually find how the teachers actually feel that online learning is actually the future. There was Wang Tu, he's a vice president of an online teaching of Tencent Cloud, and he's a vice president of Tencent Education. He actually says that, I believe that the integration of information technology in education will be further accelerated, and that online education will eventually become an integral component of school education. So, you know, we can see from there, there's, you know, how he has figured out, well, not so much figured out, but my daughter being in school, a lot of her work, even though she's back in school, it's not online. A lot of their homework and a lot of their classroom work that they still do is still being done online, and they have to still send the homework in online. They are still not using textbooks due to the COVID. So this whole thing that Wang Tu was saying is actually, you know, is being put into practice right now, and it's actually working very well. There was a doctor, Dr. Amjad, a professor at the University of Jordan, who's been using LARC to teach his students. And he says, it has changed the way of teaching. It enables me to reach out to my students more efficiently and effectively through chat groups, video meetings, voting, and also document sharing, especially during this pandemic. My students have also found it easier to communicate on LARC. I will stick to LARC even after coronavirus. I believe traditional offline learning and e-learning can go hand by hand. And, you know, many teachers feel this because it's just made life a lot easier, not just for them, but also for students. You know, for example, with younger students, you don't have to have so much to carry, notebooks, textbooks, everything is online. It's, you know, a lot more easier for children to actually participate that way. I actually believe we should be encouraging our youth not study so much of the typical methods, so not by doing the typical GCSEs, A-levels, and then degree. We need to start looking at different options in order not to constrict ourselves to the social norm. For example, follow the footsteps of Phoebe Buffay from Friends. Consider a career in professional masseuse. This is one of the most highly paid jobs that doesn't actually need you to even have a degree. You just need a qualification. And along with one of the other very highly paid jobs, which was astonishing for me, was this forklift drivers that work in warehouses. In England, it's actually, all you need is a certification for this, that you can actually drive forklifts. And obviously there's different types of forklifts, but you actually get paid a tremendous amount, and you don't need to actually have a degree. You don't need to go to university and get a 3 to 4 year degree. You actually just need to get qualifications, which are done over several weeks or several days even, and you're getting paid a huge amount. Other jobs are also like makeup artists, graphic designs. All these, you don't actually need a degree. You can just have certifications, or you can just have experience, and you're still getting, relevant jobs. When I myself was changing direction, I had to look into all of this because I had been out of the work environment for 18 years. So business information systems for me, I hadn't used for 18 years. I had to think outside the box and think of other options. Now, I had to also look at something that will fit around with my children and with the house. What I also wanted to look into was skills that are lifetime skills where I could take anywhere around the world and just be able to use. Now, 2 things I found over, the 2-3 years of this pandemic was that beauty and mental health issues go line in line together. If you don't feel good from the inside, you're not going to feel good from the outside. So you need both. Living 8 years in Pakistan made me also realize that in many societies and in many cultures, we don't actually like to discuss mental health issues. We like to brush them under the carpet. We don't want to talk about that. That is not a such thing. A lot of these other talks have also discussed on the same topic. It's a taboo. No, there is no such thing as depression. No, there's no such thing as anxiety. No, there's no such thing as, bipolar. They just don't want to talk about it. They're not discussed. And I actually wanted to do something where I could help to break this norm and, just start to actually acknowledge there is a problem. With the right help, people actually can live normal lives. And, it's an area that I've always been interested in. So I decided to do the health and beauty course, which is going to help women from the inside, from outside. And then, the counseling is going to help from the mental health issues. So, like I said earlier on, it's about being confident. It's about your, how you're feeling from inside as well as the outside. I've actually enjoyed my online experience totally. I've loved it, every minute of it. It's just, it's opened doors for me, which I never thought I could actually, get into doing, because if I had to go into college and stuff, I would be very, there would be a constraint for me. So online learning has just opened that for me in many ways. And it's, I myself, I'm doing a different path from a degree. I've done a degree. I am doing it. I'm looking into doing a level 3 counselling. Now, if I was to do a degree in counselling, I would have to work my way by doing a 3-year psychology and then going off to doing another year. Whereas by working through certifications and by working through level 2, 3 and 4, and even 5 and 6, if I wish to, I can actually work into becoming a counsellor a lot quicker. And obviously at my age, that's something that, is a constraint for me. I would like to sort of become a qualified counsellor a lot more quicker than have to wait 4 to 5 years to actually become a fully qualified counsellor. I'm sure everyone will start to see how much benefit online learning and teaching actually does have. COVID has proven that online learning and teaching is a way forward. It can be done. It's made many people think very differently about their careers. And, for me personally, I think it was one of the best things. And I'm pretty sure a lot more students, they are looking into this option, and, they're not constraining themselves to just doing the normal for degree, whereas, doing lots of different certifications to actually build their career a lot quicker. Any questions? Sorry, Gohar, you're on mute. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry. Thank you so much. I was saying it was very comprehensive and easy for everybody to understand. I like the part where you mentioned that switching from one career to the other, it itself is an experience. So yeah. I'm just asking, it's kind of a personal question, but since you've had a background in the business studies, IT and business, and you've got counseling you're studying that, you further want to do that, and you've done the beauty qualifications as well. Which one do you really enjoyed the most, and which was the field where you were allowed to do more experience? It was more of learning that came from your own experiences. Can you mention the field, please?
Definitely the counselling. Definitely, I feel that counselling is something, when I look back over the years through my experiences, it's definitely the one which I relate to more. It's definitely the one I enjoy more, and I can actually bring my life experiences into it. And it's just amazing. I actually very much enjoy it. The level 2 course was a very short course, but it actually made me realize that this is what I want to do, and this is the path I want to take, sort of thing, really.
Definitely, and it needs one to be showing empathy as well, which you certainly do. So it was wonderful. Thank you so much once again, Nadia.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Okay, that was one very good presentation and thoughts and ideas shared by Ms. Nadia. We now have our next presenter, and who is again somebody we're waiting for. Our students were also waiting for listening to him. There are obvious reasons for that. We have Mr. Jeffrey Pektutis. I hope I've pronounced the name properly. Apologize in advance. Okay, thank you, Mr. Jeffrey. Mr. Jeffrey is a subject lead for construction, art, design, and media. He's working with Pearson Education UK. And Mr. Jeffrey is an educator, architect, and author with more than 25 years of experience in education and professional practice. With Pearson, he leads on the development and support of higher education qualifications and training across construction and the creative industries. He's the senior fellow of the Higher Education Academy with extensive experience in curriculum development, teaching, and leadership across architecture, design, art, and construction. As an architect, he worked on projects in the US, UK, Europe, and Japan. He has lectured on architecture, design, and education across the UK and internationally. His first book, Architecture and Introduction, was published in 2010, and Design Process in Architecture was published in 2018. Mr. Jeffrey will be speaking on art, design, and media skills for the future. Very relevant topic for our interior and architecture students. And thank you so much, sir, once again for your time and for waiting for patiently waiting for this turn. Please go ahead.
Okay, can I just check that you can see my screen?
Yes, we can. It is visible, very much visible. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good evening, and thank you for inviting me to the event. It's been a really amazing collection of speakers and topics we've heard from. I am Jeffrey Pektutis, subject lead for construction, art, design, and media with Pearson. For those of you who aren't familiar with Pearson, we're the largest education company in the world. We offer qualifications right from preschool through higher education, working in around 70 countries, and particularly at the higher levels, we're specializing in vocational and technical education. When it comes to the creative industries, our qualifications cover a really wide range of subjects, ranging from what we might think of as traditional art and design, such as graphics and fashion and interiors, through to some of the more rapidly growing subjects like games, visual effects, web and app development. So one of the questions that I think we want to ask ourselves is, what do we mean when we talk about the creative industries or the creative economy or the cultural economy? And depending on where you look for a definition, the creative industries can encompass a really wide range of disciplines and practices. So for the purposes of our discussion, I'm going to suggest we use the definition that UNESCO uses. And they consider the cultural industries or the creative industries as this set of 6 categories. And as you can see, it captures a really, really big range of subject areas and disciplines. And these really touch on almost every aspect of our lives. Now, research over the past year, and actually for a number of years, points to the fact that the creative economy is and will continue to be a key driver for economic growth. In 2018, the value of the creative industries globally was about $2.25 trillion. Of that, about 250 billion is exports. So we're talking about something that contributes not just to local and national economies, but is part of a global economy. And the creative industries employ about 30 million people. And when we look at the importance of that employment, we see some interesting things. The creative sector employs more young people than any other sector in the global economy. And of those 30 million people in 2018, more than half of them are women. Now, this doesn't belie the fact that there are still inequalities. There are pay gaps and all kinds of things that we see across many industries. But I think uniquely, what the creative industries offer are opportunities for these groups to get into employment. And more importantly, this sector is projected to grow by up to 40% by 2030. And what that means is that we'll be talking about a sector of the global economy that's worth 3.2 trillion, 350 billion of which will be exports, and about 42 million people will be employed. So the creative industries are not simply about individuals having a creative outlet or creating art. This is a major economic driver for the global economy. It creates jobs, it creates opportunities. Now, quite a lot of my work actually involves meeting with employers across a really wide spectrum of industries. And working in technical and vocational education, we're always aiming to ensure that our qualifications prepare graduates for entering into the workforce. So one of the things that I'm always interested in is, what do employers look for when they're recruiting graduates? Now, what we don't often hear is that employers are looking for particular skills around technical areas. Surprisingly, they don't say, we need graduates who know how to use a particular piece of equipment. They don't say, we want people who know how to use a certain piece of software. They expect that someone with a technical and vocational qualification will actually have those skills as a kind of base. And they recognize that they will need to develop new staff to be able to do things in the way that they need. They recognize that they'll need to provide training in software and equipment. They see that as part of their normal operating procedures. What they do tell us is they're looking for graduates who are inquisitive. They're looking for people who seek out information. They're looking for graduates who understand collaboration. They know how to work effectively with others, that they communicate effectively. They recognize the needs of different individuals and groups, and they adjust their presentation style accordingly. They're problem solvers. They seek to find solutions. And really importantly, they're resilient. They don't balk at change. They deal with uncertainty. They're willing to change direction because that's what's required. So the topic of our conference today is about experiential learning. So let's ask ourselves, what's important about this? What's so special about experiential learning, and why should it be important to us? So David Kolb, an educational theorist, has written that knowledge results from the combination of grasping and transforming experience. And it's this grasping, or the understanding of experience, is about how we perceive that experience, while the transforming is about how we apply that understanding to new creative experiences. Kolb went further and built this into what he referred to as the experiential learning cycle, where we have a concrete experience of something in the world or a thing in the world. We reflect upon that experience in order to develop an abstract conceptualization, a new idea about the world based on our experience. And then we undertake some action, an active experiment, which then creates a new concrete experience, and we continue that cycle. So effectively, I feel, I see, I think, I do, I feel, and so on and so on. We cycle through this constantly. So within that cycle, we have this sort of continuous process of grasping and transforming. We grasp the experience, we understand it, and we change it, we transform. So let's take that a bit further and look at how this might be seen in creative industries learning and teaching, and how those skills that employers look for are contingent within experiential learning, particularly in the creative industries. So let's overlay some of those employability skills. When we move from concrete experience to reflection, we need to communicate. We need to do something that allows us to communicate our experience so that the reflection has context. That then moves us to a process of inquiry. We research and investigate in order to develop our new ideas, our abstract conceptualization. That gives us the context in which to make a proposition. We're doing problem solving, and it allows us to test the idea. And based on that, we reformulate our view, we change, we show resilience in our ability to adapt our view to a new concrete experience. And in creative industry subjects, this maps really closely to what we normally think of as a design process, the things that we ask students to do. And this drives us through presenting and exhibiting our work as a form of communication. Inquiry is the research and exploration that we do to inform our design ideas, which come through in that abstract conceptualization. And the problem solving is our design and development for testing and evaluating. And finally, we produce work which will support our communication. And that's our process of reformulating. It encourages us to be resilient as it requires us to rethink the way that our previous work was manifest through the new ideas that we develop through our experimentation. Now, building on Kolb and some work she did originally with Gordon Pask, Diane Laurillard has developed what's referred to as the conversational model or the conversational framework for experiential learning. Now, given the time available, I'm going to give a really simple overview of this process. It's predicated on the idea that learning takes place when the student and teacher are involved in a conversation. Through discussion, the teacher seeks to communicate ideas and concepts and processes through what's referred to as the teacher's constructs. And the student presents their own understanding of those ideas and constructs back to the teacher. And based on these, there's a process whereby the teacher adjusts their constructed world, effectively the learning and teaching environment that's developed to support the student to achieve learning objectives. And the student adapts their actions, which change how they enact their experience of the teacher's constructed world. We could see this as the student producing work for assessment or through classroom activities and so on. And through interaction between the student's experience of the constructed world and their actions, the teacher is adjusting their construct and their constructed world to support the student to develop the necessary knowledge, skills, and behaviors. And you know, we have this continuous flow of this conversation. So in discussing and reflecting, we see the student seeking to grasp that knowledge, the knowledge of the skills and behaviors of the teacher's construct and the teacher's constructed world. While in their adaptation of that process, they're transforming the knowledge that they develop, creating their work and revising and changing that work. And again, if we think about this in relation to the things that we ask students to do in creative subjects, we can see really clearly that there's a very good overlay between these. So in our discussion and interaction, we're presenting our work so that others can discuss it, we can interact with it. In reflection, we're undertaking that research and exploration of that experience of the teacher's constructed world based on that interaction that we have. And in adapting the construct and the way that they present or represent their experience of the world, they're designing and developing those ideas. And again, if we then look at those employability skills, we find that experiential learning and the creative industries learning, in creative industries learning and teaching, is that those outcomes are really kind of beyond just creative or art and design. The knowledge and skills that are developed in creative industries teaching and learning through experiential learning and teaching are skills that are applicable to both the subject and well beyond the subject. So what I'm suggesting is that through experiential learning in the creative industries, we see that students are constantly engaged in the exercise of communication, inquiry, problem solving, and resilience. Effectively, creative skills are employability skills. And I would argue that this prepares students for potential employment within the creative economy. But these are also the skills that, if they choose, students can leverage into many other sectors. Nadine in the previous presentation talked about these skills that would apply throughout her life and you know, wherever she decided to go. And I think that what's really interesting about the process of creative experiential learning is that students are building some of those skills as a part of their creative practice, and that prepares them for something beyond the creative industries as well as the creative industries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. That was a wonderful. I mean, I love the frameworks that you've mentioned. Your PowerPoint is so rich in its content that, with your permission, I definitely want to use that for our staff standardization sessions as well, because that gives a very good insight. That's very kind of you. And you talked about reflection, and there's a question here. As a teacher, how can we understand the reflections of students, and how do we incorporate what feedback do we get from that reflection?
I think one of the really key things about reflection is that we have to teach students to reflect. I think there's a tendency to think that reflection is a kind of natural thing, and it's not. It's a learned behavior. It's a learned process. One of the things that we often see when we start asking students to reflect is that they default to describing. They tell us what they did. I did this, then I did this, then I did this, rather than what did I learn in that process. So one of the things that I think is really important about reflection is let's make sure that we're teaching students how to reflect. Let's start by asking them the same set of questions. What did you do this week? Okay, that's the description. What did you learn? You know, what has changed about you in that process? What would you do differently in the future? Yeah, how does that experience that you've had change the way you think about what will happen next? And it's also something that I think it's practice. We have to keep asking the students to do it again and again and again. And as students, particularly in the creative industries, get better at it, what we start to see is that their creative work, you know, the drawings, the paintings, the sculptures, the product design, whatever, actually becomes a part of that reflective process, that we can see it through the iteration that they do within their creative process, that's where the reflection is actually happening for them. So on the one hand, we can ask students to reflect by writing about the experience, but we can also look at their work and see how their own reflection is informing their design process. And I think it's really important that we look at process, not just outcome. Yeah, we're not just looking at what they do at the end. We're looking at what they do in getting to the end, because that's where the learning takes place, is during the process. The end point might be an expression of a certain competency or a certain set of skills, but actually the learning takes place during that process.
Wonderfully answered. Thank you so much, Mr. Jeffrey. Each word of yours is purely an academician's word, and we take it very, very seriously. I'm very grateful to you for your time and for being with us throughout the day. We're very honored, and on behalf of the faculty and the students, we're very, very thankful to you. It was lovely.
Thank you very much. Been a really interesting day.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on now, we have the next presenter, who is Ms. Sadia Wine. Ms. Sadia Wine is a lecturer of English language and literature from the University of Punjab. She is a psychologist and educational consultant. She is running her own school system in Pakistan as well. She's an influencer and a motivational speaker. And one important thing about her is that she has beautiful laughter as well. And she makes people laugh and smile all the time. Gee, Sadia, over to you now.
Well, I'm going to start with my laughter because you just appreciate it and automatically it came to me, you know. I just can't help laughing. And it's a pleasure to be with you, and it's a pleasure talking about it. And let's start from laughter, because laughter is a thing, rather, an emotion, which keeps us, you know, happy all the time. And this is what we have to learn. We have forgotten to keep a smile on our face, because the new era, which ought to be very technical and, you know, very expensive, you know, has taken away everything. Our smile, our laughter, our things to joy, which bring joy to us, they are no more there. So I personally believe that learning, and especially the topic of today, is experiential learning. The name says it all. It carries that the experience that we share with learning is absolutely great, rather crazy at times, because I believe that the books and the experiment ought to go together, side by side. Book reading will be just a book reading if you're not doing it anything practical. Like, let me tell you, if we are going to face some heavyweight champions, and I was watching Rock over there in his new movie coming, he is giving you the learning aspect, how you can make yourself happy by learning how to be happy. Now, if you want to lose weight and you are just looking at the book and they tell you pick up the dumbbell and take it high, you won't be able to do it unless and until there is a practical person in front of you, a trainer, who is going to tell you how to lift that dumbbell, because we will just pick it up and that's it. But there is a particular way of lifting, and there is a particular way of breathing while doing a practice. Same goes for our study structure. Learning is something which will never end. You know, sometimes it so happens that students say, I have finished my book. I have learned everything. That is not learning. That is something that you read and you just kept in your mind. Learning would be that you really understand each and sing a single word, a complete sentence, what it really makes for you. You have to experiment everything. I, being a teacher, I'm grateful that I'm a teacher. I feel very happy. Why? Because the way I teach my students is, you know, a mixture of book and learning experience. You have to read and you have to act, like role play. Whenever I'm teaching something, reading the subject, I want them to read. I want them to correspond. I want them to be, you know, my, what should I say? My second part, so that he understands whatever I'm saying, I will act. I have to. When I say, wow, the weather is beautiful, so my face expressions and my body language is going to be different. That is the learning aspect, not only the book. So the teachers, they ought to need, rather they have to learn through, again comes practice, through learning how to be an awesome, excellent teacher. You are known, Pirzada, everywhere. Why? Because you are a teacher who's trying to bring forth something with the book and experiment. And, you know, giving happiness and smiles. And your Jerry is so awesome. I love him so much. I don't know what to do. I had to mention him over here also. That is also a learning experience. Why? Because when you have pets and we don't know how to treat them well, then it means we are zero. We as human beings, this is 2021. And we all say, it's a global country, global warming. I always say, you have to be warm. You have to, you know, greet others warmly. That is the learning. Then only your global values and global warming will be, you know, a positive way. Otherwise, though, it makes us afraid. Global warming is coming. It is so hot. Weather is changing. Seasons are changing. But if you are there as a teacher, instructor, trainer, to tell your students how to cooperate, how to understand, rather how to fabricate whatever is written in the book, how it is going to affect you as a student and a teacher. If a teacher comes and says, oh my God, I know everything, I laugh and I don't take her as a teacher, because I believe nobody knows everything. We are to learn till we are alive, till the last breath. We are here to learn, and for that, if we are learning, only then we are spreading knowledge and wisdom, and also asking and telling our students to learn. This experiential learning, it has everything. It has role model, it has experiments, practicals, in which you see something and then you understand. In the walls, in the classroom, okay, fine. Within the four walls, a study structure is something else. When you take the children out, that structure, that trip, anything. Let me tell you, I take my children to see, look at the plants, look how beautiful they are. If you talk to them, they are learning from us. The plants, the trees, the flowers, they grow well if we are talking to them. It means they're learning from us and vice versa. We are also learning from them. So when we try to incorporate such knowledge with everyone, starting from the grassroots level, then going high, like in the universities you have, that would be beautiful. I prefer the teacher. This is my target, my focal point, that a teacher ought to have all the capacities, capabilities, intelligence, everything in which she can just pour out, except for the frown she carries on her head. No, not that. There should be a smile and a laughter, and a learning process would be absolutely a marvelous journey for our children. Why? Because books, classrooms are very important. We are nothing without it. Got it. We need degrees, very important. But what about the learning prospect? What about, going and meeting people and telling them what ethics really mean, how to carry on with your relationships, how to show your empathy with the people outside who are in problem, or you will just shrug your shoulders and go away. No, you will have to practically show them, demonstrate that, look what I am doing. Why don't you be a part of me? The teachers, while learning, ought to know that they should not even utter a single negative jumla, a single negative sentence, which I never do. I always tell, don't use it. We can just, make it beautiful. A negative sentence can be beautified by adding it into you can say a positive one. Why? Because a negative impact, the learning presses on the children, just destroys their mental health. So studies are not only books. They are not only learnings, whatever is written in the books. It is also the mental health of our children. It is also that physical attributes.
अच्छा डन हो गया ओके अभी मैं जाता हूँ सेटिंग में
Miss, sorry, Sadia, please continue.
Okay, so this is what I was saying, that we all, being teachers, and we should be very happy and we should be honored in the real sense that we are teachers. At least we are trying to teach and we are spreading something which is called a positive wave. A positive wave through experiential learning can be wonderful. It can do wonders. It can create a light in darkness. It can bring happiness to a sad heart. This is learning for me. And this is what I want, that in my country, everybody should be having a positive attitude towards their children, towards their, whatever the problems they are having, they have to, they should be in a capacity to just say, okay, we all have problems. Please keep them at home, or dig into a ground and put your problems over there and just be happy and say, oh, everything is okay. I'm a strong person. I can do it. If a teacher does that, then the same thing affects the children and they love their teacher. You will never find such a teacher, and also not the students who are having such a environment, an ambience in the class of happiness, care, and what else? Everything which is positive, then only you will see that experiential learning through the teacher, how it, passes to, transforms into. This deposit karte hain. The deposits that we want in our banks should be the other way around. We should deposit the best things in our children's mind so that they become woo la la. They should be always happy and strong and never giving up. All the motivation comes through experiential learning, not the books only. I'm not saying again that books are not important, but I think dono ka amalgamation, it should be mixed, a mixture of paper and knowledge. They go together, and wow, what a impact, it brings on children. That makes me the most happier rather, when I see my kids, grooming and feeling better. That is experiential learning. Grooming also. You see, everything which is positive, Gohar, comes into experiential learning. I have time, so I should speak
Very
more.
nice, Ms. Nadia. That was wonderful. Your talk reminded me of 2-3 wonderful things that we tend to usually forget about. One, you mentioned that when you gave the examples of plants and trees, how important is it for teachers to stay happy and stay grateful? Because as you said, the students are going to get that vibe transferred among them as well. So that's very important thing that you've mentioned, and especially with experiential learning, because at times with stress, with new things, results could be unexpected. So there has to be the role of mentoring that you mentioned to support students all the time, which I think we need at every level of education, from early years to maybe postgraduate level as well. We need that. So wonderfully done. And like always, I must say over here that Ms. Sadia is one brave and resilient person I've known in my life. And mashallah, she's always have a smile on her face, and she has that magic of bringing smile on others' faces as well. So thank you once again, ma'am. Thanks a lot for your time and for waiting for your time. And we thoroughly enjoyed your talks. Thank you.
I enjoyed you. Give my love to Jerry.
I will, surely. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now, before we move on to our next presenter, we have the last question on the poll, which we can see that if you could kindly click on the poll once again. This is the last one. And you can see the question is, which area do you feel most requires the application of experiential design in Pakistan? And under which you can see several options. So we're talking about Pakistan here, and we're talking about your experiences where you believe the area needs more of the application of the experiential design, specifically design part here. So you have the options of fashion design, textile design, graphic design, media and communication, interior and architecture design, marketing and advertising, training and development, hair and beauty. And if there's any other option which is not listed here, you can click on others. So the poll would be open for next few minutes. Please give your answers here by clicking on any choice, any option of your choice. We would now, in the meanwhile, move on to our next presenter. And we have the privilege of having Dr. Faz Akram with us from Canada. Mr. Faz Akram is a business analyst, and he works with the municipality of Chatham-Kent. He's a business analyst with a government body in Canada. He has been an asset management professional for about 6 years now. He graduated with a commerce degree from Riordan University in Toronto. He also has experience working as a freelancer in the field of web development and software development. Over the years, he has developed a strong aptitude for mentoring youth and helping them achieve better results in job searches and improve career prospects. Mr. Faz Akram will speak today on the topic, which is transforming customer services with digital solution. Thank you so much, Mr. Faz Akram. We are very, very delighted to have you with us today. And please start your presentation. Sir, you have to unmute yourself first, please.
One of those common issues that happen with this virtual world that we live in now. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Faz Akram. Let me just quickly pull up my presentation. Just give me 1 second. I am going to share my screen here in order to get started. All right, so
yes.
Are you guys able to see my screen?
Yes.
All righty. So just to introduce myself a little bit further, Mr. Gohar introduced me. Thank you so much for, first of all, inviting me to this this experiential learning session. I've seen a few presentations here, and mashallah, there's a whole host of giants in their fields. I am just business analyst with the municipality of Chatham-Kent. I work with the engineering and infrastructure team. The goal of this presentation is basically to communicate to the target audience that what skills I have acquired over the years to become a subject matter expert in my field, and what, if anybody wanted to pursue a business analysis, project management sort of career path, what they can look for, what they can train themselves into in terms of soft skills. There are obviously a lot of aids available academically. So to get started, I started off. I finished university in 2015, and right off the bat, I started working in the oil and gas industry at Repsol Oil and Gas. Then I started working at another technical position in a software company, Yardi Systems. They're pretty big here in North America with real estate. And now, after that, I moved into the public sector. Each sector had its own challenges in terms of technology, how it's being used in that industry, and how business is improved by technology, by using the right skill sets, of course. So as already mentioned, I had if anybody's looking to pursue a career in technology, this is my path. I studied a degree in commerce, majored in business systems from Ryerson University. Then I had the pleasure of gaining enough experience to pursue a PMP certification, which I just finished last year from Project Management Institute. And over the years, I have worked in various different industries such as hospitality, oil and gas, real estate, and right now I work for the government. Some of the digital solutions that I have worked on, this may or may not be very interesting to a lot of target audience, but some of the digital solutions that I've worked on helped implement different companies that have been JD Edwards, which I currently work on, along with Microsoft Dynamics. In the past, I have worked on ServiceNow, Yardi. Now, this is more technical jargon. They essentially represent a service delivery mechanism through which the end users and the technical subject matter experts just sort of work together. So if, for example, the idea with JD Edwards is that it brings together your organization's accounting needs together with whatever work requests come in through the public interface, to whatever comes in from the public. It'll make more sense as I move along. I'll try to explain it to the best of my abilities. So right now, one of the projects that I'm working on is Microsoft Dynamics CRM. We are, you guys, especially in Pakistan, must know something about Citizens Portal. Citizens Portal being the brainchild of the current government, and how it's intended to remove the distance between a citizen's issues with their whatever they're facing with the government, and removing that distance between that and the solution providers, so to speak. This system, Microsoft Dynamics, is supposed to do that in our municipality. So in our municipal government, this is the digital solution that we're looking to use in order to reduce the distance between, let's say, someone out on the street who says, hey, there's an issue with my road, there's a bump or there's a pothole that needs to be fixed. Now, instead of going through different hoops, citizens should be able to, going forward, would be able to use our online platform, which is backed by Microsoft Dynamics. They would be able to just launch a ticket, and that ticket is going to go straight to the engineering team, which is where I work. And that's that's the integration part. That's how we're trying to reduce the distance between the citizen and our technical teams, which actually take care of the issue. So that's currently the top two pieces. Those are the pieces that I currently work on. So initially, when I was starting out in this field, more broadly speaking, software, one of the first pieces of constructive criticisms that I received from my boss, and I feel like a lot of people from my generation who are very much into the whole smartphone and technology space, is that we need to be active listeners. A lot of what I do involves running seminars, running meetings, running workshops in order to gather information from different users, groups of users at times, and active listening is a key skill for that, which means that you are listening, but also trying to comprehend at the same time. I wasn't very good at it to start off right out of school. It was not something that I had to develop it over time. So the idea that, you try to get rid of all your distractions and focus on what's being said, try to take the best possible notes for what's being said. And if there's anything lacking in your comprehension of a concept coming from someone, make sure that you clear it up without any hesitation. So that was my understanding of active listening, and I really thank one of my previous bosses for coming up with that, and that's really helped me in my career. Second piece that I had to work really hard on, and I thought I had it worked out, but providing the best possible communication in both written and spoken forms. See, technology can be a funny thing, especially in a business context. It can be challenging to communicate with people of different skill levels. For example, I've had to instruct, or let's say, if I, as a public servant, if I need to explain a piece of tech to somebody that's no ageism here, but if somebody was 80 years old, it has been hard at times to explain how to go about a web application, or how to set up an application on their phone. So you have to understand that and be very patient with people around you. Some of these skills might be very simple for you to think that, hey, this is needed, but it didn't come to me naturally, especially the top two. I had to work hard on it, on those two sets of skills, and I feel like I have done an okay job at that. Being able to understand the relationship between technology and translate into simple language. Again, going back to the second point, being really good at communicating both in a written form and a verbal form. So there have been instances where an end user might have a bug in their system, and I'm trying to document it, and it's a bit like writing a story crossed over with writing a technical manual. So you have to be good at describing different scenarios. Lastly, what I've gleaned in a more moving into a bit more senior role, I've had to work with a lot of data sets, which helped me develop trends, and being able to analyze data has helped me develop different KPIs for different systems, and like key performance indicators, as you might know. And these are some of the skills that I've taken up over the years, which I would encourage anybody trying to become a business analyst or even go into project management at times. So yeah, moving on. Of course, one of the reasons why digitalization has taken a stronghold is because our world has gone really hyperspeed over the last 10 years, especially since the advent of like cloud computing and mobile devices all around us. top companies these days, they don't leave any stone unturned to have a robust digital transformation strategy. We have retailers. Retail industry not so long ago was suffering from the Amazon issue, such as if you had a brick and mortar store, you were going to just get left behind. But now every company, like let's say Walmart, I'm talking North America specifically. I know that even in developing economies such as Pakistan, e-commerce has taken a stronghold. I understand like Daraz.pk and there's a whole ecosystem of e-commerce companies popping up in Pakistan, be specific to that. So COVID-19 has actually just accelerated this process for modernization. I'm going to bring it full circle to my own current project, the Microsoft Dynamics project. That this pandemic has actually really accelerated the idea that customers should be able to address their issues through an online platform. So while we had the budgets previously, we didn't have the will perhaps at some level of government. Now we've had both because people don't want to go outside and to walk into a public office full of people. Hopefully that issue goes away soon. So after the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, we started implementing this new citizens portal at our municipality. The global transformation, digital transformations, I mean, these are rough estimates by Deloitte. I'm sure it's going to go up. I mean, they're predicting $2 trillion in terms of business transformation in gaining digital solutions and implementing them by 2022. I think the number might be well above that. Technology has been, I mean, continuing on the needs of modernization for the organization of the modern day. Rapid adoption of technology, technology's adoption speed has, I mean, look at this Zoom, who had even heard of it just even like 2 years ago, and now like it's become a staple of the modern organization at any level, schooling, different industries. You take a look at it, and the speed of adoption of technology is just absolutely mind-blowing. Something that didn't exist like 2 years ago is now taking a foothold in the industry. So even on a personal level, we were using just web-based tools such as, like I was using MS Dynamics and ServiceNow, which is again a service delivery platform. And like when I started in 2015, mobile apps were like not even a thought at that point in older industries such as oil and gas. And but now everything is mobile enabled. Every app that we get, the first question we get is, can we put it on a phone as an app? So it's easier to control for the organization or the company. Another big part of why organizations need to modernize is obviously the customer. It's the customer themselves. Customers are a huge driver for change. The percentage of customers who, for example, experienced a problem has decreased, at least as per Deloitte, decreased over a 4-year period from 17% to 11.7%. Now this data is a little bit old, but it kind of makes sense. While the complaint rate went up from 72 to 76%. So while we are getting more done in a day, for example, I suppose you could say that the need for further excellence from the customer has never been stronger. So consumer behavior has also changed. Like you'll find yourself looking out the window if you ordered something online within an hour, like, just hang on, your package will be here soon. As I already mentioned, my experience with digital solutions in public sector, I'm going to limit myself to that currently because we can relate to it the most. Citizen portal by current Pakistani government, Microsoft Dynamics solution at Municipality of Chatham, Kent. The intent of, again, both these platforms in their own spaces is to reduce the distance between the public and the people who are supposed to solve your problems. Benefits of these solutions have, as I've found out over the years, have been that reduced distance between the point of contact, triage, and solution. So, and I'm going to relate my my accounting software platform here as well within the benefits. So there's available reporting for various issues and useful KPIs. And then budgeting and reporting possible due to the available data with observable trends. So if I live in Chatham, Kent, and I have a counselor that says, hey, pull up the data from publicly reported issues from the year 2018 to 2020, and let me know how many water pipes within the city have burst during that time. Previously, it would have been a struggle for me to go through different systems and try to find this data based on the information needed. With this Microsoft Dynamics solution being the key here would be that these systems should all work together. They would talk. They would be all well integrated. So there would be reporting available for such data. So let's say if we had 20 water pipe breaks over a period of 2 years, you can sort of predict and you can sort of budget for the next year or two based on that trend. You can apply this principle to almost any asset that a government might own. So it would help in perceiving future costs, and it would help in preparing yourself basically for when disaster strikes. And now this is just a very high level overview. There are many other benefits, but the scope of this presentation does not cover those details. So yeah, just some of the things that having digital solutions can help an organization with. Career progression, well, currently I'm a business analyst in the public sector. Anybody willing to pursue this line of work can go on into project management, business systems analysis, management, but you're not limited to that. You can go into product management. I know Lahore, I know Karachi has a huge startup sector. There's a lot of good work happening there too. Useful certifications include CBAP, PMP, which I've pursued. Degrees can range from anywhere from software engineering, IT management, commerce. Like you can end up in my position through many different avenues if you might want to go that route. Any questions, please? Oh, I didn't bore anyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Faz. Thanks a lot. It was again, and it was not out of context because we do have business and management students as well, and they were listening very keenly to you. I have just one little question. Number one, I want to appreciate the experiences that you've shared, and that gave us a reflection of dealing with public sector over here as well. So that was that made quite a lot of things very clearer. I wanted to ask, because if you are as a business analyst, in Pakistan, we have this tendency when we talk about careers, people tend to just keep following what other people are doing. And when something is in trend, people tend to just follow that blindly. I wanted to ask you this, in the current days, we have this new trend of learning and working for Amazon. So where do you see its future in Pakistan? Do you think it's a wise thing to follow for young people, for everyone else? I mean, People are just blindly going for this career now. How do you see its future in Pakistan?
There's a couple of things here. With something like Amazon, it's a risk, as everywhere. Depending, I'm going to talk specifically about selling on Amazon. I've had, I can speak from experience. I've had a couple of friends who have pursued this line of work as like a side thing, not their main profession. It is risky. They've sort of broke even. Nobody really made too much money. So on a personal level, it is a very competitive field. Like, you have to be really careful with how you spend your money. You can stand to lose a lot of money too. There is a lot of money to be made, but again, it's sort of like running your own store. Dukaan chalane wali baat. It's not easy. Like, you have to make sure that you're a lot of the expenses that I've found on something like Amazon are marketing based. Like, you want your product to be somewhere near the first page of listings. If it's not there, it's not getting sold a lot. That's where a lot of the issues lie. So there's a risk, and
okay.
I can totally relate.
Yeah, which means that you have to be at the top of the. You've got to be having a niche of your own if you want to compete in Amazon.
That's correct. Either a niche of your own, or make sure that there's not a lot of competition in your niche.
Yeah. So and the product selection has to be also done very, very carefully, very smartly, isn't it? As you said.
Yeah. I'm just describing the buyers, the selling side. The buying side also has risk associated with it. Like, you have to be, you have to have good suppliers. You have to have, like, it's managing the whole supply chain, right?
That's right.
You can't afford a fault, and Amazon has very strict terms of use as well. You can maybe, if you rub them up the wrong way, it might not end up so nicely.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I think in a place like Pakistan, with the scope, the sheer scale of the market, it's a huge market. Like,
it is certainly it is.
And like, I know people that are beginning to like gain a stronghold in some niches in Pakistan. A lot of focus is, I think, on clothing and jewelry, but there's so much you can do with like online selling in Pakistan. Like, people don't even have online stores. They just run their businesses off of Facebook pages or Instagram, and they're doing okay. It really depends how. I think that's a less of a risk, if you ask me. But if somebody wants to pursue Amazon selling as a career, I wouldn't be against this. I would just make sure that they know the kind of risks that they're taking on.
Right. That is wonderful. You've taken the whole debate to a next level, where we were talking about things in the classroom and making students learn and doing certain things. So you've actually covered that missing link of students when they are in the market. How do they actually perform in the organization and for external factors as well? Considering the internal factors, we have a very little question, and then we will go on to the next presenter. It is from Isra. She said, communication is a major aspect of business, but in countries like Pakistan, people usually avoid written communication, especially in the SMPs or lower management level. How to combat this problem? You could easily say, I'm not in Pakistan, I'm in Canada, do things on your own. I don't really.
I think the issue is, I think this kind of an issue can be resolved with perhaps a top-down approach. It has to come down, like, the openness of communication must come down from the leadership. If the leaders at the top are distancing themselves from people, it really starts off with a culture of openness and communication. So if the leadership is willing to engage with their end users or the customer base, for example, then it starts a culture of openness. You want to have a culture, and that always comes from leadership, I feel.
That's right. Thank you so much, Faz. And with that note, because you've taken back to the point we started in the morning, because things about leadership somehow are connected with each other in the organization. So yes, you're right there. And thank you, Salia, for your question as well. before we go on to our last presenter for the conference today, let's just see the results of the poll that we did just now. Yeah, so you can see the results. The question was, which areas do you feel most require the application of experiential design in Pakistan? And the majority of people believe it's fashion design, although I thought fashion is already quite experiential and experimental here, but majority of people still believe fashion design. Then we do have graphic design as the runner-up in the list. Thank you so much, audience, for your votes and for sharing your thoughts here. Now we will go on to our last presenter, and this is a coincidence that we started this morning from USA and we are ending our conference in the USA as well. We have a very prestigious profile and a person who is very respectful for us for all her struggle and for all her efforts that she's doing to make this world a better place. I have a privilege of having Miss Negara Kiduyatova. I hope I've pronounced the name correctly. Miss Negara Kiduyatova is a historian. She is a doctorate. Her PhD was in civil war in Central Asia in the period of Soviet Revolution. After Soviet Union was collapsed, she completed her career as a scientist and started to get involved into the business, which became her greater experience. After she began to understand that her region, Central Asia, needed reforms, she created a political party and became an opposition to the government of Uzbekistan. Her party expressed the opinion of the rural population of Uzbekistan, which engaged in cotton production. After the dictator Karimov launched repression against the opposition, many activists and international organizations left Uzbekistan. She was forced fled upon the threatening to be imprisoned. This is how she ended up in the USA. In the present times, she's the head of the campaign. We have Ms. Negara Kiduyatova, who belongs to Uzbekistan, but at the moment, she's talking to us from the United States. Over to you, ma'am.
Oh, thank you very much for your presentation. I didn't deserve, but I was very happy to be invited in this conference because it's very interesting to me right now. And
I think Ms. Negara has the technical issue, and the technological issues are not leaving us with the conference. She'll be joining back in a minute. So we will have to wait for her. We apologize, one of our speaker couldn't make it today, and because the schedule was so tightly packed, and I definitely want to mention his name because he sent us the form and the details, and he was a wonderful speaker. I hope to have him. Hopefully next time we will have him at some point. Dr. Faik Farouk was a doctor by profession. He's a doctor. He studied in science, religion, and philosophy for over 10 years. So the thoughts he was supposed to present were amazing because it's combining science, religion, and philosophy. And he's the founder of the educational group on Facebook as well, with over 25,000 members and 2 million video watchers. He is supporting several startups and huntments, and he's currently in the UK, a practicing doctor. But unfortunately, it is very unfortunate that he had to start his shift and he couldn't join. We will especially apologize him later as well, and we will have him, inshallah, next time in any other forum. And now we're waiting for Miss Negara Kiduyatova. I especially want to thank two people here. One is Mr. Jeffrey and one is Mr. Hitendra for being here with us throughout the whole conference. So hats off to both of you. And we thoroughly enjoyed your presentation, and you demonstrated your your quest for learning and listening to others, which is highly appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Hitendra, and thank you, Mr. Jeffrey. I think Miss Nigara is joining back. So let's just wait for a few more seconds, please. And then we will finally close today's conference. So please wait for a few seconds. Mr. Jeffrey, if you're there, we have a very little query that we taking the opportunity of the time. Can we ask you a little question if you're there, Mr. Jeffrey? Hetan, out of my curiosity, I just wanted to check on you as well. Are you there? Hitendra Solanki. Thank you for your patience, guys. We're trying to connect to Miss Nigara Khiduyatova. She had a very interesting experiences to share because we tried to cover in this conference different aspects of experiential learning. And this was one aspect where we wanted to add some of the social and political development sector as well. And with very rich experiences moving from one country to the other, she managed to have her own political thoughts and her own political voice, listen for people. So we're trying to get in touch with her. Apparently there is some technological issue, and if in case it doesn't work, we won't keep you waiting for long. We will request her to, she's requested for 2 more minutes. So please kindly bear for 2 more minutes, and in those 2 minutes, instead of just keeping quiet, what we can do is the last bit of this thing, which is supposed to be done after Miss Negaya's talk. I can do that before, so we can save time. This conference was a joint effort of a lot of people, and there was a group of people, team of dedicated people, I must say, who've been working day in and day out, days and nights during the last 2 to 3 weeks. And as a result, we were able to get a hold of some of the finest speakers and experts of their own areas to join us on this forum and talk to our students and the youth of Pakistan. The purpose was to promote the culture of experiential learning, as we all know that we have a lesser field to play when it comes to formal learning and training in comparison to developing part of the world. So probably in Pakistan, we need to encourage more this whole idea of experiential learning, and students learning on their own, developing their skills and competencies through different formal or informal ways of learning. And whether it's Facebook, whether it's social media, whether it's learning through media, mainstream media, or through their own instincts, things that young people are interested in. By adopting to those things, we can always have our competency skills, our skill sets ready. And in today's conference, we tried to show some of the successful case studies as well in front of you people who were graduated with a different subject, but when they started doing something else in the area which they were more interested in, they proved themselves successful. So the credit over here goes to all our respected, our very dear presenters for thoroughly giving their full support to us, our students and audience of the conference. We are grateful and thankful to you. I'm grateful to the conference management team. I'm also thankful to the Faculty of Art and Design and the Faculty of Business and Management. We're grateful for the technical support team at STEP and the administrative team, the MIS team. And last but not the least, we are very, very thankful to our collaborative partner for this conference, One Row College Ireland, for being very supportive and sharing thoughtful ideas with us for the success of this conference. With that, we will try to connect to Ms. Nigara once again. And if in case she can't make it, then we will request her to send her recording and we can play that later on our social media pages. So let's check with people. Hi, Moini, can you hear me? Is Moini Saab around? Moini,
yes, I can hear you.
Can you please open your camera up? We want to see you as well.
Right. I think there's no any option to open my camera because I couldn't see here.
Okay. All right, Moini, if since we have a minute for Ms. Nigara to come, I would want your opinion and few words from you on this topic of experiential learning and design and learning, and how do you think we can incorporate that in the Faculty of Art and Design in times to come? So in few lines, if you could share with us your thoughts. Is Ms. Moini there?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I'm here now. Thank you so much for thank you so much for giving me the chance to say a few words about the conference and about the topic of experiential learning. Actually, I have rejoined it because there was no any option for the camera to start my video. So as far as whole day activity is concerned, yes, I can give my feedback because since morning I'm attending each and every session, and each and every session was thought-provoking.
I'm sorry, Moini, I must appreciate you for one factor, because Moini has been our role model in the audience. I can see in the chat box, she is, after every presentation, she is mentioning the key points, which is very, very useful. Thank you for that. Ji, please continue.
Yes, my pleasure. Okay, right. So as far as this experiential learning and design is concerned, what I got to know and I already understood about this kind of topic in my learning throughout my career is I perceive experiential learning as a learning process, right? First of all, that is about learning by doing. If we are doing something like I can comment on it, hands-on learning, as a art and design, faculty, what we can say, we have to do something by doing. So as far as experiential learning is concerned, that is again with regard to learning by doing. And when we talk about the design, when we have to cooperate our learning with the design, that is again called the learning by doing into design. So this is considered as experiential learning and design. Mr. Geoffrey, yes, I can see Mr. Geoffrey here. He has highlighted very important point about the teaching and learning in experiential learning design. Yes, I really appreciate, and I would like to ask if Mr. Geoffrey is here. Can I ask one question from Mr. Geoffrey, if you are here, Mr. Geoffrey, because that was really wonderful session by you. If you are here and if you can listen to me, can I ask one question from Mr. Geoffrey? If you can
I think Moini, there might be some technical issue with him as well, because I tried to ask the question to him as well. Maybe he is Mr. Geoffrey. If you can hear us, can you please kindly respond? I think he can't hear because I tried before as well. Nevertheless, Moini, you've mentioned the key points for his presentation as well, which I totally agree. And you've highlighted the main areas for every presentation, which is wonderful. So my question is, like, do you think it will be easier for the faculty to incorporate these ideas from the conference? Because the whole idea of the conference usually in Pakistan is that people come and they present, and then it's done and dusty. So a more pragmatic approach would be to kind of, not everything maybe, but maybe 10%, 20% or something from this conference. Which idea do you think you as a practitioner, as a faculty head, would you buy from this conference, and would you want to, straight away apply that in the faculty, in the school? Is there anything that clicked to you that you instantly want to adopt? Please.
I think if I see the overall concept of this topic, and I would like to implement this topic in my own learning and for my students as well, that is about the experiential learning cycle. If we see the experiential learning cycle and we adopt into our teaching, is that covers overall 4 areas. Number 1 is experience, second one is reflection of the experience, and the third is conceptualization about the ideas and the thoughts towards the design thinking, and the experiments as well. And if we rotate all these 4 areas, like number 1 experience, the reflection, the conceptualization, and the experiment, that works a lot. And if as a teacher, as academician, if we think about all these 4 areas and try to implement it into our own learning and teaching, that would really work a lot in our future as well, according to the time. So these 4 points for me are very important under experiential learning cycle.
Wonderful, wonderful, Moini. That thank you so much for the input, and I think that is a very strong ending point for this conference as well. As I said earlier, the whole idea for students and for staff is for us, everybody, is to learn from each other and to try to implement those things as well. I have to mention all the staff members of the Faculty of Art and Design for being with us throughout the conference. I want to mention Abda, Miss Abda's name here because she asked quite a lot of questions. Well, I apologize, Abda. The time was so tightly packed that we couldn't ask a lot of questions, and not every question was put up to the participants. With that, I think we have to close the conference here because Ms. Nigara is still not getting connected, and we will request her later to send her recorded talk that we could share with you. Definitely, this is very interesting for us to listen to. Thank you once again, everyone, and thank you, our students. I hope you learned from people, and even 5% of learning that you have had from this thing would hopefully get you something better in future. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Atifah Usmani, for appreciation. And thank you, Ali. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Moini, and all your team and everybody. I don't want to mention names of staff members because the list is very long. So thank you, everyone, for all the good work. And with that, we close this conference. God bless everyone and take good care. And please take into consideration all the SOPs of the COVID thing as well. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you next time.